I caught the school beauty's secret, will you indulge my little quirks? Suche was reborn, originally just wanting to save the school beauty who had died unexpectedly. But he accidentally stumbled upon her secret. And so, the romantic storyline he had fantasized about countless times in his previous life slowly began to veer in a rather strange direction. Miss School Beauty, you wouldn't want anyone else to find out about this, would you? Today, I'm in the mood for white stockings and twin tails, you'll indulge me, 1 TU. Chapter 1 Miss School Beauty, you don't want anyone else to know, right? A soft spring breeze carried a slight chill, brushing past with the scent of willow. In this small northern town in April, the cold lingered. A gust of wind cut straight to the bone. Suche shrank his neck into his collar and looked at the countdown board outside the school gates, the cassette shop at the corner playing Sunny Day on loop, and the icy touch of the icy phone card in his pocket. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. He had really been reborn. Back to just before the college entrance exams in 2004. That pivotal moment when he had just come of age. But after a few seconds of marveling, Suche composed himself and focused his full attention on something else. He was sneakily following a girl looking just like a perv. Shiachuyu, how did you die, anyway? He muttered while tailing her. The girl Suche was following was none other than Shiachuyu, the school beauty of Antai No. 1 High School and a top student bound for Tsinghua or Peking University. In his previous life, Shiachuyu died unexpectedly on this very day. Her life frozen forever at 18. The cause of death remained a mystery. Both the school and the police remained tight-lipped about it. Technically, it had nothing to do with Suche. But at the moment of his rebirth, Suche had learned a shocking truth from his venomous ex-wife, the very woman who caused his death. The person who used to secretly pass him notes in class, helping him get through his critical exams in high school. Wasn't her. It was Shiachuyu. Back then, Suche's family had just gone bankrupt. His parents were on the verge of collapse. If they had learned that their son had failed to graduate from high school, they might have beaten him to death out of despair, then taken their own lives. No exaggeration, Shiachuyu had saved his whole family. And yet, Suche had worshipped the wrong person for over 20 years, treating that scheming ex-wife like a savior, offering everything, begging like a fool. He had backed the wrong horse. In his past life, he never got the chance to right that wrong before Shiachuyu died. Now reborn, no matter what, Suche was going to change that fate and save Shiachuyu. Suddenly, Suche's pupils contracted. He saw Shiachuyu glancing around before slipping into a secluded alley. If he remembered right, there was only one place that alley led to. Usually, only bad students like Suche himself would ever use that path. A top student like Shiachuyu probably didn't even know it existed. But not only did she know it, she took it. What's going on? Suche's curiosity was instantly piqued. Shiachuyu had already vanished into the narrow path. Suche quickly followed. Cough, cough, cough. Even though he'd come to this place plenty of times in his past life, Suche still nearly choked on the thick cigarette smoke and the stench of sweaty feet lingering in the air. Just as he suspected, Shiachuyu had entered a black market internet cafe near the school. Back in 2004, internet cafes were still viewed by parents and teachers as dens of evil. What was a good girl like Shiachuyu doing in a place like this? Could she have died here in her last life? But he'd never heard of any fires or murders here before. And if it really was something like that, would the school and police have tried so hard to cover it up? Suche was full of questions. Peering through the swirling smoke, he searched for Shiachuyu's figure. There. He locked onto her instantly. Shiachuyu was curled up in a corner like a thief, her computer screen turned deliberately sideways. Half her face was hidden behind the collar of her oversized uniform, like she was terrified someone might recognize her. This is suspicious. Very suspicious, Miss Shia. Suche crept closer, completely silent. The noisy cafe masked his footsteps. Focused intently on her screen, Shiachuyu didn't notice a thing. Her right hand was clicking furiously with the mouse, as images flicked rapidly across the screen. At first, Suche thought she might be looking up study materials. But once he got a clear look at the images, he froze. Completely petrified. What flashed across the screen were unmistakably 18-plus lewd images. Sultry women in black stockings, their eyes smoldering with desire. Office ladies in half-open blouses, teasing yet hidden. Lonely housewives snapping sultry mirror selfies. Suche was stunned, but he had to admit her taste was actually pretty refined. Every image was erotic, but not vulgar. At first glance, they stirred the blood. But on closer look, none of them actually showed too much. That level of aesthetic only a true veteran of the arts could possess. But Shiachuyu was only a teenager. She was already this much of a connoisseur? Huh? She's not just looking, she's downloading them too. Suche's eyes widened again. She was expertly selecting her favorites and saving them one by one. Judging by how smooth her actions were, this definitely wasn't her first time doing it. So this is the real school beauty, huh? Suche couldn't help but mutter. And that one sentence was like a bomb going off. Shiachuyu jolted like a startled deer, spinning around. When she saw it was Suche, her face turned beet red. Flustered beyond belief, she scrambled to shut off the monitor, fumbling for an explanation. Suche, it's not what it looks like. I didn't tii. Suche looked at her with a faint smile, the kind that said, "Go on, keep talking, I promise I won't believe a word." Shiachuyu instantly deflated, like a balloon with a hole. Suche stepped forward and casually clicked on a folder on the desktop. Good grief. It was packed with over 1,000 lewd images. Each one carefully selected for that tasteful but spicy vibe. Any veteran would treat this collection like treasure. Suche scrolled through the images, clicking his tongue. Shiachuyu stood beside him like a guilty criminal, face flushed, totally at a loss. Finally, Suche finished browsing and turned to her with a teasing smile. Then, he spoke the most iconic line from his previous life. "Miss School Beauty, you wouldn't want anyone else to find out about this, would you?" Chapter 2. Damn, you're actually a genius. No, I don't want that. Although Shiachuyu looked panicked, her voice was firm and resolute. It was obvious she really didn't want anyone else to find out about this. After all, she was the school beauty of Anti-Number 1 High, the model student in everyone's eyes. For someone like her to do something this scandalous, it would be enough to completely shatter her image. And yes, back in 2004, forget browsing NSFW websites, even sneaking a peek at a novel with slightly risque content could get you branded as depraved or corrupting public morals. Even if that book was something like White Deer, plain a legitimate, award-winning novel. Not like 20 years later, when WeChat groups are flooded daily with lewd memes and the occasional uncle starts a spontaneous car repair live stream. Suche looked at Shiachuyu's distressed face, and the corners of his lips curled into a teasing smile. For the first time, he felt like he was living inside one of those little movies. By the usual script, wasn't this where the male lead would gently touch the trembling Madam's shoulder and whisper, "As long as you obey me, I won't tell anyone." To which the madam would respond, blushing and shivering, I'll be good." But the very next second, Suche snapped out of his fantasy. "Get a grip, Suche. You're here to save Shiachuyu. She is supposed to die soon. And you're still daydreaming about this nonsense? What kind of degenerate are you? If you must fantasize, at least wait until you're sure she is not in danger first." Suppressing his chaotic thoughts with force, Suche quickly surveyed the surroundings. At this hour, the internet cafe wasn't crowded. The real chaos wouldn't start until nightfall, when all-nighters filled the place like a haunted parade. The few non-mainstream guys and girls currently inside didn't look like they had the guts to hurt anyone. As for a fire, well, even if there was one, there weren't enough people here to cause a deadly stampede. There was plenty of time and space to escape. "Weird, just how did you die, exactly?" Suche frowned and muttered aloud. But that sentence was totally misinterpreted by Shiachuyu. She thought he was threatening to kill her. Her peach blossom eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling as she begged. "Suche, please don't. I'm begging you." The familiar line, the trembling body filled with fear, the rippling curves under that oversized school uniform. It all nearly pulled Suche back into that forbidden film fantasy. That damned grieving widow vibe, what even was that? She was clearly just a bright, beautiful teenage girl, but she somehow radiated this soft, sorrowful aura like a fragile wife mourning her lost husband, and it didn't feel out of place at all. How the hell did she pull that off? I really must have been blind in my past life. Spent all my time simping for Zhuang Jiayue and never noticed this rare gem right beside me. No focus. First priority is figuring out how Shiachuyu died. Suche took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay focused. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Shiachuyu sniffled and tried to explain again, voice still quivering. Suche, it's really not what you think. I was just entering a website design competition. The first place prize is 30,000 yuan. That's enough to cover my mom's medical bills. Otherwise, I'd have to drop out and work to pay for her treatment. Suche froze. A line popped into his head. Gambling dad. Sick mom. Student brother. Broken girl. If I don't help her, who will? He hadn't expected her to be 20 years ahead of the cliché. Website design competition. You know how to do that? He asked, surprised. Logically speaking, a good girl like Xia Chuyu, raised in a poor household, shouldn't have much exposure to the internet. Aside from the occasional computer class, she probably hadn't touched a keyboard more than a few times. And yet, she knew how to design a website. Xia Chuyu looked slightly embarrassed and replied softly. And not really, I just picked up a little during computer class. Good lord. She just picked up a little and dared to enter a web design competition. In 2004, the internet was still in its Wild West phase. Even then, you still needed real technical skill. Her move was the equivalent of someone learning Kung Fu for 3 days and signing up to be the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Let me see your website. Suche said, leaving no room for refusal. Xia Chuyu hesitated, clearly embarrassed, but didn't dare disobey. After a long pause, she finally typed in a URL. And when Suche saw their website name, he almost laughed out loud. And you say you're not a degenerate? Zui Huoyin drunken bloom in the shade. Who even names a site like that? But when Suche took a closer look at the site SUI, his jaw nearly dropped. If not for the computer clock in the bottom right corner, he would thought he'd opened a 2024 website. The entire site radiated a sleek, modern aesthetic totally alien to the design standards of the era. In 2004, 99% of websites were a chaotic mess, clunky layouts, garish colors, and random junk cluttering every page. Like wandering into a forest of weeds. But Xia Chuyu's site. Elegant UI. Consistent theme. Harmonious color palette. Clear layout. It looked like a luxury brand's official website. And those kinds of sites had gone through decades of evolution and millions in development to reach that level. But Xia Chuyu, a complete amateur who self-studied a bit, had somehow pulled off a masterpiece 20 years early. It defied belief. Suche was stunned and slightly regretful. Such terrifying talent wasted on an adult site. What a crime against the heavens. Yes, the site was a purely NSFW website. All those tasteful lewd images Xia Chuyu had downloaded, she had uploaded them here. But to be fair, thanks to the elegant design and her carefully curated, non-vulgar aesthetic, the site felt like the refined lady of NSFW domains. Like a courtesan from ancient times offering art, not her body. And because of that, she was even more popular. What made you think of creating this kind of site? Suche couldn't help but ask. Xia Chuyu lowered her head in embarrassment and said, I found out about the competition a little late. To win first place, I had to take a special route. They didn't say NSFW sites were banned, after all. But just in case, I carefully filtered all the images. There's not a single one that's explicit. It's all suggestive, nothing actually shown. Well damn. That's pretty clever. So, what's your current ranking? Suche asked, trying to keep calm. Xia Chuyu didn't answer, she just opened the competition's official site. When Suche saw her rank, he blurted out loud. Damn it, you're actually a f***ing genius. Chapter 3 So this is the cause of your death. I saw that the first place in the competition leaderboard had 3 big words written on it: Zui Huoyin. Xia Chuyu, a young man who learned how to use his cuckold fist, actually became the leader of the martial arts world. Of course, this is only temporary, and there is still some time before the end of the competition. Moreover, the current ranking is only the ranking based on netizens voting. The final ranking will also take into account the scores given by professional judges. It is highly likely that Xia Chuyu's website will not be able to get high scores from professional judges. But even so, it's still amazing. It's a pity that Xia Chuyu in the previous life started with a famous scene Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. I wasn't able to show this talent to the world. Maybe I can try that unconventional path in this life? Suche looked at Xia Chuyu's beautiful blushing profile, and his heart moved slightly. During the 3 years he lay in bed, Suche once tried a wild path. Although there are many uncertainties and dangers, once successful, the final rewards are amazing. Logically speaking, since I have really been reborn this time, it would be safer to take the proper path. But God has placed such an uncanny genius in front of Suche. If he doesn't use him, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? Well, don't worry, think about it carefully after you go back. Right now we have to quickly find out the cause of Shiyachuyu's death. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Suche thought secretly in his heart. Little goldfish. Suche looked at Shiyachuyu. Shiyachuyu was stunned for a moment. Are you calling me? Suche curled his lips. What else? Student Suche, the school does not allow giving classmates nicknames casually. Nickname? No, it's not a nickname, it's a true portrayal of you. Who made you look like a goldfish, yellow from the inside out? Shiyachuyu's face instantly turned red enough that water seemed to drip out of it. He stammered, I really didn't. I squinted my eyes and scanned those bad pictures. I didn't even dare to click on them to take a closer look. Suche stared at Shiyachuyu with interest. TSK, why does this embarrassed look suddenly make her look more like a widow? Don't explain. Explanation is just covering up. I said you are little goldfish, and you are little goldfish. Do you want others to know about this, Miss School Beauty? Suche couldn't help but put himself into the movie again. Shiyachuyu was about to cry. Why does Suche always like to say this kind of things? The most important thing is that every time Suche said this, she was scared and subconsciously wanted to obey unconditionally. That won't work. I am not Suche's puppet, I must resist. Shiyachuyu clenched his fists and made a secret decision. But before she could make up her mind, she heard footsteps coming from the door of the internet cafe and two uncles in hats walked in. The man in the hat first scanned the area, then looked at the network administrator. Is this pornographic website built by your internet cafe? Brush. Shiyachuyu's expression changed when he heard this. Without waiting for the network administrator to respond to the uncle in the hat, she rushed upstairs like a frightened deer. This internet cafe was converted from a 3-story residential building. The entrance was blocked by uncles in hats, so Shiyachuyu could only escape upwards. The two uncles in hats were stunned for a moment when they saw this scene. Then he realized something was wrong and shouted, "Don't run." I also ran after him. Suche, who was watching this scene, suddenly had his pupils shrink. I finally know how Shiyachuyu died in her previous life. It is obvious that Shiyachuyu, who was afraid that the matter would be exposed, chose to take the risk when facing the pursuit of the uncle in the hat. Apart from the main entrance, the only place to escape from this internet cafe is the 3rd-floor rooftop. In her previous life, Shiyachuyu must have jumped from the 3rd-floor rooftop, leading to her death. The police officer was concerned about the impact on public opinion, and the school was afraid of taking responsibility, so both sides chose to cover up the truth. Shiyachuyu. Are you crazy? The webmaster of my website didn't run away, why are you running? Stop right there. Suche was afraid that Shiyachuyu had really jumped, so he quickly took 2 steps at a time and chased after her. What? You're the station master. The uncle in the hat who was chasing Shiyachuyu stopped when he heard this. Turned to look at Suche. Shiyachuyu also turned around in shock, with a face full of question marks. When did Suche become the webmaster? How come she doesn't know? Yes, I built Zuihuayan. But I need to correct you too, Zuihuayan is not a pornographic website, but a legitimate brand website. The man in the hat was stunned, brand official website. Suche explained seriously, Zuihuayan is the name of the sexy lingerie brand I am about to establish. This website is specially built to display various sexy lingerie. You can say it's bold and open, but you can't say it's a porn site. If it's a pornographic website, would we dare to enter it into Senior's website design competition? The two uncles looked at each other. They have seen the website Zuihuayan. Although the entire website is full of pornographic pictures, if you look deeper, they are all erotic but not obscene. At most it's just a borderline. You have to know that in 2004, the internet environment was still extremely relaxed. Not to mention this kind of borderline website, even if it is more serious, it's okay. If it were any other time, they would definitely ignore it. But this time, there is no way they can do anything since there is an order from above. The two uncles ignored Suche's words, but approached Suche, one on the left and one on the right. He suddenly took action to control Suche. Whether it is a pornographic website or not, you have no say. Come with us. After saying that, the two of them held Suche and walked out. Chiachuyu on the side suddenly became anxious. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, and her pearly teeth were gently biting her lips, as if she was hesitating about something. Suche knew at a glance what the girl was trying to do. I quickly interrupted her precasting. Stop. Looking at your expression, someone who doesn't know would think I'm going to eat peanuts. Go do what you need to do, I'm fine. It's written on the wall, confess and be treated leniently, but spend the rest of your life in prison. Resist and be treated severely, but go home for the new year. I will definitely be able to go home for the new year. Good boy. Is this how it is written? The two uncles were so angry that they laughed. Then, without any further explanation, he threw Suche into the police car outside the door. Just wanted to start the car. But Suche suddenly broke free from the uncle's control and jumped off the car. The uncle was shocked and thought Suche was going to escape. Unexpectedly, after Suche got off the car, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he searched all his pockets and finally found 130 yuan. Little goldfish, come here. We will soon be paid by the government, so we won't need these extravagant possessions anymore. Here, this is for you. Don't refuse. You don't want others to know about that, do you? Miss School Beauty. After saying that, Suche turned around and got into the car. Needless to say, Chiachuyu must have saved as much as possible during the period when his mother was seriously ill, and might have only eaten one meal a day. Although the 130 yuan from Suche was not a lot, according to the prices in 2004, it was enough for Chiachuyu to eat for at least half a month. By the way, eat more eggs and milk. Don't let your breasts get smaller due to hunger. I'll check it. In the driving police car, Suche stuck his head out and shouted. Chiachuyu's long eyelashes trembled and her face immediately turned red. But this shy feeling did not last for 2 seconds, and tears suddenly appeared in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Sobs also flowed out of his throat. I'm sorry, Suche. It's all my fault. I am afraid that this will be known to others, but I can't just watch you go to jail for me. After saying that, Chiachuyu seemed to have made up her mind and resolutely chased after the police car. Chapter 4 I'll give you a second-class merit. If Suche in the police car heard what Chiachuyu said, he would probably laugh out loud. Go to jail. Stop it. After all, in his previous life, he was General Su with a net worth of tens of billions, and he associated with powerful people from all over the country. If I were caught by 2 grassroots policemen, my previous life would have been lived in vain. Aren't you 2 uncles in charge of the network? Suche looked at the 2 uncles in the car. My little website doesn't have much traffic at all, so it's not at all likely to be targeted by you. Let me guess, someone from above must have spoken. Although the position of internet police already existed in 2004, small counties like Antai had not yet been equipped with it. The police officers at the police station usually have no time to deal with petty thefts, so how can they have the time to deal with pornographic websites? Unless someone of higher status speaks up. Sure enough, after hearing Suche's words, the 2 uncles' eyes flashed with surprise. Then he scolded, "Pay attention to your identity. You are a criminal suspect now. Don't ask around." Although he did not get official recognition from the 2, Suche had already gotten the answer from their eyes. It is true. There was just one thing Suche didn't understand: no matter how advanced Zuahuayan became, it couldn't change the fact that it was just a small website. Why would the leaders above target it? The most important thing is that the leader has spoken, and it seems that it is not so easy to get away with it just by using the excuse of official website of sexy lingerie. Suche wanted to find out more inside information, but the 2 uncles refused to say anything. It was not until they arrived at the police station that he picked up Suche and shouted, "Get out of the car." I thought that a high school student like Suche would be scared to tears or at least tremble with fear when he went to police station for the first time. Unexpectedly, Suche felt like going home when he went to the police station. Walk faster than 2 uncles. As soon as I stepped into the police station, I looked around and found everything new to me. It's like a person from the future going back to the past and reminiscing about his good old days. My goodness, do you think this place is a tourist attraction? The 2 uncles were very angry. If it weren't for Suche's young age, he would have been handcuffed. Sit down. Here is a pen and paper. Tell me your problem honestly. Once you have explained everything, I can let you go. An uncle threw down a piece of paper and a pen, locked Suche in the small room with a slam, and left. In 2004, enforcement requirements were not that strict. It is common to give you a pen and paper and ask you to answer the question yourself. Even this is a privilege. If I really want to be ruthless to you, you can learn about the great memory recovery technique. Looking at the closed door, Suche's eyes flashed. It seems that the leader above is determined to label Zuihuayan as a pornographic website. But what is the point of doing this? It's impossible that a leader lacks performance and uses Zuihuayan to fill in the gaps, right? Which leader has no bottom line? Besides, Zuihuayan is not qualified. Suche was puzzled. He is the chief of this police station. Suche did not confess his crime but wandered around the house. While walking around, I suddenly saw the wall of honor outside the window. The first column above is a middle-aged man with regular features and a serious face. Chu Shizhen. If it were someone else, Suche might not have any impression, but this person. It is so legendary that it left a lasting impression on Suche. Because this man's father-in-law is a big shot in Beijing. And this person's coming to Antai, a county-level city, to take up the post was just a formality. After just 1 year, he was transferred to the province. Then there was another triple jump, and he suddenly became a frontline figure in S province. In the years before Suche's death, he had become a frequent figure in the news broadcast. Even though Suche had a considerable fortune in his previous life, he was not even qualified to shake hands with others. I didn't expect that I would spend money on it when I have nothing in this life. As long as I can gain his approval, the matter of Zuihuayan will be a trivial matter. Even if the leader who gave the order to get Huayin drunk is the head of Antai. But how can I gain his approval? Suche smacked his teeth and said. His eyes fell on the honor column again. However, the commendation notice above attracted him again. The general content of the announcement is, to commend the Hualongwan police station for its contribution in the 419 major robbery and murder case. In addition to awarding the collective second-class merit, there are also bonuses. The 419 major robbery and murder case is well known in the small county of Antai. A group of robbers, armed with homemade shotguns, took advantage of the time when the mine was paying wages, rushed into the mining building and looted more than 1 million yuan in wages. During the robbery, they killed 8 people and injured 4. The impact is extremely bad. Finally, the Hualongwan police station discovered clues during their investigation and arrested the 4 murderers. Logically, the case is concluded at this point. But there has always been a doubt in this case. That is, the parties' statements do not match the traces at the scene. Traces at the scene showed that there were 5 perpetrators. However, there were only 4 parties involved in the recorded statements. Even when asked the surviving victims, they all said there were 4 people. Where did that extra person go? Or is it haunted? This mystery was not solved until 10 years later. Right now, there is definitely no answer. When I feel sleepy, someone sends me a pillow. I was just wondering how to get to know Chu Shizhen, and now here it comes. Suche couldn't help laughing. Then he walked slowly to the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Knock on the door. After a while, an uncle came over in a rage. Behave yourself. Are you looking for trouble? You've even made a movie like The Road Bends. Why don't you make Today is a Good Day? Suche asked in surprise, Uncle, have you learned this? You can even calculate this. Yes, today is a really good day for you. The uncle glanced at Suche and asked, Are you willing to plead guilty? Well, what's the point of my crime? Even if I do it beautifully, it's useless. I can't even get any honor. I want to report a case, a major one. Once this case is handled, I can't guarantee anything else, but at least you can get a second-class collective merit. The uncle burst into laughter when he heard that. How can this kid get a second-class merit? You have to know that many veteran policemen can't even get a third-class merit award when they retire, let alone a second-class merit award. Stop talking nonsense to me. If you confess your crimes clearly, it will be a good life for us, the uncle said impatiently. After saying that, he was about to lock Suche back into the small room. At this moment, a person happened to walk through the corridor. When Suche saw that man, his eyes lit up. Immediately, he waved and shouted without hesitation, Chu Suo. Chu Suo. I know who the fifth suspect in the 419 major robbery and murder case is. Chapter 5. The fifth person disappeared. Chu Shizheng had just returned from a meeting outside. The authorities are very satisfied that the 419 major robbery and murder case was solved so quickly. Even his father-in-law, who was known for his strictness, praised him for the first time. However, Chu Shizheng always had a knot in his heart that he couldn't untie. After identifying the traces at the scene, who is that extra person? Did the colleagues in the identification department make a mistake, or did they really miss a suspect? If it is really missed, it will be a serious danger. Chu Shizheng didn't think that this murderer who killed people without blinking an eye would stop. And there is another thing that Chu Shizheng has always felt is not right. Their mind said a total of 1.4 million yuan was lost. But the police only found 700,000 yuan in the end. The four suspects insisted that this was all they had stolen. The police could only conclude that their mine leaders wanted to falsely report losses and cover up the deficit. Originally, Chu Shizheng had no intention of thinking about these things. After all, his appointment to the Hualongwen police station was just a formality, and being able to receive a second-class merit honor was already a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, Suche's words brought up his worries again. There is actually a fifth suspect who was missed. Chu Shizheng immediately walked quickly to Suche. He frowned when he noticed Suche's high school uniform. What's going on? There are so many cases to investigate, why arrest a high school student? Murder or arson? The uncle in the hat who came back from arresting Suche touched his nose awkwardly. Then he tried to get close to Chu Shizheng's ear to explain. Chu Shizheng seemed to be disgusted by others getting too close to him, and scolded, "What can't you say openly?" The uncle in the hat could only whisper, "Second Master Jing asked us to investigate a pornographic website. When we found the website based on the IP address, we found that the webmaster of the website was a high school student. Second Master Jing. He is not in the system, nor is he your direct superior. You just do whatever he tells you to do." "That's nonsense." Chu Shizheng's face darkened and he said. The uncle in the hat lowered his head helplessly. "Mr. Jing is indeed not in the system, but his father is. And he is the big boss who sits firmly in the front row of Anti-City. When someone gives the order, how dare they, the little minions, disobey?" Suche remained calm and listened to the entire conversation between the two. After all this time, it turns out that the person who gave the order was not the leader of the system. But it's one of the leader's sons. In other words, it was this young man who indirectly forced Xia Chuyu to death in the previous life. It turns out that the lives of ordinary people are not worth a blade of grass in their eyes. Suche sneered in his heart and secretly memoized the name of the second young Master Zheng. After resolving the current problem, I will slowly settle the score with him. Student, you just said you know who the fifth suspect in the 419 case is. You're not kidding, are you? Chu Shizheng looked at Suche. In fact, after seeing that Suche was just a young high school student, Chu Shizheng no longer had much expectations. What does a high school student who has been locked up in an ivory tower for years know about this kind of case? Suche did not answer, but asked, "If I am not joking, can you help me to do justice?" It was clearly a new type of enterprise that could help develop and change the internet industry, but it was framed as a pornographic website. Is there still any law? Is there still any law? Suche said with a look of deep sorrow. Chu Shizheng smiled and said, "If it's really as you said, even if you don't know who the fifth suspect is, I will help you get justice. A company that can change the internet industry? If this really appeared in a small county like Anti-City, and was discovered by Chu Shizheng, it would be a great honor. It will definitely be a highlight in his resume. Of course, it's just a thought." Chu Shizheng didn't think that Suche, a high school student, could create a new internet business. Not to mention Suche, the entire China is in danger. After all, since the birth of the internet, China has been following the foreigners. The Chinese have never been involved in creating such words. Captain Chu. The uncle in the hat beside him couldn't help but get anxious when he heard that. He didn't know Chu Shizheng's background, but he felt that it was not worth it for Chu Shizheng to offend the second Master Jing for a little kid like Suche. "Why are you teaching me how to do things?" Chu Shizheng inadvertently used a famous phrase in later generations. At this moment, Suche vaguely saw Chu Shizheng's appearance in the news broadcast. It is true that some people cannot hide their soaring potential even when they are in obscurity. With Uncle Chu's words, I feel relieved. Suche hit the snake with a stick and changed his name from Chusuo to Uncle Chu. Although Chu Shijing raised his eyebrows, he did not correct Suche. Instead, he asked, "You keep saying you know who the fifth suspect is. Let me ask you a question first. How do you know for sure that there is a fifth suspect at the scene?" Suche smiled slightly. Answer, because I am an outsider. Chu Shijing was puzzled. Suche explained, I read reports about this case in the newspaper. It was mentioned many times in the reports that one of the suspects wore a wig and dressed as a woman. The victim's confessions also confirmed this. They did see a woman. On the surface, the suspect and the victim's statements matched each other without any flaws. But that's just the inertial thinking of those of you who are in the situation. Who says that the woman the victim saw must be the suspect pretending to be a woman? Who says that the woman the victim saw couldn't be a real woman? Boom. Although Suche didn't explain it very clearly, it was enough. Chu Shijing only felt his scalp tingling, and suddenly everything became clear to him. It's connected. All of a sudden, it all worked. No wonder colleagues from the identification department found traces of 5 suspects at the scene. It turns out that the disappearing fifth person really exists. So, who is this person? Chu Shijing's brain was working rapidly. Then he looked into Suche's eyes. At this moment, the old and the young seemed to have a telepathic connection and shouted out a name together, "Shu my phone." That is the wife of the boss of the criminal gang. This woman was so weak that the police ignored her from the very beginning. He even felt that she was quite pitiful as an orphan and a widow, and provided her with a lot of psychological comfort. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless woman was actually involved in robbery and murder? Gather people immediately. Go to Shu Meifeng's house. Luckily, the police felt sorry for her and visited her to comfort her quite a few times. Otherwise, she would have disappeared from the police's sight long ago. Chu Shijing acted decisively and gave the order immediately. As for you, Chu Shijing looked at Suche. Don't leave yet. I'll tell you everything when I get back. After saying that, Chu Shijing waved to an uncle and asked him to keep an eye on Suche. Then he personally led the team to Shu Meifeng's home. Suche looked at Chu Shijing's back and waved his hand lazily. I wish Uncle Chu success. Just please hurry up. After all, I'm a senior in high school. If I delay too long, I might not be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Chu Shijing ignored Suche. Chu Shijing could tell at a glance what a good student looked like. Anyway, it is definitely impossible for him to be someone as reckless as Suche. The sirens wailed, and Chu Shijing and others disappeared outside the door. When Suche looked at the backs of Chu Shijing and others, he suddenly shuddered. Suddenly I thought of something. Chapter 6: The First Bucket of Startup Capital. In her previous life, Shu Meifeng was arrested after committing a second crime 10 years later. As for the reason why she committed the crime again, it's quite funny, she had no money. During the 419 case, she took away half of the stolen money, which was 700,000 yuan. At the time of the robbery, she felt that this amount of money would be enough for her to live on for the rest of her life. But who could have imagined that within a few years China would enter a period of rapid growth, accompanied by rising prices of daily necessities, higher consumption levels, and so on. The 700,000 yuan that Shu Meifeng thought she could spend in her lifetime was gone in just 10 years. Only to commit the crime again. It was because she was arrested for committing a crime again that the truth of the 419 case was revealed. Let people know that there is a missing fifth person in the 419 case. And right now, it is obvious that Shu Meifeng has not had time to spend the 700,000. It is still hidden in the reed bay behind the mountain that she confessed in her previous life. According to Shu Meifeng's personality, she would have resisted stubbornly at first. Even if she confessed to the robbery, she would never reveal the whereabouts of the stolen money. And this time difference is my opportunity. It's just that this is stolen money. Should I hand it over to the country? Suche probably read too much Grave Robbers Chronicles in his previous life, and the first thing he thought of was handing it over to the country. But soon Suche shook his head. Hand it over. These 700,000 won't be of much use if given to the country, but if given to me, I can turn it into 7 million, 70 million, or even 700 million. Wouldn't the tax revenue, employment, etc. created by this be much more valuable than 700,000 yuan? Besides, how can I be a moral supreme being in this life when I advocated letting go of moral qualities and enjoying an immoral life in my previous life? Suchet quickly convinced himself that he would transfer the 700,000 yuan of stolen money to himself after leaving the police station. Just think of it as an interest-free loan of 700,000 yuan from the country. With these 700,000, we have the initial startup capital. That wild way I thought of before can really be tried now. After all, once we succeed, the rewards will be huge. In the future, China's #1 internet company will not be Pony Ma or Simjong, but me, Mary Sue. Suchet was thinking in his mind. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. It was still a little chilly in Antai at the end of April. Suchet wrapped his school uniform around himself and muttered to himself, "Is Chu Shijin going to flip over? If he can still flip over even with cheats, then I have to doubt whether this guy climbed up to the top in his previous life by real ability." Suchet had just finished muttering when a noisy noise came from the door of the police station. The next second, Chu Shijin walked in front with his head held high. Behind him is a group of uncles in hats. And a young woman who was controlled and looked dissatisfied. Shu My Phone. Putting aside her character, Shu My Phone is actually quite pretty. Good figure too. Coupled with the look of dissatisfaction and resentment on his face, he is simply a real-life secret investigator. Avi. Take him to the interrogation room and conduct a surprise interrogation. Oh, right, let's do a trace identification first. See if the traces of the fifth person found at the scene match hers. Chu Shijin was full of pride and gave orders loudly. In fact, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As early as when Shu My Phone was arrested, the expression on her face had already betrayed her. Interrogation and appraisal are nothing more than completing the chain of evidence. Although the central government has not yet proposed that police officers must form a complete chain of evidence when handling cases, the basic work still needs to be done. The clearer and more complete the chain of evidence is, the more powerful the praise and honor Chu Shijin will receive. Soon Shu My Phone was taken away. Chu Shi was pacing excitedly in the hall for a long time before he suddenly remembered. Suchet is still being held captive by him. He quickly came to the small room, opened the door himself and let Suchet out. "Student Su, don't mind it. I am also trying to protect you. What if Shu My Phone fails to capture you and she learns your identity and takes revenge on you?" Chu Shijin found a plausible reason. Suchet was too lazy to care. Who lets them sit in the front rows of the news broadcast in the future? You are a high-ranking official, so whatever you say is right. Uncle Chu, Shu My Phone has been caught, can I leave now? At this moment, all Suchet was thinking about was the 700,000 yuan, so he had no time to chat with Chu Shijin. No hurry, no hurry. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to our cafeteria and have a bite. Chu Shijin hugged Suchet affectionately and walked towards the police station cafeteria. It is called a canteen, but it is actually just a small dining room. Chu Shijin asked the chef to serve 2 portions of rice, and then pulled Suchet to sit down face to face. "Student Su, can you tell me how you discovered the suspicious points in this case?" Well, Chu Shijin's occupational disease has come back. Suspecting Suchet. But it's not his fault. It doesn't make sense that Suchet, a high school student, could see through the truth of the 419 case. Unless Suchet participated in person or witnessed it with his own eyes. Suchet looked at Chu Shijin unhappily and said, "Uncle Chu, do you know the difference between a sparrow and a swan? Since a sparrow can't fly that high, you think the swan can't fly either, and thus question the swan. Many things in this world depend on talent." Chu Shijin's expression changed when he heard this. My goodness, this guy openly and secretly mocked me for having a low IQ and no talent. Forget it, forget it. Since he helped solve the case, I won't bother with him. Chu Shijin picked up his chopsticks with some depression and prepared to eat. At this moment, a pair of chopsticks holding a chicken leg were stretched out. "Uncle Chu, don't be angry. You are the one in charge of the overall situation. You only need to coordinate the overall situation. Why do you need to bother thinking about these trivial matters? Do you eat chicken legs?" Suchet said sincerely. Chu Shijin felt a little better and waved his hand. "No, thank you." Suchet put the chicken leg back into his plate with regret. The next second, he reached into Chu Shijin's plate with his chopsticks. "Since Uncle Chu doesn't eat chicken legs, I'll eat it for you." As Suchet spoke, the chicken leg on Chu Shijin's plate had been taken away by Suchet. Chu Shijin looked at Suchet in shock. Almost cursed. "Uncle Chu, do you eat shredded pork?" Chu Shizheng had experience this time, and nodded without hesitation. Eat. Oh, that's great. I won't eat it, you can have mine. Chu Shizheng was stunned for a moment, thinking that he might have wronged Suche just now. But when he picked up the shredded meat that Suche gave him, put it into his mouth and chewed it twice, he immediately slammed the chopsticks on the table. Grass, it's ginger. Chapter 7, Chief Chu, someone outside turned himself in. Chu Suo. Fortunately, a police officer came hurriedly at this time and interrupted Chu Shizheng's anger. What's up? Chu Shizheng asked. The police officer looked strange and replied, a man came outside and said he wanted to turn himself in. Surrender. Chu Shizheng couldn't help but become curious. Could it be that there is not only a fifth suspect in the 419 case, but also a sixth? Let's go. Let's take a look. Chu Shizheng suddenly became interested. He didn't even bother to eat. He got up and walked towards the duty room. Suche looked at Chu Shizheng's back and shouted, Uncle Chu, do you want to eat the rest of the meal? Chu Shizheng waved his hands in annoyance. I don't want to eat anymore. I'll give it all to you. You'll be stuffed to death. This caused the police officer next to him to look surprised. Chu Suo has always been calm and composed. What happened today? Getting so angry at a high school student. The police officer was unaware of Suche's series of inhumane actions. If he had known, he would have been 10 times more furious than Chu Shizheng. Go to the duty room. Chu Shizheng looked around and asked in surprise, didn't you say someone surrendered himself? Where is he? The police officer pointed to a girl who was sitting timidly on a chair in the duty room. She is the one. Chu Shizheng was stunned. Even though Chu Shizheng was knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, what a beautiful girl. And, it's not just beautiful. If Suche is the kind of student who can be identified as a poor student at first glance, then the girl in front of him is the kind of student who can be identified as a top student at first glance. Chu Shizheng really couldn't imagine what illegal or criminal things this kind of child could do. It is even more impossible that he is the sixth suspect in the 419 case. Xia Chuyu, right. The accompanying police officer glanced at the duty record and said. Then he pointed at Chu Shizheng and said, this is our director. If you have any problem, go to him. Our director will definitely give you justice. I have to say that even 20 years ago, the world was still dominated by appearance. Xia Chuyu clearly said it very clearly, she came to surrender. As a result, both the police officer who received her and Chu Shizheng felt that she was not a bad person. But he was bullied and came to call the police. I was just nervous at the moment and said I turned myself in instead of calling the police. Xia Chuyu raised her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with nervousness and anxiety. Hello, director. I want to turn myself in. The Suche you arrested today was wrongly accused. In fact, I am the real builder of the Zuahuayan website. Please let him go and put me in jail. Xia Chuyu stuttered and it took him a long time to explain clearly. After listening to Xia Chuyu's explanation, Chu Shizheng looked at the police officer in the duty room. Everyone felt shocked and unbelievable. Are there still people rushing to go to jail these days? After a while, Chu Shizheng came back to his senses from his shock. He didn't ask any more questions, but directly asked, Suche, right? Okay, follow me. After saying that, he turned and went to the cafeteria. Xia Chuyu followed Chu Shizheng nervously, her body trembling slightly with fear, but her steps did not stop for a moment. Every step I take feels like I'm using up all my strength, and also like I'm saying goodbye to the beautiful world outside. The duty room was only 100 meters away from the cafeteria, but Xia Chuyu managed to overcome many difficulties. It was a bumpy journey. Finally, the two arrived at the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, Suche was concentrating on eating. In the previous life, he was poisoned by his vicious ex-wife for money, and became a vegetable lying in bed for 3 years, without knowing the taste of meat. Now that he could finally taste food again, Suche naturally worked very hard. Not only did he finish the plate of rice left by Chu Shizheng, but it was still not enough. He then took advantage of Chu Shizheng's reputation and ran to the chef, pretending to be powerful, saying, I'm Chu's nephew. Is it too much to give me another chicken leg? It doesn't have to be too big, just the same size as my thigh will do. Let my uncle promote you to be the logistics manager later. The chef was so fooled that he was stunned. He took a long time to fish out the biggest chicken legs from the basin of braised chicken legs and put them carefully into Suche's plate. Chu Shizhen, who happened to arrive, saw this scene and was both angry and amused. This Suche didn't give him the feeling of a high school student at all. Instead, he seems like a veteran who has been working in the society for decades. Why don't I just let you be the director? Chu Shizhen said with a dark face. Suche shuddered. He turned around and smiled apologetically. Everyone has their own specialty, but I can't do that. Uncle Chu can rise to the top in this position, but if it were me, I would probably just be bullying men and women and taking advantage of the people in the village. Chu Shizhen's pupils shrank. After he came here, he never mentioned his background to anyone. How did Suche know that he would be able to rise to the top? This boy is a bit weird. Do you know this person? Chu Shizhen turned sideways, revealing Xia Chuyu behind him. At first Suche wondered who it was, but when he saw it was Xia Chuyu, his heart skipped a beat. It's over. It turns out that the person who surrendered herself that the police officer on duty mentioned was this silly girl. She was about to get everything done, but she came to turn herself in. Isn't this just causing trouble? Suche. When Xia Chuyu saw Suche, she was stunned at first, then her eyes widened. She thought she was about to walk into a cell, but unexpectedly she was walking into the cafeteria. It would have been fine if I just walked into the cafeteria, but I also saw Suche in the cafeteria. It's okay to see Suche. Suche seems to be doing well. Everyone calls Chu Shizhen uncle. What's going on? Xia Chuyu's face was full of confusion. Why are you here? Suche took 2 quick steps, came to Xia Chuyu, grabbed Xia Chuyu's wrist and asked. Xia Chuyu subconsciously wanted to break free, but she was not as strong as Suche. She could only lower her head with a blushing face and explain softly, I can't help but think of the scene of you being beaten in there. I was very scared. I was afraid that you would be beaten to death. I was also afraid that you would go to jail, so I turned myself in. Before Suche could say anything, Chu Shizhen was already unhappy. Hey classmate, in your mind, are people's police so unbearable? What era is this? They are still forcing people to confess under torture. Okay, there are some undisciplined people occasionally. But to be beaten to death just because of a pornographic website is too much. Xia Chuyu's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to look up and look at Chu Shizhen. She just kept her head down and stammered, yes. I'm sorry. I don't quite understand, I just said it nonsense. Her gentle and wifely temperament was once again revealed. Suche sighed inwardly. Seeing that Xia Chuyu was such a coward, if Chu Shizhen asked a few more questions, he was afraid that Xia Chuyu would tell him not only about the pornographic website, but also about the time when he wet the bed and smashed other people's windows when he was a child. Since you don't understand, just mind your mouth. What did I teach you? Besides, how many times have I told you that I'm fine? I'm fine. My website is a legitimate website, a brand website. How could Uncle Chu be so confused about right and wrong and put me in jail? I am a man, and I need a woman like you to turn myself in for me. This is ridiculous. Suche said deliberately. At the same time, the hand that was holding Xia Chuyu's wrist slid down 2 inches. He directly grasped Xia Chuyu's small hand tightly in his palm. Chapter 8 Check your body. I said so. Xia Chuyu was startled for a moment. The whole person was in a panic. A large blush spread from the ears to the cheeks. The whole person who is infected is more like a peach blossom about to bloom. Suche, let go. Someone. In early summer, the sound of you is like mosquitoes and flies. Not only did Suche not let go, but he held on even tighter. He even deliberately scratched Xia Chuyu's palm twice with his little finger. Xia Chuyu's already red face became even redder. From what you said, it seems that it's okay if there's no one around. Suche lay beside Xia Chuyu's crystal clear and delicate earlobe and said. The earlobe, as smooth and clear as jade, made Suche's heart beat fast. I forced myself to suppress the urge to put it in my mouth. Suche moved a little further away. I used to see the words harm the country and the people in books, but I didn't understand what they meant. I felt it firsthand today. If Suche became the emperor one day, he would have to hide in his bedroom every day and fight against this kind of evil concubine. No, it's not that. Xia Chuyu quickly denied it. Chu Shizhen was looking at the two of them, not knowing what he was thinking about, and he smiled meaningfully. Uncle Chu, this is my girlfriend. When she heard that I was taken to the police station, she was so scared that she lost her mind. She took the initiative to take the blame for me. She is a complete blank slate in every aspect except her academic performance. She also doesn't know that taking the blame is illegal. Don't blame her. Suche said. Chu Shizheng waved his hands. You are innocent, so why are you taking the blame? I'll make a phone call to find out about your website. It shouldn't be a problem. You two go to the duty room and wait. After bringing Suche and Xia Chuyu to the duty room, Chu Shizheng returned to his office to make a phone call. The police officers in the duty room were also called away to help try Xu Meifeng's case and left. For a moment, Suche and Xia Chuyu were the only ones left in the duty room. Xia Chuyu lowered his head and sat on the chair. Just like an elementary school student who had done something wrong, he didn't dare to look Suche in the eye. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. He took out a note from his pocket and handed it to Suche. What? Suche was stunned for a moment. Take it and take a look. It turned out to be an IOU. It was written neatly on it, Xia Chuyu owes Suche 130 yuan, with Xia Chuyu's signature and date. Suche carefully examined the handwriting on the IOU and found that it was exactly the same as the small note he received in the examination room. It's ridiculous that Suche licked Zhuang Jieyue for more than 20 years without even comparing the handwriting in his previous life. In the end, he lost both his life and his money because of Zhuang Jieyue. If Suche had not turned the tables at the last minute by transferring funds from Zhuang Jieyue's account. In this life, Suche will definitely try to kill Zhuang Jieyue right from the start. What's the meaning? Suche put away his thoughts and looked at Xia Chuyu. Xia Chuyu raised her head, with a gleam of determination in her eyes. Borrowing money and writing an IOU is only natural. Suche couldn't help laughing. Didn't I tell you? I gave it to you as a gift. Can't you see that I'm already eating government food? Okay, take it back now. Who are you embarrassing? After saying that, Suche handed the IOU to Xia Chuyu. Unexpectedly, Xia Chuyu was extremely stubborn. He didn't answer at all, but repeated word by word, borrow money and write an IOU. It's only natural. Judging from her expression, if Suche didn't accept it, she would keep repeating it. Suche suddenly felt a headache. In his previous life, Suche and Xia Chuyu had basically no interaction. So no one knew that this seemingly weak girl actually had such an unshakable side in her heart. Suche sighed, Miss Campus Belle, do you really have to force me to use that trick? When Xia Chuyu heard the words school beauty, a hint of nervousness flashed across her face. But the next second, his expression became firm again. Even if you tell the teacher, tell the principal, I won't change my mind. Borrowing money and writing an IOU is only natural. Suche was stunned. Is even this trick useless? It seems that once this school beauty has set her mind on something, she is really steadfast and difficult to shake. Forget it, just let it be an IOU. Suche reluctantly put the IOU into his pocket. It's good to have IOUs. When the day comes when your IOUs accumulate to the point where you are unable to repay them, you can pay them off with your body. Let us also experience the scene in the old society where Huang Shiren forced Xia. Xia Chuyu heaved a sigh of relief only when she saw Suche accept the IOU. The little head, which had been stubbornly held high, lowered again. He didn't dare to look Suche in the eye again. Suche looked at Xia Chuyu like this and suddenly felt like playing a mischievous trick on her. He first looked around. The entire Hualongwen police station was busy trying the Xu Meifeng case, and no one paid any attention to this side. Chu Shizheng also went to make a phone call and hasn't come back yet. It's a dark and windy night, time for hey. Suche took 2 steps forward calmly and approached Xia Chuyu. Xia Chuyu, like a frightened deer, suddenly jumped up from his seat and stepped back subconsciously. Suche went forward again. Xia Chuyu retreated again. The two of them advanced and retreated, and finally Xia Chuyu was forced into a corner by Suche, with no way to retreat. Xia Chuyu's face flushed, and she looked nervous. She stammered, what are you doing? Suche transformed into Huang Shiren and grinned, what are you doing? Of course it's a physical examination. I told you so. Xia Chuyu suddenly remembered at this moment. Suche had indeed told her before to eat more milk and eggs so as not to let her breasts shrink due to hunger. She thought it was a joke, but she didn't expect Suche to be serious. No, I can't. Xia Chuyu clutched her baggy school uniform tightly, her body trembling slightly, and said, "The most important thing in life is to keep your word. It's like writing an IOU when you borrow money. I didn't stop you from writing the IOU, but you shouldn't stop me from doing a physical exam, right, Miss School Beauty?" "No. It's different," Xia Chuyu argued in a low voice. It's a pity that Suche didn't listen at all. He suddenly pressed Xia Chuyu against the wall. Eyes met. Their breathing even blended together. There is an ambiguous and subtle tension in the air. Xia Chuyu's face was so red that it seemed like blood was coming out, and her eyes were full of panic. "Don't. Suche, please." Xia Chuyu turned her head away and closed her eyes in panic. The long eyelashes kept trembling. Their widow vibe was instantly full. Little goldfish, do you know that the more you act like this, the easier it will be for you to seduce me into committing a crime? Only because I have high moral and psychological qualities can I avoid falling into the abyss of crime. Don't worry, when I say check your body, I mean it. Suche leaned over to Xia Chuyu's ear and spoke slowly. Then in the next second, he suddenly reached out and unzipped Xia Chuyu's loose school uniform. Chapter 9. Wow, amazing talent. R. Accompanied by Xia Chuyu's scream. Under the large school uniform, the magnificent and spectacular scene instantly appeared in front of Suche in an extremely shocking manner. "No. You are not allowed to look," Xia Chuyu said angrily, like a little kitten with bared fangs and claws. Then he raised his arms and hugged a certain part of his body that was overdeveloped, stopping Suche from looking any further. But she didn't know that her hug made the oppression even more spectacular. Suche glanced at him fiercely. "TSK, at least it's a cantaloupe. It's hard to imagine how a high school student who can't even get enough nutrition can do this. I guess it can only be attributed to talent. Acquired efforts are indeed nothing compared to innate talent." Suche was watching intently when the door of the duty room was suddenly pushed open. It turned out to be Chu Shijing, who had just returned after making a phone call. When Chu Shijing pushed the door open and saw this scene, he was stunned at first. The next second, he didn't know whether he thought of his daughter who was in junior high school, or felt sorry for an honest child like Xia Chuyu. He rushed forward, comparing it with the original text. Although Chu Shijing's English level was not very high, he also knew that Suche was not making up stories. It is indeed a word-for-word translation. You know, it's a professional book. Many of the words in it are simply beyond the reach of high school students. This kid, how did he do it? He looks like a poor student, but he appears to be able to surpass the top students. Weird, so weird. Chu Shijing couldn't help but raise Suche's evaluation by one level. After pretending to be a little cool, he shocked Chu Shijing. Suche put the book back to its place. If you don't put it back, it will be exposed. Although Suche had communicated with foreigners a lot for business reasons in his previous life, he still had some difficulty when it came to professional criminal investigation books. After all, one thing that English is often criticized for is that its professional vocabulary is too complex and too niche. Many words are invented on the spur of the moment. If you don't study them specifically, you wouldn't even know that such a word exists in the world. Unlike Chinese, where existing words are used to form words, even if you have never seen the word before, you can guess its general meaning based on the words. Suche, you are amazing. During the last exam, I thought you couldn't answer the questions, so I wrote you a little note. It turns out I was just being too sentimental. Xia Chuyu was also shocked, her mouth opened into a small O shape and she spoke. With the owner's personal admission, the mystery of the note was finally confirmed. The person who saved Suche's life was indeed Xia Chuyu. I don't like what you said. We are like two magnets. Opposite poles attract each other and we run in opposite directions. This is a law of nature that cannot be changed even by the gods. How can you call it self-indulgent? Suche corrected seriously. Xia Chuyu blushed again, lowered her head and stopped talking. Chu Shijing's mouth twitched. The favorable impression that had just formed in my heart towards Suche quickly disappeared. Where does this guy get so many flowery words? Look at the way he speaks without thinking. I wonder how many girls he must have deceived behind his back. Little scumbag. If Suche knew what Chu Shijing was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. It's obviously just a cheesy love talk from later generations. How did he become a scumbag? The standard for scumbags is too low. If this happens, won't all the liquors in the future become wolf kings? Suche, I asked about your website. Chu Shizheng finally got to the point. Mr. Zheng has just returned from studying abroad and wants to start an internet company in Antai. He also participated in Senior's website design competition, hoping to make a name for himself. But I didn't expect that you would suppress it by playing tricks to gain traffic. Second Master Zheng found out that your IP address was in Antai, so he started to have evil thoughts. I've already told them that this is a brand website, not a porn site. Mr. Zheng too probably won't touch you for the time being. Of course, the premise is that you are really a brand official website. Chu Shizheng looked at Suche deeply. It was obvious that Chu Shizheng had already seen through Suche's tricks. Remind Suche to quickly apply the patch. Hey, thank you Uncle Chu. Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but my website will definitely not hold you back in the future. On the contrary, it will help you. Suche assured. Chu Shizheng didn't take it to heart when he heard it. How can a small website created by a high school student help him? Okay, you two should hurry back to school. It's getting late, how about? I'll find someone to drive you back. Chu Shizheng said. When Suche heard this, he quickly refused. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Chu, but I really don't need it. Otherwise, rumors about us will spread all over the school tomorrow, saying that we have committed a crime and were arrested. We were caught having an affair by police. We are actually spies from American imperialism, and so on. Besides, where do you have extra staff right now? Aren't they all busy trying to my phone? Chu Shizheng nodded when he heard this. That's right. Okay, you two should be careful on the way, I won't see you off. Uncle Chu, please stay. I'm waiting to see your good news in the newspaper. Suche took Xia Chuyu's little hand and walked quickly outside. Chu Shizheng looked confused. This kid, why is he so impatient? He doesn't look like he wants to do anything good. Chapter 10, Back to School. Of course, go to the woods. After walking out of the police station, Suche still held Xia Chuyu's little hand and refused to let go. Suche, it's okay. Xia Chuyu protested in a low voice. But Suche acted as if he didn't hear anything and kept pulling Xia Chuyu and plunging into the deep night. In 2004, although there were street lights in Antai City, the road lighting project had not yet started and all the street lights were old and dim. Circles of light and shadows were projected on the ground, as if someone had urinated in a pool. It's the kind that causes severe inflammation. Suche, we've taken the wrong road. This road won't lead us to school. After walking for a while, Xia Chuyu found something wrong. He immediately reminded Suche. Unexpectedly, Suche did not stop and just answered, that's right. Who said we were going back to school? With such a beautiful view, of course we should go to the woods. Xia Chuyu shuddered. No. Xia Chuyu stuttered several times and her face turned pale with fear. She had never even thought about going into the woods, let alone doing it. Even though Suche had done her a favor and saved her from having to go to jail, but this can't be done. Miss Campus Belle, you don't seem to be willing. Suche turned his head, looked at Xia Chuyu under the street light with a smile, and said. The dim light shining on her face made her look even more pitiful and charming. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. A forced melon is not sweet. Just think about it, is it more embarrassing to hide in the woods or to make your story known to the whole school? By the way, your parents must feel equally ashamed, right? Brush. Xia Chuyu's face changed. It has to be said that Suche hit her soft spot. It would be fine if she was the only one who was embarrassed, but the most important thing was that her parents were embarrassed as well, and she couldn't accept that. Not to mention that her mother is ill. If she gets to know the news, she will be so angry that she will kill herself. Then she will have to live in guilt and regret for the rest of her life. Aye. Xia Chuyu trembled slightly, one hand helplessly twisting the corner of her clothes, her eyes filled with crystal tears. Although she tried hard to control her emotions and not let herself cry, there was already a hint of sobbing in her breathing. It was like a small white flower swaying in the crevice of a mountain stream, about to be destroyed by a storm, and I felt pity for it. Never mind. Suche looked at Xia Chuyu's appearance and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Although I'm not going back to school, I'm not going into the woods either. It's just going to Waizuan in the back mountain in the south of the city to pick up something. The reason I called you is because I'm scared. The longer the night, the more trouble there is. The 700,000 yuan hidden by Xu Maifeng must be obtained as soon as possible. What if Xu Maifeng can't bear it tonight and confesses everything? In addition, you need to find someone to keep watch. In case Xu Maifeng really confessed, the police would come over overnight. Or maybe Xu Maifeng informed a third party about this and the third party transferred the money away. In short, Xia Chuyu must go. Suche really doesn't feel at ease with anyone other than her. After hearing Suche's explanation, although Xia Chuyu was still a little skeptical, his emotions temporarily stabilized. Can't we go tomorrow? I haven't asked for leave from my homeroom teacher yet. Xia Chuyu came here skipping classes. She originally thought that she was going to go to jail soon, so it didn't matter whether she asked for leave or not. But she didn't expect that what seemed like a huge blow to her was easily handled by Suche. This matter cannot be delayed. If it is delayed, it will easily lead to accidents. Suche shook his head and refused. Then, regardless of whether Xia Chuyu agreed or not, he pulled Xia Chuyu and continued walking towards Waiziwan. Suche also wanted to take a taxi. But first of all, I gave all the money I had to Xia Chuyu, I can't ask her for it back, right? Secondly, it is easy to leave clues. Taxi drivers these days still retain a third of their sense of justice. Once they receive a police assistance notice, they must immediately report Suche's whereabouts. After all, it would be hard for passengers who went to Waiziwan late at night to forget about it. So for safety's sake, it's better to just lie down. The two walked for more than an hour and finally arrived at Wazy Bay. It was a dark and windy night in the wilderness. Even though she got Suche's assurance, Xia Chuyu couldn't help but feel scared. Stand here and keep watch. I'll go get the things. If anyone comes by, throw small stones into the bay to warn me. Suche gave Xia Chuyu some instructions. Then head straight to Wazy Bay. This Wazy Bay is full of lush wild grass, the most abundant of which is wild reeds. This is also the origin of the name Waiziwan. If there was no information from the previous life, even if we knew that Xu Maifeng hid the money here, there would be no way we could find it. I remember reading in the newspaper in my previous life that the police, based on Xu Maifeng's confession, eventually salvaged 700,000 in stolen money from under the base of a broken old turtle stele. Where is the old turtle monument? Suche used all his eyesight to look at it for most of the day. Finally, I saw a broken monument standing in the distance. In fact, to be precise, this stone tablet should be called the Bashir stele. One of the 9 sons of the dragon, specially used to control water. But the locals were uneducated and thought it looked like an old turtle, so they called it the Old Turtle Monument. Suche didn't have time to care what kind of monument it was. His mind was now entirely on the base of the broken monument. Is Xu Maifeng's 700,000 stolen money still there? Did Xu Maifeng change her hiding place in this life? Suche rolled up his trouser legs, held the Old Turtle Monument with one hand, and walked into the water carefully. Crash! A firefish was startled, splashed water and fled away in a hurry. Suche bent down and stretched out his hand to feel under the base of the stele. I was groping while feeling anxious. After all, there are often surprises in such wild bays. Touching a leech or something like that is only a small surprise, but touching a water wax strip as long as an arm is a big surprise. Fortunately, the things that Suche was worried about did not happen. After clearing away a pile of mud, Suche's palm finally touched a slippery oilcloth bag. The oilcloth bag was tied with a rope and was extremely sturdy. Suche gathered all his strength and pulled hard, and he fell directly into the water, and then he broke the rope. Without bothering to wipe off the mud and water on his body, Suche held the oilcloth bag in front of him. After taking a look, he grinned. In the night, several bundles of banknotes more than 10 centimeters high were squeezed into an oilcloth bag. One look at the height tells you this is a standard bundle of $100,000. There are 7 bundles in total, which means 700,000. For some reason, Suche had seen 7 billion in his previous life, but he had never been so excited to see these 700,000. Hey! It's actually still a bit heavy. Suche climbed ashore carrying the oilcloth bag in one hand. After looking around and making sure there were no suspicious people, he walked back to Xia Chuyu with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Xia Chuyu was originally on the lookout when he saw Suche return quietly with a large oilcloth bag in his hand. He looks like he has done nothing good. I couldn't help but be shocked. Suche, what did you take? Chapter 11 Court in Bed. To be honest, Shiachuyu was really afraid that after opening the oilcloth bag, he would see a human head inside. It's not that Shiachuyu thought too badly of Suche, but this situation and this scene really perfectly match the plot of those crime movies. What if it really is a human head? Do I want to report Suche myself? But Suche had just helped me. Shiachuyu looked conflicted. After a while, a look of determination suddenly flashed in his eyes. Without giving any explanation, he snatched the oilcloth bag from Suche's hand. The tone left no room for doubt. Suche, you haven't been here tonight. I did everything. Suche was stunned. What's going on? What kind of plot did this sister make up in her own imagination? Doesn't this girl think that the bag contains body parts or human heads? Suche felt he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, a warm feeling flowed through my heart. This silly girl, do you have to be so nice? Are you willing to take the blame for a crime like murder? So stupid. Although Suche was cursing Shiachuyu for being stupid in his heart, his nose felt sore for some reason. He reached out and wanted to hold Shiachuyu in his arms. But before he could hug it, Shiachuyu screamed in astonishment, "No, it's not a human head." After getting the oilcloth bag, she could already see the shapes of stacks of RMB inside the bag, whose head is rectangular and stacked up. Shiachuyu immediately realized that she had misunderstood Suche. Quickly returned the oilcloth bag to Suche. Sorry. I'm overthinking it. Shiachuyu blushed and apologized. Suche didn't say anything. As he untied the oilcloth bag, he said, "Since I asked you to come along, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Half for each." But he was stopped by Shiachuyu when he was halfway through solving the problem. No. As long as it's not a human head, I'll feel relieved. As for what it is, I don't want to know. Suche, let's go. Otherwise, we will be in trouble when the teacher checks the dormitory and finds that we are not here. After saying that, Shiachuyu turned around and walked back the way he came. Suche was left standing there in a daze, looking at Shiachuyu's back. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled. This silly girl doesn't even want money. But it doesn't matter. The money came from illegal sources, and giving it to Shiachuyu would be tantamount to harming her. It would be more appropriate to wait until Suche has laundered the money and then give it to her through other means. But, if Suche is willing to give it to her by then, will Shiachuyu be willing to accept it? This guy is such a stubborn guy that he even asks for an IOU even if he takes more than $100. I got it. Suche's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of an idea. But there is no rush to implement it now, let us hide the money first. 700,000 yuan in cash may not look small in size, but it is quite heavy. Especially since the cash is old bills and has been underwater for so long, it has absorbed a lot of moisture. Suche grunted as he carried the load, as tired as a dog. Fortunately, Shiachuyu knew little, otherwise Shiachuyu would have suspected that Suche was not very good and was a weakling. Finally, the two arrived at the school gate. Suche will definitely not enter the school. Damn, carrying so much money into school is no different from carrying a bag of meat buns into a doghouse. Don't think that school is a clean place. The place where petty theft occurs most is precisely school. Especially in 2004 when the internet was just emerging, the living expenses of internet-addicted teenagers were seriously unable to match their growing internet addiction. So in order to get money for internet access, they would do anything. If you dare to leave money in the dormitory, they will pry open the door and steal everything while you are in class. This is still okay. The most outrageous thing is that after the evening self-study class, they sneak into the classroom, randomly select a few students they don't like, and pack up all their textbooks and test papers. Sell it to the recycling station as scrap. When the student whose items were stolen woke up the next morning, he was dumbfounded and fainted in front of his desk crying. So these 700,000 yuan definitely cannot be brought into the school. Suche thought about it and finally decided to take it home first. After returning from rebirth, the first thing he did was naturally to save Shiachuyu. This matter has been completed. I don't know whether Shiachuyu will encounter life-threatening danger in the future, but at least Shiachuyu's fate has changed. In the previous life, Shiachuyu was already lying on the board at this time, becoming a common taboo for the police and the school. The second thing, naturally, is to see my parents again. In his previous life, although Suche's parents did not die in an accident, they did not live long. They all passed away when Suche was 30 years old. The root cause was that he worked too hard for that small factory when he was young and damaged his health. In this life, Suche will definitely not let his parents continue to mess around with that small factory. That small broken factory not only took away my parents' bodies, but also their spirits. Suche clearly remembered that his parents tried desperately to save the factory, but in the end they were powerless. The factory went bankrupt half a year later, and his parents were left with a huge debt. From then on, they seemed to have lost their energy and spirit and aged rapidly. I didn't live up to my expectations and failed to get into a good university. The relatives who used to fawn over you have all become sarcastic. Suche got angry every time he thought about it. I don't talk about wealth and glory in this life, but I must make my parents proud and have a separate family tree. That's what I must do. Although Suche, who was worth billions in his previous life, also had a separate family tree, that was only done after his parents died. There is no need to be too early in this life, just decide. About 19 years old. Well, there's still 1 year left. You go back to school by yourself, I'll go home. Suche waved at Shiachuyu. Shiachuyu didn't say anything, just nodded. Just wanted to leave. Suddenly Suche called out to him, "Wait a minute." Shiachuyu turned around with a puzzled look on her face and looked at Suche. There was a cunning light flashing in Suche's eyes, like a weasel that had not eaten meat for half a year, which made Shiachuyu feel flustered. The matter of Zui Huayin is a little secret between us. Since it's a secret, I won't talk about it. If you don't believe me. Suche suddenly took a step forward. Shiachuyu was shocked and said quickly, "I believe it." "No, you don't believe it." Suche corrected seriously. Then he grabbed Shiachuyu. "So in order to make you believe it, let's stamp it as proof." Boo! The word, certificate, was still echoing in the air, and Suche's mouth had already been imprinted on Shiachuyu's lips. Shiachuyu felt like she was electrocuted. Her brain went blank and she was at a loss. Only the trembling body remained, still functioning instinctively. "Suche, no. No." After a long time, Shiachuyu finally reacted. He pushed Suche away. Then he was like a frightened deer, covering his madly beating heart, and ran into the campus. That's all. I didn't even have a chance to stick out my tongue. What a loss. Suche looked regretful. Forget it, there's still a long way to go. Suche waved his hand. Carrying the oilcloth bag, he walked towards home. What Suche didn't know was that shortly after he left, a figure walked out in the night. It turned out to be the principal of Anti-No. 1 Middle School. The whole scene just now was seen by the principal. Suche was caught in bed with his lover. Chapter 12, Fuck. Suche tiptoed back home. The first thing you do when you open the door is go straight to the toilet. Lift open the toilet tank and throw it in. Anyway, this money won't be hidden for long and will have to be spent soon. If you throw it into the water tank, it will definitely not be discovered in a short time. Suche's parents were still awake at this time. When I heard the door open, I immediately knew that my son was back. Boom boom boom. Suche's father knocked on the bathroom door. "Isn't the holiday next Saturday? Why are you back today?" S province, where Anti-No. 1 Middle School is located, is famous for its involution and cruelty. Even if you are local, you have to live in the school dormitory. We only get 1.5 days off a month. We have a day off every Saturday afternoon and come back to study on weekend afternoons. Students are not allowed to leave the school during the rest of the time. Of course, this ban is meaningless to Suche. 3 years of being a poor student had already enabled him to master many ways of skipping school. He even did things like carving his own stamps and imitating the handwriting of his class teacher to write leave notes. "It's okay, I just ran out of money. I'll go home and get some." Suche pretended to have just urinated, opened the toilet door and said, "If you say I miss my parents, it will scare them instead." After all, Suche was still a little bastard at this age in his previous life. He had no other topics to talk about except asking his parents for gold coins every day. After hearing this, the doubts in Suche's father's eyes slowly disappeared. "This is in line with my son's personality. Didn't I give you 500 yuan at the beginning of the month? Did you spend it all so quickly? Do you know how much a worker in our factory earns after working so hard for a month? $750. You're a student and you've spent all the 500 in less than a month. If they knew, they would definitely call you a spendthrift. Suche's father scolded as usual. All right, the child is still growing, so what if he spends a little more? Lao Su, give him another 200 yuan. Suche's mother also came out and said. It has to be Empress Dowager Zhang. If the old Buddha gives me some of the money for repairing the garden, won't it be enough for me to live a carefree month? Your son thanks Empress Dowager Zhang. Suche looked at his mother and spoke in the tone of a TV drama on purpose. But behind the scenes, her eyes were slightly red. In his previous life, Suche was so absorbed in the pleasure of youth that he didn't notice that his parents were actually beginning to show signs of aging. Especially Empress Dowager Zhang, who was also the proprietress of a small factory. But instead of becoming a younger and younger wealthy lady by maintaining her appearance, the wrinkles around her eyes became increasingly deeper. I think you deserve a beating. How can your family get the money to repair the garden now? Suche's father said unhappily. Why are you telling this to your child? Suche, take it. There's only a little over a month left until the college entrance exam, and your parents don't expect you to get into a prestigious university. But at least don't do anything weird and take the college entrance exam honestly. When the results come out, if you're okay, your parents will buy you a place in a third-tier university. If not, you can go to a junior college. Anyway, you have to go to school. If you don't go to college, you'll just be a hard laborer like us. Many people think that small bosses don't have to work, but in fact, this is wrong. Many small bosses are actually high-level workers who work for themselves. They not only have to do physical labor but also mental labor. More tired. As for the 3 books mentioned by Suche's mother, they are products of the old era. It was phased out in 2014. The third-tier colleges are different from the second-tier colleges, and many third-tier colleges are privately run. This means that as long as you have the money, you can study. Although it costs money, there are still many parents willing to pay. The reason is simple, it is because a third-year degree is also a bachelor's degree, and you can get a bachelor's degree. It was obvious that this was what Suche's parents were planning. The undergraduate degree in 2004 is not very valuable, but it's okay. It's not like 20 years later, when graduate students are everywhere and undergraduates are worse than dogs. This is also the reason why Suche would have been beaten to death by his parents if he had failed the exam and been expelled. Suche's parents really have high hopes for Suche. Suche took the 200 yuan handed over by Empress Dowager Zhang. There is less than a week left until the holiday. 200 yuan is indeed a bit too much. You have to know that these days, the monthly food expenses for most students are still around 150 yuan. Even among college students, there are many who earn 300 yuan a month. Suche had actually already lived a bourgeois life in advance. Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't that an insult to your son? To be honest, your son doesn't even look down on a first-tier university now. Even if it's a school like Aurora, Tsinghua or Peking University, he won't go there unless I like it. Old Su, let's destroy him humanely. Faced with her son's outrageous words, Empress Dowager Zhang couldn't bear to watch and spoke. Suche's father immediately began to take off their 7 wolves around his waist. The sword in the loving father's hand slashes the wandering son. Suche was so scared that he rushed back to his bedroom. It's not even possible to tell the truth these days. It's so hard. Suche closed the door and sighed. Lying on the bed, Suche looked around at the walls covered with posters of King Ju. At this time, King Ju had already become famous and would release the album Calixiang in August, which would make him completely popular all over the country. I'm really afraid that I'll wake up and end up back on that cold hospital bed, Suche said dimly. But it is basically impossible. At this point, Suche is 100% sure that he has been reborn. There is nothing to worry about academically. The only thing you need to think about is whether or not to take that unconventional path. If I hadn't discovered Xie Chuyu's talent, and if I hadn't met Xu Shijing by chance, I would definitely not have chosen that path. But with these 2 people, it's like getting 2 SSR character cards for free at the start of the game. If I don't take that wild path, I'd be letting down this cheat God gave me. The internet in 2004 was no longer like it was in 2000, when everything was blank. Whether it is Tencent or Taobao, they have already been born. In addition, there are giants such as Sohu, Winey and Sina. They have already completed the initial accumulation and are sprinting towards becoming bigger and stronger. Even if Suche was reborn, it would be difficult for him to surpass them in the same field. Do you really think that the son of the plane is just a decoration? Wang Mang, who looked down on the son of the plane, became a laughingstock for 1,000 years after being defeated by a meteorite spell. Suche doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. So Suche must take a different path from them. It's just that the number of internet users in China in 2004 was very limited, unlike 20 years later when everyone is an internet user. Each giant strictly guards its own user traffic, and they will fight to the death with anyone who dares to compete for users or affect their traffic. The 3Q war a few years later was enough to prove this. It was a good thing that the red-dressed leader ran fast, otherwise he would have been sent to jail for a few years by Brother Mar. It would be extremely difficult for Suche to snatch food from the mouths of these giants. However, there is a way that these giants are unwilling to do, but can attract a large amount of traffic in a short period of time. That is, fuck it. Chapter 13. The old bitch has no moral principles. Of course, doing this kind of thing is illegal in China. But the characteristics of the internet mean that we have to do it. Even when Pony Mar first created QQ, he once personally pretended to be a girl and chatted with people to attract traffic. Suche's idea was to first use the erotic but not obscene style of drunk in the flower shades to pry open a gap. On the surface, it is the official website of a sexy lingerie brand, so it can avoid legal risks. In fact, it operates independently, creates hype and obtains traffic. When the traffic is large enough, they will launch a giant-level software that should not appear in this era. Play quickly. The download volume of this software at that time accounted for 3/4 of the number of internet users in China. It's a pity that the boss didn't know how to quit while he was ahead and was arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Suche certainly doesn't want to repeat his mistakes. Therefore, Suche must cash out at a high price at the most appropriate time and withdraw. As for the successor, that is none of Suche's business. I would rather die than let my friend die. Of course, Suche had to take one thing away when he left. Fast streaming traffic. That's where speed broadcasting is most valuable. It is also the confidence that Suche will unify the world for thousands of years in the future. As for how to take it away, it would take time to figure it out. I'll have to think about it slowly later. Don't think too much about the big strategic direction. The more you think about it, the easier it is to go wrong. Just have a general idea. For now, we still have to build Zui Huayin step by step. The most urgent task is to make good on the boasts we made. Turn Zui Huayin into a sexy lingerie website to prevent that Mr. Zheng from doing anything else. This is actually not difficult. My parents' small factory can just switch to producing sexy lingerie. Their factory is going to fail anyway. But how can I persuade him? Suche was in trouble again. Before Suche could figure it out, he suddenly heard Empress Dowager Zhong's cell phone ringing outside. In 2004, mobile phones were not a rare commodity, but they were definitely not common either. Especially in a small place like Antai. A mobile phone can easily cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which is equivalent to several months' salary for an ordinary worker. If Suche's parents weren't running a business, they wouldn't have mobile phones. Even so, it was only the cheapest model Nokia 3120, with a launch price of 1,680 yuan. Through the door, Suche heard Empress Dowager Zhong answering the phone. He definitely couldn't hear the sound on the other end of the phone, but Suche could hear clearly the increasingly high-pitched voice of Empress Dowager Zhong on this end. What? Suche skipped school. And harassing female classmates. Principal Li, I understand. Don't be angry, I will teach him a lesson right away. Well, I will ask for 3 months of sick leave in advance. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Oh yeah, the college entrance exam is just over a month away. If 100 days won't work, then I'll just stick with 10 days. Empress Dowager Zhong was just like the real Empress Dowager Cixi, so cruel and ruthless. Just by hearing it, Suche was already terrified. Don't even mention the experience. There was just one thing that Suche couldn't understand. It was just skipping school. Suche had done this many times before. The principal had not cared about it before, and had let Suche fend for himself, so why did he suddenly complain to his parents today? Suche suddenly thought of the principal's words, harassing female classmates, and was instantly startled. Could it be that I forcefully kissed Xia Chuyu at the school gate and was seen by the principal? It must be. Who is Xia Chuyu? A promising candidate for both Peking University and Tsinghua University, the principal's favorite. He will not allow anyone to influence her state before the college entrance examination. How could the principal not be angry when Suche treated Shio-Chuyu like this? You old bitch has no moral principles. You could have just reprimanded me, but you insisted on suing my parents. Okay, I'll remember this grudge. Shio-Chuyu is a good student, she's a treasure, and I'm just a picky person. The third mock exam is next week, you can just wait and chase after me and call me Master Su. Suche said angrily. He was not reborn without any preparation. He has a secret weapon. Speaking of which, this secret weapon is thanks to that vicious ex-wife. With this secret weapon, Suche opened the door. Before Suche could finish his fantasy, he was interrupted by the murderous voice of Empress Dowager Zhang. Suche was only 2 seconds slow, and then he heard a bang and the door was kicked open. Empress Dowager Zhang held the imperial sword in her hand, a feather duster passed down by Suche's grandmother. Without saying a word, she pressed Suche on the bed and started beating him. You're skipping school. You're not learning well. You're not allowed to harass your female classmates. You can learn from anyone, but your dad. Your dad was like this too. You and your son are like 2 wolves at the top and a crooked bottom. Suche's father, who had already walked to the door and wanted to ask his wife if she needed help, silently retreated after hearing this. And he looked at his son with sympathy. This is the first time I feel it's good to raise a son. If it was a daughter, I would definitely be the one to receive the beating. Suche's father shook his head and sighed, then slipped back into the bedroom. The only sound left was Suche's screams, which filled the room. Finally, Empress Dowager Zhang had enough. The anger also subsided. Throwing down a sentence, I will go to school with you tomorrow. Suche lay on the bed, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Just wait until Empress Dowager Zhang leaves and close the door. Suche suddenly rolled over and took out a silicone pad from behind his butt. Hey! Fortunately, I still remember this treasure. He stuffed it into his pants before Empress Dowager Zhang came in. As for how this treasure came about, you have to watch CCTV's news program on Meet Ganoderma lucidum. The reporter looked so naive, just like Suche when he first picked up this thing. Chapter 14, Expelled. Early the next morning, Suche was pulled out of bed by Empress Dowager Zhang before he even woke up. Empress Dowager Zhang had a cold face and said nothing. He started the van used to transport goods and drove towards Anti-Number 1 Middle School. The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing. If it were Suche from the previous life, he would definitely be extremely worried. But Suche in this life didn't take it to heart at all. Mr. Su's goal in this life is to battle with international giants. It would be a joke if even a high school principal could become a stumbling block. Entered number 1 middle school. Empress Dowager Zhang led Suche directly to the principal's office. Boom boom boom. The principal's voice came from inside the door, come in. When the door opened and the principal saw that it was Suche and his mother who came in, his expression immediately became much colder. Come on, sit down. The principal lowered his head and wrote something on the paper. Chinese parents, unless they are extremely wealthy, are naturally inferior to school teachers even if they have a little money. There is no way, who let my child be in someone else's hands. The kidnappers can still negotiate with money, but teacher, money alone is useless. If you don't respect others, they will kill you in a minute and make things difficult for your children. After all, in 2004, teachers were still the absolute authority. Beating and scolding students were common occurrences. There were even some teachers with extremely poor professional ethics who would find any excuse to beat students after getting drunk. He didn't even have to apologize afterwards, just acted as if nothing had happened. All we can say is that the times were not advanced enough saved them. 20 years later, they would be crying and apologizing in front of the camera in no time. Sign it. The principal finally finished writing, and then threw their completed list in front of Empress Dowager Zhang. Empress Dowager Zhang picked it up and looked at it in surprise. The next second, he trembled all over and almost fell to his knees in front of the principal. Principal Lee. This won't do. The college entrance examination is just over a month away. If you fire Suche at this time, won't that ruin his future? What the principal just wrote was a notice of expulsion. If I don't block his way, he will block the way for others. Your child is a treasure, but other people's children are not. I don't want to tell you any more. Just look at this for yourself. The principal seemed to get angrier the more he spoke and stood up with a bang. He threw a sharp mobile phone in front of Empress Dowager Zhang. On the phone screen, there was a short video. In 2004, mobile phones had just gained the ability to record videos, and 2 million pixels was already the top-end feature, but they could not record for too long. 15 seconds maximum. So the whole video looks a bit blurry. But you can still vaguely see that the girl in the video is pretty, especially her pair of watery peach blossom eyes. Even under the blurred pixels, she still shows a breathtaking beauty. This girl is so beautiful. Empress Dowager Zhang was just about to sigh. I didn't expect that I would be stunned in the same place the next second. In the video, a boy suddenly jumped out like a pig digging for cabbage and kissed the beautiful girl on the mouth. At first, Empress Dowager Zhang was indignant, whose little bastard is this? But he shut his mouth halfway through his curse. Because Empress Dowager Zhang has already seen that it is her own little bastard. The video has finished playing. Empress Dowager Zhang looked embarrassed. Suche's expression became even more embarrassed. He guessed correctly, his affair with Xia Chuyu was indeed exposed. Damn, who would have thought that Suche in 2024 did not enter their domestic amateur zone, but Suche in 2004 did. Old bastard, we can't coexist. Suche was so angry. Principal Lee, I didn't expect Suche to be so bold. How about this? I'll talk to the girl's parents and give her some mental compensation. It doesn't matter if it's more, as long as Suche can take the college entrance examination safely. Empress Dowager Zhang said. Empress Dowager Zhang thought that the girl's parents were unhappy and demanded that Suche be expelled. It would have been fine if Empress Dowager Zhang hadn't said this, but as soon as she said this, the principal got angry. Vulgar. Stinky. Rotten. Can money solve all problems? Do you know who he kissed? Xia Chuyu. Our #1 middle school is a sure candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. It would be fine if it was any other time, but it is precisely because there is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination that I have to expel him. I can't let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Take him away as soon as possible. The principal angrily slammed the table and started to chase people away. Suche became unhappy when he heard this. Principal Lee, I have no objection to you expelling me, but I don't agree with you insulting me as a rat shit. The principal snorted coldly, why, are you still wronged? Suche did not argue, but just looked at the principal deeply and said, is this okay? I'll give you a score, 650. If I can't get this score in the mock test next Wednesday, you don't have to expel me, I'll just leave on my own. But I got this score, please apologize to me and worship me. Phew. Upon hearing this score, the principal was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. 650. That is one of the top 10 scores in the grade. You know, the top scorer in the province's college entrance examination last year only scored 680 points. Is Suche crazy, or is he hallucinating? What the principal didn't know was that Suche deliberately lowered the score to 650 because he was afraid of scaring the principal. In fact, with a secret weapon in hand, Suche dares to challenge even 750 points, let alone 650 points. Okay, I don't have time to tell jokes to you too. Let's go. However, the principal ignored Suche's words and waved his hand, insisting on expelling Suche. Principal, you forced me to do this. Upon seeing this, Empress Dowager Zhang seemed to have made up her mind and reached for the rubber band that tied her hair behind her head with her right hand. Fuck. What does Empress Dowager Zhang want to do? Seeing this scene, Suche shuddered. For no reason, I thought of the plot in the previous life's Charlotte's Troubles, in which Charlotte's mother deliberately messed up her hair and clothes and lied that the principal had molested her in order to prevent Charlotte from being expelled. It hasn't come to that. Oh my god, it really hasn't come to that. Suche hurried forward and tried to stop it. Who knew that Empress Dowager Zhang was really just fixing her hair? It was a false alarm. Suche breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, Empress Dowager Zhang suddenly opened the window of the principal's office the next second. With a calm and cold face, he said, Principal, since you don't want us to live, then we won't live. After saying that, he pretended to jump. The principal was instantly terrified. Just as I was about to say something, I heard a knock on the principal's office door. At the same time, a voice sounded outside the door, Principal, I am Xia Chuyu. I want to respond to the issue regarding Suche's dismissal. Xia Chuyu? The juicy cabbage that was eaten by your own son? Upon hearing the name, Empress Dowager Zhang temporarily stopped her performance. The principal couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and opened the door in surprise. Didn't he have the class teacher inform Xia Chuyu that Suche would be expelled soon and would definitely not be allowed to affect her college entrance examination? Did she still feel that it was not enough and wanted a more severe punishment? But this is the only power the school has. The door is open. Xia Chuyu walked in. Hello, principal. Hello, auntie. Xia Chuyu first greeted the principal and Empress Dowager Zhang politely. This girl is even prettier than in the phone. If she could really be my daughter-in-law. This was Empress Dowager Zhang's first reaction after seeing Xia Chuyu. Then he realized that now was not the time to think about these things, as his son's life was in the hands of another girl. Just when Empress Dowager Zhang wanted to step forward and plead with Xia Chuyu. Xia Chuyu, however, spoke first and said something earth-shattering. Chapter 15. I still like your unruly look. Principal, actually. I was the one who kissed Suche. Boom. The principal's office seemed to have its mute button pressed. The room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief and looked at Xia Chuyu. Xia Chuyu seemed to have used up all her strength to say this. His face turned red and he lowered his head. I didn't dare to look anyone in the eye. The principal's eyes widened behind his glasses. At the same time, he was a little angry, as if saying, "What are you talking about? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Reorganize your words for me." Empress Dowager Zhang seemed to have discovered some gossip. She was shocked but also full of interest. Hey, my little bastard is really good. Can wild boars really eat bran these days? Can a crow really mate with a phoenix? Suche's pupils trembled first, and then he showed a domineering smile. Woman, you are playing with fire. Do you know that this means that you may never escape from my palm in this life? Bang! It was the wind that blew the curtains and hit the dark red window frames covered with rust, which awakened the people who were feeling very emotional. The principal sighed, and that look in his eyes perfectly demonstrated what it meant to pity their misfortune and be angry at their lack of resistance. He was too lazy to say anything more, just waved his hand. Xia Chuyu, you go back first. As for Suche, the original verdict is upheld. When Empress Dowager Zhang heard what the principal said, she was immediately displeased. Principal Li, classmate Xia clearly admitted that she kissed my Suche, so my Suche is the victim. Empress Dowager Zhang, who had been saying, "We are right and we have nothing to fear," for some reason her voice suddenly weakened after she said the word victim. It seemed that even she herself felt it was unreliable. The principal snorted coldly and took out the video from his phone again. Do you really have to make me lose face? In the video, Xia Chuyu stood there motionless, and Suche bit her like a wild boar that had been hungry for half a year. Victim. He. Empress Dowager Zhang immediately covered her face with her hands, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Xia Chuyu was even more panicked. She never expected that the principal actually took a video. It's over. What to do? Xia Chuyu's big eyes flashed with panic and she kept looking at Suche. It seemed like he was asking Suche for help. Suche winked at her, signaling her to stay calm. The person standing in front of me is just the principal of a county-level high school, not the Secretary General of the United Nations. Suche actually thought of a countermeasure last night. Lao Deng, you don't have any moral principles, do you? Then I'll find someone who can teach you martial ethics. Look at the time, it should be almost time, right? Are you still not leaving? Do I have to call security? The principal said impatiently. Suche glanced at the principal calmly. Why are you in such a hurry? Why do I feel that you don't just want to expel me because of Xia Chuyu? To be honest, Suche's behavior certainly made the principal very angry, and it did have the suspicion of affecting the studies of Xia Chuyu, a promising student from Peking University or Tsinghua University. But, the crime does not warrant death. Not to mention that Suche also made a bet with the principal that he would score above 650 in the mock test next Wednesday. The principal doesn't need to rush at this point. He can just wait until the third mock exam results come out and then let Suche leave in a fair and open manner. But the principal didn't. The principal couldn't wait to expel Suche. This inevitably aroused Suche's suspicion. When the principal heard Suche's words, his face immediately turned red. There was also a hint of panic in his tone. Suche, you don't talk nonsense. When Suche saw this scene, he immediately understood. Sure enough, there are other reasons. Having said that, people in the education system are still thin-skinned and can't hide things. If it were Suche, no matter if there were other reasons or not, he would definitely deny it without changing his expression or heartbeat. And you have to turn the tables. Comrade Li Laodang, you still need to gain more experience. Suche said in his heart. Boom boom boom. Just when the atmosphere on the scene became a little subtle, suddenly there was another knock on the door. The principal was already upset after being exposed by Suche. When he heard the uninvited knock on the door, he immediately said angrily, "Come in if you have something to do, get out if you don't." Creak. The door was pushed open. A man walked into the principal's office with a cold sneer on his face. "Fortunately, I really have something to do, otherwise I would have left." Brush. When the principal saw this person, his expression changed immediately. Chu Suo. Why are you here? No, I wasn't talking about you just now. The person who came was none other than Chu Shizhen. Although the Hualongwen police station is superficially called a police station, it will actually be merged with several other police stations in the urban area to form a branch next year. Therefore, Hualongwen police station is not a police station in the general sense, and the status of its chief is naturally higher than that of an ordinary chief. Not to mention that Chu Shizhen also serves as the deputy director of the Regional Management Committee. Considering that Chu Shizhen is an old policeman rooted in Antai City, it is not surprising that he can serve as the director and deputy director at the same time. But Chusha happened to come from nowhere. Anyone with a quick mind can sense the meaning behind it. Naturally, they dared not treat Chu Shizhen as an ordinary director. The principal's heart was beating fast at this moment. He has no friendship with Chu Shizhen. Why did Chu Shizhen come to his house this time? Chu Shizhen was in no hurry to speak. Instead, he glanced at Suche first, with a gloating look in his eyes. "You little brat, you got your comeuppance. I'll let you eat shredded ginger." Then he sat down slowly. He fished out a document from his briefcase and handed it to the principal. The principal took it doubtfully. "I just took a look and was immediately startled." Really? Chu Shizhen replied in a bad tone, "If it's not true, could it be fake? I made a special trip just to tease you." That's not what I meant. I just feel shocked. I didn't expect our school could produce such outstanding talents." The principal held the document, his eyes full of surprise and excitement. "This is just a preliminary draft. Once the facts of the case are sorted out and the verdict is announced, we will make a formal announcement. By then, this notice will be seen in all major newspapers, television stations, and even on the desks of provincial leaders. Of course, in order to protect the safety of the parties involved, we cannot mention specific names. We only say that it was a certain student from Antai No. 1 Middle School who played a significant role in the case." Chusher is on the right track. Upon hearing this, the principal's already excited expression became even more excited. "It's better not to write your name, In this way, the name of Antai No. 1 Middle School will be known throughout the entire S province, and will also be heard by the provincial leaders." Good. Student Suche, well done. The principal slammed the table and shouted. This scared Empress Dowager Zhang and Xie Chuyu. "Is the principal mentally ill? Why are you so startled? The most important thing is, wasn't he shouting for Suche to be fired just a second ago? Why are you praising Suche again? What kind of document did Chu Shijing bring that could make the principal of a key high school so arrogant at first and then so respectful?" Suche was not surprised at the principal's reaction. With a teasing look on his face, he looked at the principal and said, "I still like your unruly side. Recover for a while." Chapter 16 The person I least want to see in this life. The principal's excited expression froze on his face in an instant. It took him a long while to recover, and he said hesitantly, "Student Suche, there are some misunderstandings between us. But no matter what, it can't affect your contribution to Antai No. 1 Middle School." The principal directly rose to the level of contribution. There's no way, this is exactly what he lacks now. He has been the principal for many years and has always wanted to move up. However, teaching results alone are not enough, unless Antai No. 1 Middle School can produce a person of the level of the provincial top student. But apart from his teaching achievements, he has nothing else to show for it. Unexpectedly, Suche gave him a big surprise. Help the public security organ solve a major case. The most important thing is that this case is full of stories. Once the police announce it to the public, it may cause heated discussions not only in Anti-City and S province, but also in the whole of China. By then, the reputation of Anti-Number 1 Middle School will be known throughout the country along with this case. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Unexpectedly, Suche seemed unable to resonate with the principal at all and could not feel the principal's excitement. Suche waved his hand. "I'm sorry, Principal Lee. Just now, you threw me a notice of expulsion and told me that I was expelled. So strictly speaking, I am no longer a student of Anti-Number 1 Middle School. Uncle Chu." Suche turned and looked at Chu Shizhen. "When you report this to the police, please remember to correct this. After all, Principal Lee said I was the bad apple, and I can't bring shame to Anti-Number 1 Middle School." Brush. The principal's expression changed instantly. He was obviously angry and anxious, but he couldn't show it. He had to bite the bullet and try to please Suche. Student Suche must have remembered it wrongly. How could I possibly say something like that? Besides, the principal didn't understand the situation clearly before and wrongly accused you, Suche. The principal apologizes to you. As for the notice of expulsion, since it is an injustice, then there is definitely no need for it to exist. After saying that, the principal picked up the expulsion notice on the table and tore it to pieces. Just now Suche complained that the principal was thin-skinned, but in the blink of an eye, the principal showed Suche what it means to be thick-skinned. "Suche, the principal is apologizing to you, why are you standing there? Hurry up and say it's okay." Although Empress Dowager Zhang still didn't quite understand how this dramatic turn happened. But that didn't stop her from taking advantage of the situation. Relying on blood suppression, he directly forced Suche to accept the apology. Suche sighed. In fact, he wanted to provoke the principal further, but who let his own mother speak? That's all for now. Anyway, there will be 3 mock exams next week, so there will be exciting opportunities. If the principal doesn't run to Suche and take out a yellow robe to put on Suche at that time, it will be considered that he has great determination. "Kid, quit while you're ahead." Chusha was sitting on a chair and kicked Suche as well. His mouth was slightly open, and he didn't say anything explicitly, but the shape of his lips roughly reflected these words. "Okay. Since it's a misunderstanding, I accept the principal's apology," Suche said. Upon hearing this, the principal breathed a sigh of relief. Although I felt inexplicably aggrieved in my heart. As the head of a school, how could he be reduced to apologizing to his students? But he changed his mind and thought that by the time the case became public, he would become famous across the country as the principal of a middle school and gain approval from his superiors. What does this little grievance matter right now? People are most afraid of finding a way out for themselves. Once you find a way out, you can swallow any grievance. The principal successfully found the steps, and for some reason, even the look he gave Suche was slightly smiling. Walk out of the principal's office. Xia Chuyu didn't dare to say a word. She just lowered her head and stammered, "Auntie, I'm leaving. Uncle Chu, I'm leaving." Then he lowered his head and walked quickly like a thief. Bang! As a result, he accidentally bumped into a pillar. Fortunately, a certain part of his body was well developed and acted as a buffer, so he did not hit his head and bleed on the spot. "Hey, kid! Watch the road!" Empress Dowager Zhang was so distressed that she stamped her feet and cried. Okay. Xia Chuyu rubbed his smooth forehead and responded while fleeing. Not only because she was exposed for taking the blame for Suche today, but also because of the arrival of Empress Dowager Zhang. Both things made her feel a little embarrassed. Chu Shijing smiled as he watched Xia Chuyu leave, and patted Suche on the shoulder. "You kid." Chusha was originally about to say, "What a waste of such a good girl," but when he saw Empress Dowager Zhang right next to him, he swallowed the second half of his words. He changed it to introduce the case. "Chu Maifeng has confessed, and the 419 case has finally come to a successful conclusion without any regrets. On behalf of the victims who died, thank you very much." Suche said, "It's what I should do." In fact, he was muttering in his heart, if Chu Shijing knew that he took away 700,000 stolen money, I wonder if Chu Shijing would still be able to say the 8 words, "No regrets," a perfect ending. However, Chu Shijing did not mention this, which proves that Chu Maifeng did not confess to hiding the 700,000 yuan of stolen money at first, just like in her previous life. It was not until he was about to be executed and he became afraid that he confessed the crime in an attempt to reduce his sentence. It's a pity that she not only participated in the robbery, but also killed people. There is no room for negotiation. After the police found the stolen money, they still sent her to the execution ground. By the way, today's incident may not be that simple. I can only guarantee that they can't touch you at the public security level, but you have to be careful on other levels. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. Before Chu Shijing left, he left behind these words. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Suche waved. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. You are so good, Mr. Zheng. Do you really think you are something important? Knowing that Chu Shijing had interceded for him, he still attacked him. Well, Suche had never intended to let go of the grudge. It's a good time to settle new and old grudges together. Didn't you come back from studying abroad and want to start a business in Antai to prove yourself? Then I will make sure you can never prove yourself. Even if you prove it, it can only prove that you are a waste. Mom, I'm going back to class. Suche glanced at Empress Dowager Zhang and said. Empress Dowager Zhang nodded, go. Don't bully Xiaoxia. If I find out, you'll die. After hearing what Empress Dowager Zhang said, Suche felt strange. Why is Empress Dowager Zhang so disloyal? Is Xia Chuyu your closest relative, or am I your closest relative? After saying goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhang, Suche returned to the classroom. Just when he was about to push the door open, he met the person Suche least wanted to see in his life. Chapter 17, Their Vicious Ex-Wife, Zhuang Jieyue. Since his rebirth, Suche almost forgot the existence of this person. Unexpectedly, he finally appeared in front of Suche. This person is the vicious ex-wife who killed Suche in the previous life, Zhuang Jieyue. Suche, actually I have always had a good impression of you. The reason I rejected you yesterday was because I thought we were still young. Zhuang Jieyue looked calm and innocent, blinking as she looked at Suche and said. Suche then remembered that yesterday was not only the day Xia Chuyu died, but also the day he confessed his love to Zhuang Jieyue. At that time, he confessed his love to Zhuang Jieyue in front of all the teachers and students at a school meeting. As a result, he was ruthlessly rejected by Zhuang Jieyue and was greatly embarrassed. Suche, wait until college. Without waiting for Zhuang Jieyue to finish speaking, Suche interrupted her. And he looked at Zhuang Jieyue with a sarcastic look. Suche had heard similar remarks more than once in his previous life. When you are in high school, you wait until you go to college. When you are in college, you wait until you get a job. When you are working, you wait until you have a stable income. In his previous life, Suche was willing to be Zhuang Jieyue's bootlicker wholeheartedly, but in this life, I'm sorry. If Suche hadn't been angry today, he would have taken off his pants to wake her up. Zhuang Jieyue, you should be glad that I don't have time to deal with you now. Otherwise, based on what you've done, I definitely don't mind keeping you 18 forever. Suche said coldly with a gleam in his eyes. 3 years. In his previous life, Suche was poisoned by Zhuang Jieyue and lay in bed in a vegetative state for 3 years. It was only because Suche signed a power of attorney in order to win the favor of Zhuang Jieyue at that time. When Suche was not biologically dead but unable to handle the company's affairs, Zhuang Jieyue could exercise the decision-making power on Suche's behalf. Slowly transfer the company's property to her name. Originally, Suche realized Zhuang Jieyue's conspiracy as soon as he was poisoned. They want to use psychological suggestion to imagine themselves bleeding, their organs rotting, etc., so that their vital signs will deteriorate rapidly. In this way, within 10 days, Suche will be dead in the true sense. Let Zhuang Jieyue's plan to slowly transfer his property fail. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Jieyue actually noticed Suche's thoughts and immediately dropped a bombshell. This forced Suche to stop his suicide plan. Suche's eyes were slightly blurred, the scene in front of him shook, and in a trance he returned to the scene in his previous life. At that time, Suche was lying on the hospital bed, barely breathing. Zhuang Jieyue, wearing a black dress and fiery red lips, came to Suche's bedside and gently stroked Suche's cheek. It seems you have already guessed it. Yes, I am the one who made you look like this now. As for the reason, it's very simple. Zhuang Jieyue smiled. I have never loved you. Every time you touch me, I resist with all my heart and feel disgusted. But there's nothing I can do. How could you, a bootlicker whom I looked down upon in high school, suddenly become rich? And we have also signed a power of attorney. If you are not biologically dead but are unable to handle the company's affairs, I, as your legal wife, can exercise your voting rights on your behalf. This way, I can transfer the company's assets to my name little by little. What a pity. You actually want to commit suicide. Wouldn't my plan, which I have been planning for so long, be in vain? To be honest, Suche was indeed angry when he heard these words, but he soon became disheartened and remained unmoved. Since there is no way to change it, then commit suicide as soon as possible to make Zhuang Jiayue's plan fail. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Jiayue was only anxious for a moment when faced with Suche's non-cooperation. He quickly found a way to control Suche. Actually, I have been hiding a secret from you. That is, I wasn't the one who slipped you the little note so you could pass the exam and avoid being fired. It's just that you have a preconceived notion and think that the person who threw the note from that direction must be me. But you forgot that there was another girl in that direction. Her name is Xia Chuyu. You must be familiar with her, right? Boom. After these words were spoken, Suche's wooden body finally couldn't be controlled anymore and trembled. It's a pity that Xia Chuyu died 20 years ago. Even if you are in good health now, you can't save her life. Not to mention repaying her. So, why don't we play a little game? Suppose you go back to 20 years ago and have the chance to start your life over again. How would you save Xia Chuyu? How will you plan your life? Also, after knowing my true face, how will you treat me? Are you going to take revenge on me? Or are you going to trample me under your feet and let me be toyed with? Haven't you always wanted me to wear the black stockings from Balenciaga, paired with a pair of limited edition high heels from Louis Vuitton, to experience the thrill of red souls facing the sky, boundless magic power? I never promised you that. But in this little game, you can experience it to your heart's content. I will have someone install a state-of-the-art brain-computer interface for you, so you can access any information you want. You can run simulation after simulation after simulation. You can work hard to pass the exams and become a top student, or you can rely on various scientific inventions to become a scientist, or you can transfer songs and movies to become a star, or even try the dangerous and exciting crime route. In short, you are the master of your own life. You are like a chess player, using known resources to defeat all opponents on the chessboard of the earth. How is it? Are you excited? It has to be said that Zhuang Jiayue knows Suche's character very well. Knowing that Xia Chuyu, who died 20 years ago, is Suche's weak spot. Even though Suche knew it was just a fantasy game, he couldn't help but want to save her in his fantasy. So, the two reached an agreement. For the next 3 years, Zhuang Jiayue maintained Suche's life while transferring Suche's company assets. And Suche was completely immersed in this rebirth simulation fantasy game. In Suche's fantasy, Suche went back to 20 years ago. While doing his best to save Xia Chuyu, he constantly planned different lives for himself. He used the brain-computer interface to find the high school test papers of that year, practiced them over and over again, became a top student, and was admitted to a prestigious school. He then searched for the technologies of the past 20 years, and with these technologies, he became a young genius and built a technological empire. He also brought songs and movies from later generations back to 20 years ago, and became an all-round superstar who was successful in film, television and music. Even after getting tired of these mainstream routes, Suche planned some unconventional ways that were on the edge of crime and became an underground godfather. In this life, why did Suche dare to boast in front of the principal that he had scored 650 points in 3 mock exams? That's why. The rebirth simulation of these 3 years is Suche's biggest secret weapon. Until one day, Suche had enough fun. I'm tired of playing too. 3 years of madness exhausted all his energy. It also brought his life to an end. He called Zhuang Jiayue to the bedside and used his last bit of strength to force out a playful smile. Then he closed his eyes. After a while, Zhuang Jiayue's angry voice was heard in the air. Suche! What did you do to my overseas account? Why did all the funds in my overseas account disappear? It turned out that in the past 3 years, apart from playing the rebirth simulation game, the thing Suche did most was learning hacking techniques. Finally, they used the brain-computer interface to successfully hack into Zhuang Jiayue's overseas account and donated all the money in it to the Red Cross. He also defrauded the mafia of a sum of money in the name of Zhuang Jiayue, making Zhuang Jiayue a target of the mafia and also putting him on Interpol's Red Notice list. Wanted by both the black and white worlds, Zhuang Jiayue has no money left, and even if he had money, he would be powerless to save the situation. I can only hide here and there like a rat in a sewer, living in fear of death at any moment. Chapter 18. Who said I was going to be fired? Zhuang Jiayue obviously didn't know what happened to Suche in his previous life. In this life, she still maintains the character of a scheming green tea girl. When she heard Suche being mean to her, her eyes immediately turned red and she pretended to look pitiful. Suche, you've changed. You've never spoken to me so loudly before. I've said it before, it's not that I don't like you, it's just that we are still too young. Zhuang Jiayue is possessed by the spirit of acting and is preparing to give a hearty performance. Unexpectedly, before the performance was over, Suche brought him back to his original form with just one sentence. Okay, stop acting. You have bad breath. Wow. Zhuang Jiayue was stunned at first, and then tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. He covered his face and ran back to the classroom. Suche looked at Zhuang Jiayue's back and sneered. 20 years later, Zhuang Jiayue is scheming and difficult to deal with, but now Zhuang Jiayue is just a blank slate. At most there are some ink spots on it. Suche was happy, so he wrote an S on the front and a B on the back. If you are unhappy, write an S on the front and an M on the back. In short, from the moment Suche was reborn, Zhuang Jiayue was destined to have a restless life. Suche. At this time, a voice came from inside the classroom. It turned out to be the teacher of the next class, the English teacher, who appeared in the classroom early to prepare for the class. After she saw Suche, she thought of some rumors she had just heard in the office and couldn't help asking. You came back to get something? The English teacher was wearing a pair of tight jeans, which showed off her round buttocks in an attractive shape. I don't know why, but when I was a student, most English teachers were the dream lovers of my male classmates. Suche is no exception. I have had some feelings for my English teacher. It's a pity that the English teacher didn't have a good life later on. She married a scumbag who was not only an alcoholic and a gambler, but also often abused her at home. Although the two eventually divorced, the English teacher's best years had already passed. It's all too late. Suche did not answer the English teacher's question. Instead, he looked at the English teacher carefully and said something inexplicable. Teacher, if a man named Guo pursues you, don't agree to him. He's not a good guy. English teacher He Cheung was stunned at the podium. Her little mouth opened into an O shape and she looked at Suche in disbelief. How did Suche know that she had just met a blind date named Guo? The most important thing is that this blind date was just introduced by my family last night. She didn't even have time to meet him. You? He Cheung subconsciously wanted to ask what was going on, whether Suche knew the man named Guo. But when I thought about the class I was in, I couldn't help but take back the words that were on my lips. Pack your things first. If you can, go to my office and wait for me. I have something to ask you after class. He Cheung said. Unexpectedly, Suche spread his hands and said, Teacher do you have any misunderstanding about me? Who said I'm going to pack up? You weren't. Yes, the principal called me to the principal's office, praised me and encouraged me, and then I came back. Praise and encouragement. You? Why? He Cheung kept her mouth open, looking as if she was not smart enough. She really couldn't think of anything about Suche that could deserve praise or encouragement. Are you handsome? Although he is indeed not bad, he is not so handsome that the principal would specially call him for praise. Good at studying? Stop kidding, everyone knows that Suche is a famous poor student. He Cheung was puzzled. The students in class 14 also found it difficult to understand. How did they hear that Suche had done something that undermined the school spirit and discipline and was expelled by the principal? I want to say that the principal thinks I can get 650 points in the third mock exam and can help number 1 middle school get the top score in the province in the college entrance examination, so he begs me to stay. You definitely don't believe it, right? Har 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 har. As soon as Suche finished speaking, the whole class burst into laughter. Even He Cheung couldn't help but smile. Well, since classmate Suche doesn't want to talk, please go back to your seat. Anyway, I'm happy for you that you can continue to stay and study. After He Cheung finished speaking, she was about to continue the class. But unexpectedly, Suche made a move right after that. Her face changed. Suche snatched the book, English Extracurricular Reading, from her hand. This is an extra syllabus reading outside the textbook. It contains one work after another by famous foreign writers. We do not expect students to learn the writing techniques of famous writers, but only hope that they can develop their sense of language through reading. The English course actually requires a lot of sense of language. Once you have a sense of language, even if you don't understand grammar, you can still rely on your sense of language to find the correct answer. They asked me, where did they go? The trees, the salamander, the tropical fish. Under Hee-cheong's puzzled gaze, Suche casually turned to a page and read aloud. This is a short story by Donald Barthelme called School. Through questions and answers between teachers and students, discussions on life, death, and the meaning of existence are launched. The words in it are not obscure, but when these words are combined into sentences, they become a bit obscure. Because it involves all the complex insights into life. At first Hee-cheong didn't take it seriously. After all, these words are not too difficult. But when Suche finished reading the whole paragraph, Hee-cheong's mouth, which had just closed, opened again in surprise. The pupils of the classmates who had mocking expressions on their faces also trembled several times. Chapter 19. Another broad-minded woman. English reading is similar to reciting ancient Chinese texts. You can tell just by listening whether you have memoized the text by rote or truly understood its content. People who memorize something by rote will stumble and their sentences will be unclear, even if they can recite the entire article. But those who truly understand the content can break sentences at the most appropriate places and use the most appropriate tone. Suche has done just that right now. His reading was full of emotion, expressiveness, and appeal. In an instant, even if some students did not understand the original text at all, they could hear a lot of insights and thoughts about life. There is no way, because Suche's 18-year-old body actually contains a 40-year-old soul. Not to mention the life and death crisis. No one can compare to my understanding of life. This short article happens to hit Suche's strengths. Crash. After Suche finished reading, Hee-cheong led the applause. The other students couldn't help but applaud. The real awesomeness can be seen and heard. This is the case with Suche right now. Even though many poor students in the class looked confused, they still applauded. Because they also felt how awesome Suche was, even though they couldn't really say how awesome he was. In short, it's impressive. The applause lasted for a long time before it ended. Hee-cheong looked like she had discovered a treasure, her charming eyes sparkled, she bent over slightly, and the tight jeans made her buttocks look like a full moon. Student Suche, you really surprised me. I simply couldn't believe that this was something that a person who only scored 40 points in the English test could do. Even I can't read aloud at this level. You really gave me a huge surprise. After saying that, Hee-cheong, who was too excited, opened her arms and hugged Suche. Hee-cheong was tall, and she was standing on the podium. This hug was equivalent to pressing Suche's head against her chest. Even through a thin shirt, Suche could still feel the amazing elasticity and fullness. It turns out that Hee-cheong is not the only broad-minded woman in anti-1 middle school. There is also English teacher Hee-cheong. Depend on. Seeing this scene, all the boys in the class cursed in their hearts. That is a scene that many boys dream of. As a result, Suche got there first. Even the few poor students who had a good relationship with Suche looked at him as if they had the hatred of having their wives stolen from them. I am afraid that my brothers are having a hard life, and I am also afraid that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. This is an irrefutable truth. Teacher I can't breathe. After hearing this, Hee-cheong instantly realized that something was wrong. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she let go of Suche. Student Suche, please go back to your seat first. I hope that in the third mock exam, you can give me a surprise like you did today. Of course, 650 points is really unlikely. But I think 550 points is still hopeful. Come on. Even though Suche acted like a bit of a tough guy, Hee-cheong still didn't think Suche could score 650 points. Suche was too lazy to explain. Throw down a sentence, thank you, teacher He. Walk back to your seat, the VIP entertainment area in the back row. Those who can sit here are all poor students. Of course there are exceptions. For example, Suche's deskmate Wei Ran. This guy was sent to the back row by the teacher simply because he was too tall and his view was blocked when he sat in the front row. Wei Ran's grades were not bad, he was in the top of the class, but there was still a big gap between him and the top group. So when others didn't feel deeply about Suche's claim of scoring 650 points in the third mock exam, he felt it the most. The difficulty is as great as when the goalkeeper takes Roberto Carlos' free kick in the World Cup. In 2004, Carlos was at the height of his popularity, with a market value of €30 million, and was known as the human heavy artillery. A free kick is like a cannonball, with a speed of up to 179 km/h. Even the lion King Khan didn't dare to take it head-on and was once reduced to Carlos' background. As soon as Suchet sat down, Wei Ruo came up to him and said, "Suchet, are you crazy? 650 points is Xia Chuyu's exclusive score. I don't even dare to think about it. Why do you think you can do that?" Suchet glanced at Wei Ran. "I thought to myself, all the Xia Chuyu people are mine, let alone the scores. It's just 650 points, and it scared you like this. If it was 750 points, wouldn't you kneel down on the spot and shout Godfather?" Suchet did not answer Wei Ran's words, but patted Wei Ran on the shoulder. "Old Wei, you have to work harder. Otherwise I'm afraid that next time we meet, you'll have to call me Master and I'll have to call you Run too." "What?" Wei Ran didn't react for a while. By the time he finally reacted, Suchet had already ignored him. He just lay down behind a pile of books that was half a person's height and fell asleep. "Hey, Suchet, you are like this, and you still want to be a master?" Wei Ran shook his head, looking like a hopeless case. The class passed quickly. As soon as the bell rang, the students in the class ran out like happy wild boars. After all, high school life in S province is too depressing. To call it a militarized management is an exaggeration, it is simply criminal-style management. I get up at 5 o'clock every day, wash up, and start reading at 5:30. I finish evening self-study at 10:30 in the evening, and it is 11 o'clock when I finish washing up. You are only allowed to go home once a month. Children are not allowed to leave the school at other times. Even if parents come to bring them food or money, they are not allowed to enter the school. It can only be delivered to the child through the iron gate, just like visiting a prisoner. All I can say is that those who survived high school in Province S without getting depressed are all tough people. "Hey, you're so cool today." Suchet sat down on Xia Chuyu's desk, startling Xia Chuyu, who was concentrating on doing her homework. Chapter 20: An alternative punishment for Zhuang Jieyue. No. A hint of panic flashed across Xia Chuyu's eyes. She looked up at Suchet, then lowered her head again. The swan-like white and slender neck sparkles with a warm luster like porcelain. "No. You should answer this way. First, I'm not arrogant, I'm angry. Second, my name is not He, my name is Chuyu Xuan." A look of confusion flashed across Xia Chuyu's face. "Forget it." Suchet sighed. This cliché that became popular all over the internet was not broadcast until 2009 with the TV series Let's Watch Meteor Shower Together. Suchet gave the spoiler 5 years in advance, so Xia Chuyu definitely wouldn't understand. "Don't do this next time, school beauty." Suchet lowered his head slightly, deliberately keeping only a finger's distance from Xia Chuyu's neck. The hot air blew on Xia Chuyu's neck, making Xia Chuyu feel numb all over and extremely uncomfortable. But I didn't dare say anything. Who made Suchet use those 4 words, school beauty? These 4 words are like a signal agreed upon by 2 people. Once they are said, it means there is another subtext you don't want others to know about that, right? Just when Xia Chuyu was about to be unable to bear the numbing feeling, she saw Suchet suddenly sit up straight. The warm breath that lingered on Xia Chuyu's neck also disappeared. "How is your mother?" Suchet suddenly asked. Xia Chuyu seemed a little caught off guard by Suchet's sudden seriousness. After a long while, he answered, "I'm still taking medicine. The doctor said I must have surgery within a month, otherwise it will be very dangerous. I definitely can't run my website, Drunk in the Flower Shade. I'm thinking whether I should ask the principal to temporarily take a leave of absence and come back to take the exam on the day of the college entrance examination." Suchet's eyes flickered when he heard that. Then he sneered, "Save some money. What can you do to earn 30,000 yuan in a month? By then, you won't make any money, and you'll miss the college entrance examination. It's not worth it. What should we do then?" Xia Chuyu seemed not to have thought of this and was stunned. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed deep worry and uneasiness. "Let me think of a solution for you. In any case, you should focus on preparing for the exam during this period. Even if your family forces you to drop out of school and work, don't agree. If things really get out of hand, let them come to me." After saying that, Suchet walked away. Xiaochuyu was left looking at Suche with a puzzled look on her face. I don't understand what Suche can do. And, her family didn't force her to drop out of school. Teacher He. In the English teacher's office, Suche stood in front of Hicheon. Hicheon looked around like a thief, and seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he asked in a low voice, "Do you know Guiyud?" Suche shook his head. Hicheon was immediately angry. "You don't know him, then what nonsense are you talking about?" Teacher He, knowing someone and hearing about him are two different things. Although I don't know Guiyud, I heard my parents occasionally mention this person. They said that this person is a gambler and alcoholic. He borrowed money from several small bosses and didn't pay it back. He also had unclear relationships with several boss ladies who opened hair salons in society. Anyway, it was impossible for Hicheon to confront Suche's parents. So Suche boldly passed the blame to his parents. They even boldly threw dirty water on Guiyud. The accusation of false accusation may not work at other times, but it works every time when used during a blind date. Let me ask you, if a blind date has a bad reputation, even if you can't tell whether it's true or not, would you take the risk to continue dating this blind date? Hicheon obviously believed it a little. She pursed her lips in frustration. The tall and sexy goddess of number 1 middle school actually showed a shy and cute look at this moment. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, she encouraged Suche and told him to do well in the third mock exam. So he let Suche go. Walking out of the office, Suche looked back at Hicheon. Obviously, Guiyud at this time was more or less to Hicheon's liking, otherwise the two would not have gotten married in their previous life. Hicheon was lying on the desk in frustration. The two slender and plump thighs and beautiful buttocks are clearly displayed. It perfectly fits the image of a sexy and mature English teacher in boys' minds. Even though Suche had lived 2 lives as a human being, he couldn't help but be moved. But it's just a heartbeat. The reason why he gave advice to Hicheon was that he felt that she shouldn't have lived such a miserable life in her previous life, and it was purely out of sympathy. In this life, Xiaochuyu is the only one Suche loves. Suche, I'll give you one last chance. Suche was just about to go back to the classroom when he suddenly heard an angry voice. Suche took one look and his face immediately fell. It's Zhuang Jieyue again. Ever since Suche fell in love with someone else in public, Zhuang Jieyue seemed to have lost her soul. No matter how Suche tried to please her in the past, she was indifferent and even felt disgusted. Now that Suche no longer tries to please her and ignores her, she becomes anxious and worried. She always couldn't help thinking about Suche in her heart, wanting Suche to please her again and lick her on his knees. Suche gave Zhuang Jieyue a cold look. Since you like blocking doors so much, why don't you become a door god? A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way. Zhuang Jieyue was stunned. Suche's attitude towards her became worse and worse, and he even said something like, "A good dog doesn't block the road." She instinctively pursed her lips and looked pitiful. It's a pity that he still has a pouty mouth. Teacher Hicheon is shy and cute, but Zhuang Jieyue is disgusting and nauseating. Suche, why did you suddenly become like this? Can you tell me the reason? Zhuang Jieyue squeezed out a clasped sound and asked. Suche sighed deeply and looked at Zhuang Jieyue. Do you really want to know? Zhuang Jieyue nodded. I really want to. Okay, it's okay to tell you. Actually, Suche deliberately lowered his voice and said. But he was only halfway through his words when he suddenly shook his head in annoyance. Forget it, I won't say any more. Go back to class. After saying that, he pushed aside Zhuang Jieyue and returned to the classroom. Zhuang Jieyue was stunned for a moment. Actually what? Suche, don't speak halfway. You know what, said halfway, arsenic is mixed with rice. It can make people anxious to death. Unfortunately, the class bell rang at this time, and Zhuang Jieyue could only return to his seat helplessly. For some reason, Zhuang Jieyue seemed to have lost one of his 3 souls during the entire class and could not concentrate. Even when asked questions by the math teacher, his answers were irrelevant. The math teacher was so angry that he slapped the lesson plan on Zhuang Jieyue's face and scolded him. Suche sat in the back row, his lips curled up with a playful look on his face. Dare to daydream in math class, har har. Just by listening to the math teacher's 2-in-1 nickname, Extinct Rongama, you can tell what a ruthless character he is. Chapter 21 I haven't looked for you yet, but you looked for me first. Ding-a-ling. As the get out of class bell rang, Zhuang Jieyue finally seemed relieved and returned to his seat from the corner. She first looked at Suche hatefully, then lay on the table and cried. She didn't understand why Suche bullied her like this. It was obvious that Suche liked me very much before. Suche ignored Zhuang Jieyue. It's just tears, not anything else, what's there to see? Well, I'm talking about blood. Your name is Suche. Suche just walked out of the classroom door and wanted to go to the bathroom. Then a scoundrel-looking boy came over. After looking Suche up and down, a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know why Brother Jing values you so much that he wants to meet you. Remember, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Julong Technology. Don't be late, and don't not go. Otherwise you will regret coming into this world. After the frivolous boy finished speaking, he shook his hair which looked like it had been licked by a dog and left. Suche's pupils shrank. Brother Jing. Julong Technology. Even though the boy didn't say it explicitly, these 2 words alone were enough to reveal who the other person was. The second Master Jing. Unexpectedly, before Suche came to find him, he found Suche first. It seems that after failing to deal with me twice in a row, the other party is a little angry. I'm sorry to congratulate you, but you'll only get angrier next time. Suche said slowly. I simply stopped attending classes. Go straight to the internet cafe. When he arrived at the internet cafe, even though there were so many empty computers, Suche chose to find a secluded corner and sit down. The network administrator just glanced at it and didn't say anything. Having been a network administrator for a long time, he knew what Suche was trying to do just by taking a glance at his situation. I just want to watch something that is not suitable for children. This is just like how an electrician who has worked for a long time can tell whether there is electricity just by touching it, and how a construction site supervisor who has worked for a long time can tell whether the quality is up to standard just by touching the thickness of the red envelope. Sit down. Turn on the computer. Suche did not open the PP on the desktop as the network administrator expected. Instead, his 10 fingers flew and tapped on the keyboard. As he typed, lines of code flowed across the computer screen like a waterfall. Half an hour later, Suche looked at the code in front of him. The ultimate version of the millipede should look like this. Maybe there are some omissions, but they are insignificant. After all, this is 2004. Let alone the final version, even the elementary version can leave many security experts helpless. What Suche just wrote was the millipede virus that had wreaked havoc on the global internet in his previous life. This virus first appeared in 2007. At first, it was just a worm virus with insufficient destructive power and transmission ability. So it's relatively easy to deal with. But unexpectedly, a year later, the author of this virus upgraded the weapon of this virus, and it turned into the Gundam of the virus world. Whether its destructive power, spread power, or difficulty of clearing, all have skyrocketed. Directly became the drug king of that year. Many people think that panda burning incense is the king of poisons, but in fact, panda burning incense is just a younger brother in front of millipedes. The damage and losses ultimately caused by millipedes were 10 times greater than those caused by the panda burning incense. But now, panda burning incense has not come out yet. It will not appear until 2006, but panda burning incense's big brother millipede was born first from Suche's hands. Julong Technology, right. After Suche disguised the virus, he found the official website of Julong Technology. As soon as the webpage was opened, the image of a gentleman with glasses and a bad face appeared. The line of small words below, Jing Yuxin, founder of Julong Technology. There is no doubt that this person is the second son of Jing. Suche looked at Mr. Jing with sympathy. It's your bad luck. Why did you choose to work in the internet when you could do something else? I don't know why I studied hacking technology the most when I was lying on the hospital bed in my last life. Slide the mouse to pull down their web page. Suche found a job posting. Nowadays, if you don't leave an email address or QQ number under the recruitment notice, you'd be embarrassed to say that you're an internet company. Suche thought about it, and in a moment he forged a resume and sent it to the Julong Technology email address. In this resume, Suche forged a persona of overseas returnee with an impressive resume. As long as you watch it, you will feel that it would be a huge loss for the company if such talents don't come from it. At the same time, there was an attachment attached to the email. On the surface, this attachment contains various degree certificates, honorary certificates, award certificates, etc. of this overseas returnee. Behind the scenes, it was the millipede virus. As long as the other party downloads this attachment, then congratulations, the entire local area network will be paralyzed immediately. With the technology available in 2004, even gods can't help. Soon, the system prompts that the email has been sent successfully. Julong technology was established not long ago and is in urgent need of talents. Suche was certain that the other party would open and download the letter after right-clicking it. Let me see what the website competition rankings are like. Suche opened Scener's website design competition again. I see that Drunk in the Flower Shade is still leading the way. And Julong technology ranks after Zuihuayan. There was a gap of tens of thousands of votes, and there was no hope of catching up. No wonder the second Master Zheng was so angry and humiliated. After learning that Suche was the mastermind behind Zui Huayin, he tried every means to attack and retaliate against Suche. If it were Suche, he would also be furious. The website that I built with great care after returning from studying abroad was overshadowed by a high school student who came from an unconventional background. It's so embarrassing. But unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. If Drunk in the Flower Shades is still in Xie Chuyu's hands, then the second Master Zheng has succeeded. But now Drunk in the Flower Shade is in Suche's hands. In the end, he had to pay with everything he had. Julong technology. Mr. Zheng too sat in the boss chair with an expressionless face. To be honest, even if he didn't win first place in the website design competition, it wouldn't have that much impact on him. After all, his website mainly provides network services for government departments. It's not the technique that matters, it's the background. With his father's background, he could easily get massive orders. But he is not convinced. It's bad enough that I'm being bullied by a pornographic website, but the designer of that website is actually a high school student. What is the difference between this and a group of men having a peeing competition and a kindergarten kid winning first place? Face and dignity are gone. Since you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem. The second son of Jing lived in an official family for a long time, so naturally he developed the way of thinking that only officials have since he was a child. But unexpectedly, the first card he played didn't work. The other party was surprisingly lucky and got Chu Shijin's support. Okay, since the police route doesn't work, then let us go through the school route. Who knew that this approach would also fail? I don't know what's wrong with the principal of number 1 middle school. He clearly promised everything on the phone, but instead of expelling Suche, he said that Suche is very important to number 1 middle school. You bastard, you fucked me. I'll remember this. The second young Master Jing cursed out a swear word in dialect. The name of the principal of number 1 middle school was written in the small notebook. Boss, look. Big fish, big fish. At this time, the HR of Julong Technology suddenly knocked on the door with a look of surprise and said. Then he handed the laptop in his hand to Mr. Jing. The second Master Jing took it with a puzzled look on his face. After he finished reading the content on the screen, he stood up instantly. Okay. This guy must be captured for me. At any cost. Chapter 22 Millipedes, Killing Indiscriminately. No wonder Mr. Jing reacted so strongly. The resume that Suche forged was really amazing. He studied abroad, holds a master's degree, studied in Silicon Valley, and even worked for the now hot star company Google. Taking all these conditions into consideration, Mr. Jing too simply wants to burn incense and fulfill his wish. Could it be that the divination I prayed for in the temple a few days ago came true? Boss, if you want to recruit this guy, you'll have to give him the highest salary. Take a look at his certificates of honor and awards. As the HR spoke, he downloaded the attachments, opened them one by one, and presented them in front of Mr. Jing. The second young Master Jing looked at them one by one and nodded frequently. Great. With this talent, our Julong technology will have a bright future. The most important thing is this person's experience at Google. We will then promote our in-depth cooperation with Google. It's easy to fool those leaders who know nothing, isn't it? 1T all kinds of policy support come. HR immediately flattered him. Boss, you are wise. The two were fantasizing about a bright future, unaware that as they finished downloading the attachment, a terrifying drug lord who was supposed to appear 3 years later was quietly spreading along the local area network. All antivirus software these days are charged, and the charges are very expensive. So many companies are reluctant to install it. Most importantly, anyone in the industry will understand that installing antivirus software is no different from inviting a wolf into your house. Because many viruses on the market are spread by antivirus software. This situation was not completely ended until 360 launched free services in 2008. Julong Technology did not install it either, not because he was reluctant, but because Mr. Jing simply looked down on domestic antivirus software. He is contacting Kaspersky and plans to get a genuine copy of Kaspersky so that he can have face when introducing it to his boss. Therefore, the millipede encountered no resistance at all at Julong Technology. There isn't even a basic firewall alarm. It's just like a tiger among a flock of sheep, eating them one by one. It's easier than eating at a buffet. Poor second Master Jing didn't notice anything was wrong at all and was just fantasizing about the upcoming highly educated talent. Look at the watch on your wrist. It's almost 2 o'clock. That damn kid named Sue should be here soon. I originally wanted to win him over, but now that I have this highly educated person, there is no need for that. Then you can play the role of a scare tactic and see if you can get his website into our hands. HR hesitated and said, "Boss, that website is useless to us, right? Are you stupid? The website is useless, and the money is useless too. After you get the website, you can operate it and sell it to the next buyer. You can get at least hundreds of thousands of dollars." If Suche heard this, he would probably laugh out loud on the spot. Hundreds of thousands. The second young Master Jing really is looking at the world from a narrow perspective. Even though Zui Huayin is only in its starting stage now, its valuation in Suche's mind has reached millions. Mr. Jing too had no idea how rare a website with great potential was these days. "Boss, the Suche you mentioned is here." The receptionist pushed the door open and behind her followed a high school student who looked quite timid and shy. Wearing a school uniform, I seem out of place in this high-tech company where everyone wears suits. Mr. Jinger just took a quick look and couldn't help laughing. Then he waved his hand. "Okay, go ahead." Then he looked at Suche. He neither spoke nor asked Suche to sit down. Instead, he kept staring at him with the same gaze as if he was interrogating a criminal. Suche seemed unable to bear this kind of pressure. He became more timid and lowered his head. A long time. Mr. Jing seemed to have had enough fun. Then he said, "Suche, right? You are quite brave." Suche stammered, Boss Jing, I don't understand what you are talking about." "Har har." Second Master Jing sneered. "Don't play that trick in front of me, you little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Is Drunken Flower Shadows yours?" Suche suddenly raised his head, as if he just understood why the second Master Jing was looking for him. "Oh, so this is what you wanted. Drunken the Flower Shade is mine, but it is not mine." Mr. Jing raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" Suche scratched his head, as if he didn't know how to explain. "It's just. I met an online friend when I was surfing the internet before. He said he would create a website under my name and give me half of the money he made. I'm not stupid. I knew the other party couldn't be so kind, so I stole the ID card of an honest girl in our class and used the ID number of that honest girl to build Drunk in the Flower Shade. Mr. Jing nodded. "That's right. No wonder the filing record of Drunk in the Flower Shade shows a girl's name called Xia Chuyu. Having said that, Xia Chuyu is also brave. She dares to use her real identity to create such a website. I haven't paid much attention to the website since it was built. Boss Jing, is there something wrong with the website? I want to make it clear that I have nothing to do with that website. I am not the operator of the website, nor the creator of the website, and the identity information is not mine. If you want to find someone, go find the netizen who fooled me. Just to be honest, he seems to be quite capable, with great skills, and works for a big company in Beijing." Faced with Suche's anxious attempt to pass the blame, Mr. Jing couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that the composition of Drunk in the Flower Shade was so complicated. But on second thought, getting Chu Shijing to protect him and getting the principal of number 1 middle school to break the contract was definitely not something that a mere student like Suche could do. It should be that guy from Beijing who did it. If that's the case, it wouldn't be easy to get Drunk in the Flower Shades. Mr. Jin sighed with regret in his heart. However, he only believed Suche's words 50%. The remaining 5 points are still in doubt. While Mr. Zheng was talking to Suche, the millipedes had already started a killing spree at Julong Technology. "What the hell, what happened to my computer? What's going on? Poisoned. I can't open anything. The computer is running automatically, modifying the registry. It's over. Not only is it modifying the registry, it's also downloading other viruses over the internet. Hurry, hurry, report to the boss. Julong technology is in chaos. In fact, there is no need to report to your boss at all. Because Mr. Jing too had already discovered that the computer on his desk flashed inexplicably for a few times and then went blue screen. The second son of Jing dared to establish an internet company, so he must have some knowledge of technology. But when he tried to enter the safe mode according to traditional thinking, he found that it didn't work. Change your thinking, and the result is still the same. The computer seemed to have been taken over by someone and was completely out of the control of Master Jinger. Mr. Jinger hurriedly took out a notebook from the side. I thought this laptop was not connected to the internet, so it must be fine. But unexpectedly, I still got caught. All the important documents and government tenders inside cannot be opened. How so? The second young Master Jing no longer cared about targeting Suche and fell to the ground. Like losing one's parents. Chapter 23, The Great Enemy. Boss, something bad has happened. Our website is down. Sina called and said our website is blank when it is opened. If it cannot be fixed within 24 hours, we will be disqualified from the competition. An employee ran in a panic and asked Mr. Jing, who had just gotten up from the ground, to sit down again with a plop. After so many years, Mr. Jing experienced for the first time what it means. A hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune only finds the unfortunate. That's right, Mr. Jing felt that he was that miserable person at this moment. What about the maintenance staff? I pay them several thousand yuan a month. Do they just eat and work? The computers in the maintenance department were also infected. They have no clue at all now, and they don't even know what virus it is. The second young Master Zheng was stunned. Struggling to stand up from the ground. Contact the security experts at Jinshan immediately. Ask them if they can handle it. Although I look down on domestic antivirus software, distant water cannot put out nearby fire. At this moment, I can only turn to domestic antivirus software companies like Jinshan. But unexpectedly, the employee came back in just a moment. Boss, I called the Jinshan headquarters and explained the situation. The Jinshan headquarters said that this virus is not included in their virus database. They determined that this is a new virus and its threat level is extremely high. They offered a price of $500,000, and there was no guarantee of 100% success. After hearing what his employee said, Mr. Jing too was so angry that he picked up a cup and smashed it to the ground. Is Jinshan crazy? He's taking advantage of me. How can you even offer a price like 500,000? And there's no guarantee of success. Do I have the word idiot written all over my face? The employees were scolded and dared not say a word. What about the other families? Ruixing, Jiangmin, and all that mess, ask them all. The employee stammered, these companies are about the same level as Jinshan, and they must be able to handle the same viruses that Jinshan can't handle. Most importantly, Jinshan said this is a new virus, which means that these companies are not sure they can quickly conquer it. Damn it. Are you going to do nothing and just wait to die? Damn it. The second young Master Jing couldn't help but feel a little irritable. Bang. The next second he suddenly thought of something and slapped HR hard. It must be you, idiot. Others use resumes as bait, and you take the bait. HR covered his cheek with a look of grievance. I thought, I'm not the only one who's been hooked. Weren't you excited just now? But how could HR dare to say this? If you can't handle this virus, just get out. The second Master Jing said sternly. HR suddenly felt even more aggrieved. At this moment, a weak voice sounded, how about? I try. Mr. Zheng and HR turned to look at the source of the sound at the same time. When they found out that it was Suche who spoke, they all sneered. If their Zui Huayin website was built by Suche, then they would have some expectations of Suche. However, from the construction to the operation of Zui Huayin, even the filing materials did not belong to Suche, so they only had one word to say to Suche: get out. But before the two of them could say the word, get lost, Suche continued, of course, I definitely can't do it. But the person who ordered me to build the website can. Hearing Suche's words, the second Master Zhen was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Yes, Suche is a muggle, but the person behind Suche is not. Anyone who can create a website like Zuahuayan is definitely a master. So the second son of Jing immediately put on a friendly smile and patted Suche on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother, as long as you can do this for me, I will never treat you unfairly. There is no time to lose. Contact that expert now. As he spoke, Mr. Jing took out his cell phone and handed it to Suche. Suche didn't answer. Boss Jing, I don't have his mobile number. I usually contact him on QQ. The second master Jing cursed him in his heart as a country bumpkin but said nothing. Is that so? All the computers in our company are broken. If you want to use QQ, you can only go to an internet cafe. Take this money and come back quickly. Mr. Jing took out 100 yuan and handed it to Suche. From the tone of his voice, if you didn't know, you would think that he took out not $100, but 1 million. Suche cursed him in his heart as a country bumpkin. But he said, Boss Jing, just wait and see. After saying that, he ran towards the internet cafe. The second young master Zheng had no idea that he had become a great victim. The person who delivered the virus was Suche. The person who solved the virus was still Suche. In the end, he was the only one injured. Network administrator, give me a bottle of Pepsi. No other brand. I cough when I drink anything else. When they arrived at the internet cafe, Suche slammed the table and shouted. By the time the Pepsi was brought and Suche drank it down in one gulp, 30 minutes had passed. The second young master Jin was already as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Suche took a look and saw that it was almost time, so he slowly stood up and returned to Julong Technology. When Mr. Jinger saw Suche coming back, he immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "What did the master say?" I gave him a rough description of what happens when a computer is infected, and he immediately recognized it as a worm. And it's a whole new kind of worms. He didn't want to get involved at first. But after much persuasion from me, he finally agreed to give it a try. But he asked for 80,000 yuan. Boss Jin, isn't this price a bit high? Suche pretended to be guilty and asked. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Mr. Jing too burst into laughter. Gao. My dear brother, you are still too young and know nothing about this business. In this line of work, skills are priceless. 80,000 yuan is not expensive at all, on the contrary, it is very cheap. Go to the internet cafe right away and tell him, I accept his offer. Please ask him to act quickly. Suche breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I was afraid that I would mess up the task that Boss Jing asked me to do. Then I'll go. After Suche finished speaking, he rushed to the internet cafe for the second time. This time, Suche returned to Julong Technology without delaying for too long. Boss Jing, this is the overseas payment account of that expert. He'll have it all done by 8 tonight. Once Boss Jing confirms that there is no problem, he can transfer the money. He said that Boss Jing is a returnee and should know how to transfer money to an overseas account. His not coming. The second young master Zheng looked surprised. He said it was unnecessary. He said that in his eyes, Boss Jing's company was just a decent woman wearing a skirt on the outside and a pair of pants underneath, which could be easily lifted up to get in. Mr. Jin's face suddenly turned dark. My company is an internet company after all. Is it really that bad? However, the more one says this, the more it proves that person is capable. Maybe I found the right person this time. Okay, then I'll wait until 8 o'clock in the evening. As for you, go back to school first. I'll find you if I need anything. The second son of Jing glanced at Suche with an attitude of being willing to turn his back on him. Suche didn't say anything and turned and left. After Suche left, the HR came up to him with a sly look on his face and said, Boss, do we really have to give that person money? 80,000 yuan is not cheap. Bang. HR got slapped again. I call you an idiot and you still don't admit it. If he can really solve this virus, it proves that he is more powerful than the person who created the virus. You want to refuse to pay the money of such an expert? Are you dissatisfied with the fact that my company didn't close down fast enough? Chapter 24, When the gods fight, the little devils suffer. Second Master Zheng is numb. 8 o'clock in the evening. Suche, who had just returned to school, showed up in the internet cafe. Why do we have to go back to school to report? It's because I have a class with my homeroom teacher in the afternoon and I can't skip it. It's not that the head teacher is so great, but that he has mastered a core skill inviting parents. Suche really didn't want to experience Empress Zhang's wandering sword technique again. Suche hacked into the gateway of Julong technology with ease. This perfectly verified what he had boasted to Mr. Jinger. Julong technology is a place where anyone can marry, and he can enter whenever he wants. Even though I wrote the virus, it's easy to stop it. But if it's too simple, Jing Laoer will feel that the money is not worth it. So I have to put on a good show. It will also make it easier for me to eat more fish later, until Jing Laoer is left with only the fish bones. Suche muttered to himself. Then his 10 fingers started clacking on the keyboard. And at the same time, over at Julong Technology, Mr. Jing looked at his watch, which had already reached the time, and said angrily, "It's already 8 o'clock, why hasn't he started yet? He won't set me up, will he? That's impossible, I haven't transferred the money yet." Just when Mr. Zheng was suspicious, he saw the computer in front of him suddenly flashing. Then all the computers in the company seemed to awaken their intelligence and light up at the same time without any human intervention. Row after row of data waterfalls filled the screen. Just one look at this scene is enough to shock you. Awesome. The second Master Jing looked at it for a long time before he let out a cry of admiration from his throat. As a half-baked IT expert, he simply couldn't understand it. Never seen it either. He absolutely couldn't do it anyway. The data waterfall kept flowing and jumping for more than an hour. The second young Master Jing clearly didn't understand anything, but he stared at the screen intently, not daring to relax at all. What are you looking at? Do you understand? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the empty office. This gave Mr. Jing the second master a fright. He turned and looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Finally, the source of the sound was found in the speaker of a laptop computer. Are you, the master from Beijing? Young Master Jing asked tentatively into the laptop camera. What else? Hello, master. Nice to meet you. Mr. Jing too smiled widely and stretched out his hands to shake hands in the air. This move by the opponent once again made Mr. Jing realize the unfathomable strength of the opponent. Confidence and expectations for it also reached their peak instantly. Have you offended any overseas hacker organization? The expert asked across the screen. Mr. Jing too looked surprised. No. Right? How could such a virus be created? This virus is the most difficult I have ever seen. It is definitely not something that could be written by one person. It must have been written and created by an entire hacker organization. It is no exaggeration to say that it was the #1 drug king in 2004. To be honest, 80,000 yuan is too little. Even though I'm a national celebrity, well, my identity was almost exposed. Anyway, it's only for this once, there won't be a next time. You'll have to pay more next time. After the expert finished speaking, he seemed to have gone offline and did not make any sound again. When Master Jing too heard the words of the master, he was shocked, terrified, and his heart was pounding. It turned out that an overseas hacker group was targeting me. The expert actually comes from the National Red Hacker Alliance. Damn, this is exciting. The top-notch showdown that can only be seen in movies actually happened to me. It is really worthwhile to hire a master of this level for 80,000 yuan. Mr. Jing too stared at the computer screen excitedly, imagining a scene of a war between Chinese and foreign hackers. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, to the point where my whole body began to tremble. Although he is somewhat pro-Western, under normal circumstances he would definitely say that Chinese hackers are not as good as foreign hackers. But now that our personal interests are at stake, we can only speak with our buttocks. Red hackers must win. Hackers go to hell. Another hour passed. From the time Mr. Zheng was born until now, he had never trembled as many times as he did today, including during human communication and urination. Just when he was about to tremble to the point of collapse, he saw the computer screen in front of him suddenly stopped moving. The next second, the computer screen went black. A familiar restart screen appeared in front of Mr. Zheng. Done. The second young Master Zheng said uncertainly. The expert's voice came out from the laptop speaker again, but it sounded a little exhausted. Done. Transfer the money as soon as possible. It will be less this time. Yes. The second young Master Jing clenched his fists tightly, as if he was the one who dealt with this virus. Don't worry, Master. I'll transfer the money right away. By the way, would you mind leaving me your contact information? If I encounter this situation again in the future, Before Mr. Jing Tu could finish, the master interrupted him. No need for contact information. I don't like making too many friends. As for the next time we meet this kind of situation, you should find me the same way you did this time. But there is a condition: you have to pay more. Mr. Jin smiled awkwardly. Okay. After ending the call, Mr. Jin looked at the company computer. It has indeed returned to normal. He quickly relinked the Julong Technology website and logged into the senior design competition to check. After making sure it could be opened smoothly, he breathed a sigh of relief. More money? Har, there's no way I can eat the same shit twice. In the internet cafe, Suche turned off the voice changer, his mouth full of sneer. The second Master Zheng has already transferred the money, 80,000 yuan, not a penny less. Apparently, after Suche deliberately revealed the identity of the Red Hacker Alliance, Mr. Zheng, who had overthinking, did not have the courage to default. But it would be naive for Mr. Zheng to think that the matter has come to an end. Please, this is the top-level war between Chinese hackers and foreign hackers. How is it possible to just fight one round? Of course, it was a back-and-forth tug of war until one side finally gave in. The next morning, Mr. Zheng, thinking that the problem had been completely solved, walked into the company refreshed. But as soon as he sat down at his desk and turned on his computer, he was struck by lightning. Suddenly, a line of bloody English characters appeared on the computer screen. Translated, it means, our organization originally randomly selected your company to test the power of the virus, but we didn't expect that your company could crack the virus we wrote. This is tantamount to declaring war on our organization. We will upgrade the virus power as quickly as possible and look forward to your cracking it. Obviously, this is a battle cry sent by that foreign hacker group. How could this happen? God, if I have done something wrong, please let the law punish me instead of punishing me like this. You gods may fight as you please, but can you please go to another place? In front of you, I am not even a little devil. Mr. Jing Tu wanted to cry but had no tears, and he collapsed in the boss chair. And that foreign hacker group seemed to be very trustworthy. They upgraded the virus as quickly as they said they would. Just over half an hour later, all the computers of Julong Technology entered the blue screen state again. All paralyzed. Chapter 25, the second young Master Zheng was bald. Nibes. The second young Master Zheng cursed angrily in dialect. The next second he took out his cell phone. Go find Suche again. No, just give the phone to Suche. What's wrong with your brain? I want to talk to Suche, not ask you to give the phone to Suche. You're using a second-hand Nokia and treating it like a Vertu phone. Do you think people would want it? After a while, Suche's voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Zheng, what's wrong? Didn't that person get it done? Even if he didn't get it done, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a messenger. Mr. Jing Tu suppressed his anger and said, who said it has anything to do with you? Stop talking nonsense. Go to the internet cafe and find that expert. Tell him that the overseas hacker group used my place as a competition platform and challenged him. Ask him if he should fight. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go now. Suche replied. After hanging up the phone, a hint of depression flashed across Mr. Jing's face. What the hell is this? Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, Suche borrowed someone's phone and called. Boss Jing, I asked him, and he said that the overseas hacker group is average, and it's nothing more than a mutant worm virus. After understanding the principle, it's no longer useful. So he is not prepared to fight. Upon hearing this, second Master Jing almost jumped up in anxiety. How can he not accept the challenge? If he doesn't accept the challenge, won't my company be finished? I'm sorry, Boss Jing, his attitude is very firm and I really can't persuade him. After all, he and I are just online friends, and our relationship is not that serious. The second young Master Jing pulled his hair in annoyance. Nibes. Forcing me to spend money. Tell him, it's just money, right? I'll put the 80,000 into his account. Please hurry up. Okay, Boss Jing. Suche went to convey the message again. This time it was quite fast. But after hearing Suche's voice on the other end of the phone, Mr. Jing's heart trembled and he almost fell to the ground. Boss Jing, 80,000 is not enough, he wants double it. Double that as 160,000. The second young Master Jing took a deep breath. As expected of Mr. Jing, he is so daring to speak. 160,000 is too expensive. Suche, can you ask if it can be cheaper? After all, this matter was caused by him, and the other party also challenged him by name. I'll try, but I can't guarantee it. Suche replied. After a while, Suche called again. Boss Zheng, he agreed to a discount of 10,000 yuan, 150,000 yuan. He also said something unpleasant. They say, an internet company that can't even raise 150,000 yuan should just shut it down. You can't afford to spend money these days, what's the point of doing internet business? In 2004, internet companies basically did not see many profit points, but they had to seize the market. So they can only keep burning money until they reach the profit point. For example, the then famous China Ren burned through 100 million in 1999. As for giants like Sohu, NetEase, and Tencent, there is no need to mention the money they have burned. So even though it sounds harsh, it is the truth. If you don't have money, don't even think about doing business on the internet. The second young Master Jing's face turned dark. I don't know if he was provoked by these words or what, but he gritted his teeth and said, 150,000 is 150,000. I only have one request, and that is to do it quickly. Don't worry, Boss Jing. I'll tell him now. Less than half an hour after hanging up the phone, Mr. Jinger witnessed the scene of intelligent awakening that only appeared in movies. But this time, the second Master Zheng was not excited at all. He kept repeating the following words, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. In his eyes, the waterfall of data flowing on the computer screen seemed like one banknote after another, all taken out of his pocket. After a moment, the data waterfall stopped flowing, and all computers at Julong Technology entered restart mode at the same time. The second Master Jing knew that it was done. He breathed a sigh of relief. He called the finance department and said, use the same account as last time and transfer 150,000 yuan to him. In less than a day, 230,000 yuan was transferred out. The finance department really wants to remind the boss that at this rate, the funds on the books may not last long. But I held back the words when they came to my lips. The boss obviously didn't like to hear this. Ding dong. As soon as Mr. Jing Tu spoke, Suche received the transfer notification. Of course, this money is in overseas accounts. In 2004, overseas account supervision was not as strict as it is now. Unless the amount was particularly large, it could be transferred in and out basically at will. However, for safety reasons, Suche still went through a DT and finally transferred the money into his own bank card. Just by sitting in the internet cafe and typing on the keyboard, he made 230,000 yuan from Mr. Zheng. Much more efficient than robbing a bank. The key is safety. Third time is better than last time. This is only the second time for me. At least I can do it again. Suche murmured. It's just that, isn't it a bit disrespectful to Mr. Jinger to pull him out 3 times? After all, I'm the boss of Antai. Maybe the electrical wires in my house are made of gold. Suche couldn't help but think of his life in heaven in his previous life that was exposed by netizens. All I can say is that there is nothing that cannot be done, as long as you can imagine it. That evening, Mr. Zheng had been worried all day, and when he saw that nothing happened, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and announce the end of get off work. But unexpectedly, the computer screen started flickering. The familiar bloody English subtitles appeared again, we underestimated you. We didn't expect you to crack the upgraded virus so quickly. We must admit that Your Excellency has given us a huge shock and surprise. As a mark of respect to Your Excellency, we will once again upgrade the virus. Please stay tuned. Plop. The second young Master Jing felt dizzy and fell to the ground. I really don't need your respect. I beg you to disrespect me, okay? If it were possible to talk to the other party, Mr. Zheng would have knelt down and kowtowed to the other party twice. I'm just an unknown little character, so please just keep my magical powers to yourself. Or you can just change place. Could it be that I am also a part of your play? As Master Jing Tu was on the verge of collapse, a familiar scene descended along with the darkness. It's dark outside, and it's even darker inside Julong Technology. Every computer was stuck in a black screen state. It's worse than the previous blue screen. The second son of Jing made a call with a numb expression, find Suche for me again. Hey, Suche. Same old rules, 150,000. Hurry up. Perhaps because they had worked together many times before, the master from Beijing got the job done much faster this time. In just 1 hour, Julong technology returned to normal. Don't come here, don't come here. I really can't take it anymore. The old man only gave me 1 million in startup capital. I can't lose it all before I even start a single business, right? The second son of Zheng prayed silently. Whatever you fear will come true. The familiar bloody English subtitles appeared before my eyes again. Bang! This time, the second master Zheng fainted. The finance department calmly called 120 while preparing to transfer money to the overseas account. There is no special reason, it's just a matter of practice. Chapter 26 Millionaire in 2004. In hospital bed. After waking up, Mr. Jinger finally made the decision to transfer the money. Because after the overseas hacker group upgraded the virus again, they also attached a note, "This is the last battle. If you can still crack it, we will admit defeat." This gave Master Jing 2 hope. So another 150,000 was transferred to Suche's account. This time, in order to make the performance worthwhile, Suche continued the performance for more than 3 hours. And finally, he threw a sentence to Mr. Zheng, "This is the last time. I have delayed the national mission because of your matter these days. Next time, even if you had 1.5 million, I will not make a move." After hearing this, Mr. Zheng didn't know whether to be happy or sad. I'm glad that it's finally over. The sad thing is that next time I encounter this situation, won't I be able to find anyone to help me? Money is indeed spiritual. When a person's virtue is unworthy of his position, the money will automatically leave and flow into the hands of someone who deserves it. Like me. Suche looked at the balance of 530,000 yuan in his bank card and said with satisfaction. This wave of money took away a total of 530,000 yuan from the second Master Zheng. If there are more, it will be easy to squeeze the second Master Zheng and make him collapse. Then he will have to close the shop. How will Suche squeeze him next time? Suche would never do something like killing the goose that lays the eggs. Adding the 700,000 stolen money from Shumai phone, Suche now has a total of 1.23 million. Everyone who sees him has to call him millionaire. This amount of money may not be considered much after 20 years. But in 2004, that was a considerable fortune. Enough to buy a big house in Beijing. In 2004, the highest housing price in Beijing was only around 10,000 yuan, and there were many places where the price was 6,000 or 7,000 yuan. 20 years later, the prices of these places have increased more than tenfold. It's a pity that Suche has no interest in the capital, and the money has other uses. Otherwise, investing in real estate in Beijing is really a good idea. The early development of Zuihuayan requires a lot of money, and the renovation of my parents' small factory also requires money. On the surface, more than 1 million yuan seems like a lot, but in reality, it's not enough to spend. The most important thing is that I can't throw this money away in my name. I have to find a suitable investor. Otherwise, Empress Dowager Zhang alone would hang me up and flog me for a whole day, asking me if I robbed a bank. Suche frowned and thought. Being reborn is a kind of happiness, but also a kind of trouble. You must find ways to conceal yourself to avoid being discovered and sliced up. Anti-city. Xiangjiang Street. It seems that every small city has such a street. It seems that in the minds of people of that era, Hong Kong was synonymous with fashion and trends. It's a pity that most of the shops are opened by locals or people from other provinces, not real Hong Kong people. But overall, the style of Xiangjiang Street is far superior to other commercial streets. Some foreign tourists also like to visit here. Suche was like a little thief, with bright eyes, constantly staring at the passers-by. However, Suche planned to find a helper to play the role of investor. Why not find someone local? Because locals are easy to be exposed, but foreigners are much easier, as they don't speak the same language, and it all depends on Suche's spring and autumn translation. It's hard to be exposed. No, this one doesn't have the same temperament. This one is even worse. He has a shifty look on his face. He was definitely not a good person before he came to China. Brother and I? If I go up to him and sing Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse, will he be broken or broken? Suche evaluated every foreigner who passed by in his mind. Suddenly Suche's eyes lit up. I saw a woman with outstanding temperament, capable and elegant. A Burberry trench coat swaying in the breeze on the streets in late April exudes an indescribable elegance and nobility. The tight jeans under the windbreaker highlight the lines of her thighs, which are longer than her life. Even Suche, who had frequented many places of entertainment in his previous life, couldn't help but exclaim, "Top notch. Little rascal, have you never seen a pretty girl?" The woman noticed Suche's reckless gaze, and since she seemed to be in a bad mood, she couldn't help but scold him coldly. "It's just that the Mandarin he speaks is not very standard, and words like little bad boy and pretty girl are obviously from Hong Kong." Suche immediately knew the woman's background. If long legs mean beauty, then aren't giraffes even prettier? Please have some self-awareness. If your back isn't curvy enough and your front isn't fierce enough, how dare you call yourself a beauty? Suche curled his lips and replied. This immediately irritated the woman. She walked up to Suche in her high heels, her beautiful face under her long hair full of aggressiveness. "Bastard, can you say that again?" Suche sneered. "Miss, do you want to see what year it is and what land you are on? It's 2004. Hong Kong has returned. The place you are standing on is cold and Thai. Do you believe me? I can whistle and call dozens of thugs to drag you into a small alley and kill you first, then kill you again, then kill you again." The woman was visibly frightened. At that time, Hong Kong people still had some demonized misunderstandings about the mainland. For example, there was once a murder case against a Taiwanese tycoon in the mainland, which was even made into a movie. As a result, many Hong Kong tycoons believed that they would suffer the same fate if they came to the mainland. So I am always scared. And Suche's words just confirmed the demonization misunderstanding of women. Her face turned pale and she took 2 steps back. He pulled out a newest Sony phone and said, "Don't mess around. I know the police number in mainland China is 119. Phew." Suche couldn't help but laugh out loud. "All right, miss, I'm just teasing you. Hurry up and put away your 119. Because if a truckload of firefighters arrives, people might misunderstand that you are burning with fire and want to cool it down." The woman blushed. Only then did I realize I had remembered the wrong number for the police. At the same time, he glared at Suche fiercely. The guy in front of me clearly looks young, but for some reason he speaks like a gangster who has been hanging around in society since he was a kid. Hate. My name is Suche, and I'm a senior student at Antai No. 1 Middle School. Suche took the initiative to extend his hand. The woman was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Suche is still a student. However, she did not shake Suche's hand, but said reservedly, "My name is He Guanlan, and I'm from Hong Kong." Sure enough. Suche nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. "Miss He, there is a job where you can earn 200 yuan just by talking. Why do you do it?" Bang! Suche was slapped. He Guanlan's chest heaved, and he looked at Suche angrily. "Who do you think I am?" Sister phone. Fengjia is the name given to good wives in Hong Kong, because they are not professionals in this field, but are forced to earn money to supplement their family income. Their workplace is not a professional place, but in their own apartment. So she is called one floor, one phone, or Fengjia for short. However, He Guanlan thought that Suche's "open your mouth" and 200 yuan meant that he wanted her to do that. Suche covered his cheek with his hands, feeling so unfair. But there was nothing I could say. After all, what he said just now was indeed ambiguous. By the way, were the prices in Antai already so high in 2004? Who is driving up the price? Chapter 27. Oops, this actor is unprofessional. Ms. He, could you please ask clearly before you do anything next time? I just asked you to help me act out a scene. The mouth that speaks the lines is not the mouth you think it is. You acted too quickly and too ruthlessly. Suche said unhappily. This woman had quite a strong hand, and that slap almost made Suche deaf. Only then did He Guanlan realize that the slap he had just given was reckless. He apologized sheepishly at first, then said with a hint of pride, "I am the vice president of the Hong Kong Women's Judo Association. Of course I am fast and ruthless enough." Suche almost couldn't help but say another sentence. "In your judo, does it have their rubbing next to their lifting hand or their softening next to their lifting hand? Are you a scout?" But it seems that Antai doesn't have any production company. He Guanlan looked at Suche curiously and asked. Suche sighed helplessly. "The acting I'm talking about is not the kind of acting that appears on the big screen. It's, let me just say it straight, it's being my babysitter. My parents' factory encountered difficulties, and I wanted to give them some money to help them transform. But we can't let them know that it was me who gave it to them. So we need to find an investor to convince them. Do you understand? He Guanlan showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. I may not understand other things, but if I don't understand things like investment, then my life is in vain. But 200 yuan is a bit too little. This is a special case, so I have to pay more. Wow, he is worthy of being Brother Jurchin's fellow villager. When these three words came out of his mouth, they sounded so authentic. Then 500. Suchet shook his head. He didn't expect to meet such a money grubber. 1,000. Don't bargain. If you bargain, I won't go. Suchet finally gave in. There is no way. He Guanlan does have a good temperament and is from Hong Kong. This is the only way he can gain his parents' trust to the greatest extent. When you meet my parents later, you should talk less, so as not to reveal the truth. Give me a 500 yuan deposit first. If you don't perform well, I will deduct money from you. Suchet gave many warnings and instructions. He Guanlan, however, looked indifferent, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he was very excited and fresh. She looked unhappy just now, as if someone owed her hundreds of millions. Yaxin Garment Factory. It was named after Empress Dowager Zhang. The entire factory is full of the characteristics of a small workshop. There are only 2 workshops. It's still a small workshop. The workers who should have been busy at work were now all sitting on cardboard boxes chatting and gossiping. It seems your parents' factory doesn't have much business. He Guanlan looked at it with interest and said. Suchet nodded. The mainland is developing rapidly, but also rapidly eliminating. For example, small workshop-style garment factories like this one have old equipment and outdated styles, so the clothes they make are basically unsaleable. We can only undertake some OEM work. But now all kinds of fast-moving consumer goods brands are entering the mainland and conquering the market. When they look for OEMs, they look for big factories. How can they possibly get a small factory's turn? Within 2 years, there will be no room for small factories like this in the mainland, and even many large factories will become OEMs for big brands. The future market will belong to fast-moving consumer goods brands. When He Guanlan heard Suchet's words, he looked at Suchet in surprise. You seem to understand a lot. Suchet smiled modestly. I can't say I understand it. At most, I have learned from it and made my own random inferences. What a joke! If a person from 20 years later doesn't understand what the market is like, then his rebirth would be in vain. So what do you plan to transform your parents into? Sexy lingerie. Suchet gave 4 words. And these 4 words shocked He Guanlan again. Even in Hong Kong, there are only lingerie brands, but no specialized sexy lingerie brands. The mainland should be more conservative and backward. Isn't this step by Suchet a bit too big? Aren't you afraid of getting your balls pulled? As if seeing He Guanlan's confusion, Suchet explained, in the current environment, there really isn't a big market for sexy lingerie. But, times are changing. Sexy lingerie is a taboo topic. People are ashamed to mention it in public, but they are very keen on it in private. Let me ask you, if there are a lot of sexy, hot, exciting and bold lingerie in front of you, are you interested in trying them? He Guanlan glanced at Suchet and said, You little rascal, are you trying to trick me? I'm not afraid to tell you that I am naturally interested. But it's only when we are alone, and I will never show it to anyone else. Suchet smiled. That's it. If privacy can be guaranteed, most people are willing to try it. The offline retail model certainly cannot achieve this. After all, you can't go shopping for clothes with your face covered. You might be caught as a robber before you even enter the store. But the emergence of internet e-commerce has made this impossible become a reality. You only need a computer or even a mobile phone, open a web page, and place an order anonymously. Then, after being privately packaged, the courier will deliver it to you. During the whole process, no one knows what you bought. The answer will only be revealed when you open the express box yourself. Privacy is guaranteed to the utmost. Do you think there will still be a market for sexy lingerie under these circumstances? Will people still be ashamed to mention it? He Guanlan didn't care at first, but when Suchet finished a long string of words, she suddenly stopped where she was. His eyebrows twitched from time to time, and his expression was serious and earnest. This made her pretty face, which was already full of aggressiveness, even more aggressive. At first glance, it looks somewhat similar to the classic photo of Xu Jinyao holding a playing card in her mouth. It would be more similar if both thighs could be exposed as well. Half a minute later, He Guanlan suddenly laughed. Yes, that's interesting. Suche didn't bother to understand what she meant, and just said, the reason why I told you so much is because as an investor, you will need to use this theory to persuade my parents later. Did you write it all down? Before He Guanlan could answer, he heard Empress Dowager Zhang's voice in the distance. Little bastard, why are you here? Are you skipping school again? I'll beat you to death. While Empress Dowager Zhang's voice was still floating in the distance, she had already arrived beside Suche. He happened to be holding a wooden stick of unknown use in his hand, and without saying a word, he attacked Suche. Spare his life. I was ordered to skip school. No, I was ordered to leave school. Director Chu wanted to see me. Suche has already told Empress Dowager Zhang that Suche helped solve the 419 case. When Empress Dowager Zhang heard that Chu Shijing wanted to see Suche about something, she put away the stick. Well, luckily you spoke quickly. Otherwise, I might not have a son anymore. Suche wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Oh, right, Mom. This is Miss He, from Hong Kong. She is at the police station to handle some business. I heard her chatting with the police there and she said she was looking for a garment factory willing to do OEM. I thought, isn't this a coincidence? Just bring her here. Mom, the business that Miss He is planning to do has great prospects. Even Uncle Chu thinks it's good. You must seize this opportunity. As Suche spoke, he gently kicked He Guanlan. It's just that He Guanlan was like a new actor who was performing on stage for the first time, and he just stood there dumbfounded. I forgot the words. Suche couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this. Oops, this actor is not professional enough. Why did he show his weakness at the critical moment? Chapter 28. Believe it or not, I will ban you. A boss from Hong Kong. So young? 20 years old already. Empress Dowager Zhang looked at He Guanlan with some surprise. He Guanlan seemed to come back to his senses at this time, and responded with a smile, Hello, I am 24 years old. Hiss. Hearing this age, Suche took a deep breath. Antai is a northern city. In 2004, almost the entire north was shrouded in smog, sandstorms and other things. Of course, the situation in Beijing is the worst. When encountering a sandstorm, it is almost like being in the yellow wind cave in Journey to the West, with the sky blocked out and the sun filled with yellow sand. The most important thing is that it doesn't happen once or twice. Suche remembers that one year there were only 5 days without smog in the capital. This guy is even more hardworking than the oxen and horses of later generations who work almost all year round. It was around the time when the Olympic Games were approaching that the authorities made up their minds to control the smog, and the environment in Beijing and even the entire north began to improve little by little. I'm 18 and you're 24, so I shouldn't call you Sister Lan, I should call you Aunt Lan. Suche said. He Guanlan smiled slightly, but a shocking murderous intent emanated from the depths of his pupils. I don't mind, you can try to scream. Suche immediately shut his mouth. Suche had just experienced the strength of this woman's hand and didn't want to experience it again in the short term. Auntie, I do plan to find a foundry, but before that, could you introduce your factory to me first? He Guanlan, who was just criticized by Suche for being unprofessional, now spoke skillfully as if he were a real investor. Empress Dowager Zhang heard this and quickly said, okay. But my factory is very small, so OEM is no problem, but I'm afraid it won't be done well. The factory run by Suche's parents is on the verge of bankruptcy, so receiving an OEM order is like a blessing from heaven. But even so, Empress Dowager Zhang still spoke the truth and did not exaggerate in order to get the order. He Guanlan said calmly, let's take a look first. In just half an hour, the entire factory and even the guard dog's kennel were introduced. The factory run by Suche's parents is indeed too small, and there is very little to introduce. Empress Dowager Zhang looked worried, and in fact she had already given up hope for this order. How could a big boss from Hong Kong look down upon a small workshop like ours? There are several large garment factories in Antai City. Wouldn't it be better for people to find those big factories? I'm sorry, boss I couldn't satisfy you. I hope we can. Empress Dowager Zhang is already expressing her feelings of failure. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, He Guanlan interrupted him, I am quite satisfied. Who said I am not satisfied? R. Empress Dowager Zhang was stunned. The business I want to do is relatively new. It is currently only a trial run and the shipment volume is not large. So a small factory like yours is just right and easier to control. Also, I'm not just doing OEM, I'm investing. That means I need a share in your factory to produce products exactly as I want. Do you think those big factories will agree to my request? Invest, invest. The fire of hope that had been extinguished by Empress Dowager Zhang began to burn again. She was originally planning to give up the factory, but unexpectedly someone was willing to invest. As long as it is a real investment, let alone producing products according to the other party's wishes, even if it is manufacturing contraband, okay, this really can't be done, she agreed. As for the specific investment amount, I will have someone prepare a detailed report and then discuss it with you. As for the transformation product, have you heard of sexy lingerie? He Guanlan said. Empress Dowager Zhang blinked. She had heard of underwear. She has also heard of the fun. Why don't I understand how they can be put together? People of Empress Dowager Zhang's age, and the fact that she was born in a small county like Antai, naturally could not keep up with the times and had no idea what sexy lingerie was. Mom, it's the kind of underwear that is more open and sexy. Suche explained. Empress Dowager Zhang glared at Suche and said, do I need you to tell me? No, how did you know that? Didn't you study hard in school? Last time I noticed that the book, White Deer Plain, you brought home was not right. Empress Dowager Zhang grabbed Suche's ear. Suche cried out in injustice, Mom, that's a Mao Dun Literature Prize winner, it's a famous book. That's what our teacher asked us to read. Empress Dowager Zhang looked suspicious, then your teacher is not a good person. Par, such a shameless book, and it's a famous book. White Deer Plain is filled with many exciting descriptions. At that time, high school students read it as a classic on the surface, but in fact they were reading it for the descriptions. A book that can be circulated throughout the class has curled edges and some chapters are inexplicably missing, most likely torn out by some idiot and used for handicrafts. Mom, Missy is talking to you about serious matters. Suche reminded. Empress Dowager Zhang seemed to have just remembered that there were outsiders present, and quickly let go of Suche, saying embarrassedly, sorry, boss, I made a fool of myself for you. I don't know much about the sexy lingerie you're talking about, but I can guarantee that the masters in our factory are all experienced and their skills are amazing. They will definitely complete the production task successfully. After saying that, Empress Dowager Zhang shouted to the workshop, everyone come and gather. The next second, something happened that made He Guanlan's eyes widen and his mouth slightly open. The workers who were sitting on cardboard boxes and chatting stood up one by one. Some were leaning on crutches, some were limping on one leg, and some were sitting in a wheelchair, walking slowly towards her. Most of the workers in Suche's parents' factory are disabled. They are just disabled in their legs or feet, or deaf and dumb, but their hands are fine. They are all experienced workers who have been working for more than 10 years, and their skills are definitely up to standard. Empress Dowager Zhang explained in a low voice. I was afraid that He Guanlan would become dissatisfied and give up investing. Unexpectedly, He Guanlan smiled and said, this is a righteous act. Guanlan admires it. I have basically decided to invest in your factory. The only thing left is the investment ratio, which I need to do some research to determine. 3 days later, I'll contact you again in 3 days. This is my business card. As he spoke, He Guanlan handed Empress Dowager Zhang a business card. Empress Dowager Zhang took a look at the business card and didn't know what she saw. She was so shocked that she didn't say anything for a long time. He Guanlan waved at everyone, turned around and left with his long legs that were longer than his life. No, that's not what the script says. Who allowed you to change the script? Suche looked at He Guanlan's back and was furious. It was clearly agreed that although no money would be given directly on this trip, Suche's parents would be given reassurance. That is to say, first sign a draft contract to confirm the investment matters. But unexpectedly, He Guanlan changed the script without authorization and cut out the item of drafting the contract. Mom, let me see Missy off. Suche threw down a sentence and ran after He Guanlan. Stop. You didn't even climb into the director's bed, and you dare to change the script. Believe it or not, I will ban you. Chapter 29, Reintroduce myself. Outside the door. He Guanlan did not walk far, but stayed where he was, as if he was waiting for Suche. Hearing Suche's angry rebuke, He Guanlan was not angry, but slowly stretched out his hand. Introduce yourself again. He Guanlan, the fourth daughter of the Hong Kong He family. He Jinshin is my father. What? When Suche heard He Guanlan's self-introduction, he was struck by lightning. It turned out to be He Jinshin's daughter. Ho Chun Xing is a famous Hong Kong tycoon who owns many companies involved in various fields such as real estate, manufacturing, and media. It is reported that the total estimated value of the family assets is over $10 billion. That's the real giant boss. Suche was considered to be quite wealthy in his previous life, right? But in other people's eyes, he is still a minor character. There is just one thing. Suche remembered that He Jinshin died very early in his previous life, and it was his eldest son who continued to lead the He family of Hong Kong. He Guanlan's daughter seems to be unknown and has never been seen in newspapers or on the internet. It seems there is a story here. Suche calmly gathered his thoughts and held He Guanlan's fair hand. TSK. Slip. Tender. It is hard to imagine how a woman who has practiced judo for a long time can keep her hands in such a girlish state. Hiss, judo. Suche suddenly remembered this and quickly let go of He Guanlan's hand. And He Guanlan was looking at Suche with a dagger hidden in his smile. Suche was just one step away from experiencing the feeling of heaven and earth returning plus mist mountain shining from the game into reality. So, what does sister he mean? Suche said. He Guanlan looked at Suche with a half smile. The change of your address is similar to sit, and please take a seat. Suche remained calm and said, we have known each other for more than 2 hours and 5 minutes. We are no longer strangers. What's wrong with calling you sister? Little rascal. He Guanlan did not dwell on this issue, but gathered the hair beside his ears and said, I am very interested in the project you mentioned. I'm willing to invest some money and give it a try. Suche's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that there are people who would give money to others. He was worried about how to spend money to increase traffic for Zui Huayin in the future. A mere 1.2 million is not enough. If that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. No hurry, no hurry. If you are free, why not go to the internet cafe with me? I'll show Sister he something else that's compatible with this project. Sister he must be more interested. He Guanlan did not comment. Suche didn't waste any words and led the way to a nearby internet cafe. Arrived at the internet cafe and turned on the computer. As Suche typed a URL, a website popped up on the computer screen. When He Guanlan saw this website, he thought there was something really good there, but his cheeks turned slightly red. You little rascal, are you looking for death? Sister, I thought you, who came from Hong Kong, would be more open-minded and tolerant. I didn't expect you to be like this. Could you please take a closer look? Suche said helplessly. He Guanlan then looked at it carefully. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you do, He Guanlan exclaims in amazement. Who designed the UI of this website? It's quite interesting. Who selected these pictures? They are all exquisite. Who made this GIF? It's very creative to put it on their webpage as a video. Suche originally thought that He Guanlan didn't know much about the internet, but he didn't expect that He Guanlan actually knew a lot. She pointed out all the awesome aspects of their Zui Huayin website. And finally she asked a key question, what is the traffic of this website? Traffic, that is, the amount of visits. In 2004, it was the most important indicator for evaluating a website. If you want to cheat venture capitalists, the easiest way is to increase traffic as much as possible. Once you have the traffic, venture capitalists don't need you to say a word and will directly transfer the money to your account. Suche did not answer. Instead, open the senior website design competition webpage. He Guanlan let out an exaggerated exclamation. First place. So, the traffic on your website is pretty good right now. Suche nodded. With the help of this competition, the traffic is indeed quite good. What I want to show you is not this, but as a brand new website, it can win the first place in popularity votes in its first appearance. You should understand the value of it, right? He Guanlan did not answer. Instead, after thinking for a while, he suddenly said, your website is indeed very good and eye-catching. But there is a fatal problem, it is borderline. I don't think the mainland government will allow it to continue operating. Suche couldn't help but laugh when he heard He Guanlan's words. Because when a person is full of compliments, he may just be being polite and have no other thoughts. But when she finds fault with something, it proves that she is moved. The mainland leaders are not as stubborn as you think, not to mention that my website is not what you think it is, but a brand official website. It will be used as a supporting product together with the sexy lingerie produced by my parents' factory. Online traffic promotion, offline physical sales. Of course, I hope that in the future it can break away from being a brand's official website and become a unicorn website that can make profits on its own. He Guanlan raised his eyebrows slightly. She looked at Suche with some disbelief. I can't believe that such a forward-looking business plan came from the mouth of a high school student who just turned 18. But she didn't rush to express her opinion, but asked, "How much do you want to add your parents' factory to this website?" Suche held up a finger, 1,500,000. I can give you 40% of the controlling stake. He Guanlan frowned when he heard this. 1.5 million is not a lot for her, the daughter of the He family. But she couldn't accept a 49% controlling stake. What a joke! If others knew about this, they would think she couldn't afford to buy all the shares. Hey, don't think about the equity. I won't give in on this point. Not to mention that with a 40% stake you are already the largest shareholder. In fact, the owner of this website is a friend of mine. Just for this website, she should get 25% equity, right? He Guanlan didn't expect that there was a third person involved. In this kind of situation, the more people are involved, the more likely it is that trouble will arise. She waved her hand and said, 500,000, I'll take your friend's 25% stake. Good guy, Suche exclaimed, good guy. In fact, the 1.5 million for 40% controlling stake was a fabrication by Suche just to leave He Guanlan some room for bargaining. But unexpectedly, this young lady was too lazy to bargain. He was even willing to buy Xia Chuyu's website for a lump sum of $500,000. You know, this is a website that Xia Chuyu casually built with a copy of Turtle Fist Manual. It just takes some effort to select the pictures. Let alone 500,000, even if it was 5,000 yuan, Xia Chuyu might agree. However, as Suche knows the value of Drunk in the Flower Shade, he will definitely try to persuade it. 500,000 is too low. In my plan, this is a website that may generate new internet business forms in the future. In addition, it has a supporting role with offline factories. Its actual value cannot be bought with just 500,000. This way, you don't have to rush to make an offer, and I won't be in a hurry to reject you. This website is directed by Uncle Chu Shizhen. You can talk to him. Others may not know Chu Shizhen's background, but as the daughter of the He family, you should know it, right? Also, if you don't trust Chu Shizhen, you can also find out more from professionals in the anti-internet industry. Once you understand everything, give me a new quote. We'll talk about it in detail. Hearing Suche's words, He Guanlan looked at Suche deeply. Two words came out of his mouth, okay. Chapter 30, The Principal's Illegitimate Son. After separating from Suche, He Guanlan went directly to the Hualongwen police station. Suche was right. Others didn't understand Chu Shizhen's background, but she did. Her father was a friend of Chu Shizhen's father-in-law, and he knew that Chu Shizhen would definitely not stay in the small place of Antai forever. In the future, he will surely rise to a higher position and take over from his father-in-law. If Chu Shizhen is really optimistic about the future of Drunk in the Flower Shade, then what's wrong with her making some concessions in terms of equity? Hualongwen Police Station. Chu Shizhen was quite surprised to learn that He Guanlan had arrived. How did Miss He find time to come to Antai? Shouldn't you be busy with funeral affairs these days? He Guanlan's father just passed away. He Guanlan sighed, you also know the situation in Hong Kong. Once my father left, their whole family was in chaos. The eldest brother wants power, and the second brother wants it too. My third sister didn't want power, but she wanted money. The wives my father married later also caused trouble. The He family is in chaos. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went to the mainland to relax under the pretext of taking inventory of my mainland assets. Chu Shizhen nodded. Antai does have an electronics factory invested by the He family, but it is operating at a loss. Chu Shizhen guessed that He Guanlan wanted to relax on the one hand, and was also kicked out of the fight for inheritance on the other hand. After all, she is the youngest member of the He family and has been studying in the United States, so she has not had time to take over any of the He family's company assets. The other brothers and sisters actually hold a portion of the He family's assets in their hands. Maybe the other brothers and sisters discussed it and decided to throw the mess in the mainland to He Guanlan, and that would be considered as He Guanlan's share. So you came to me because you want me to help you take over that electronics factory? Chu Shizheng asked. He Guanlan shook his head. That electronics factory is not profitable, and there are too many people and too little work. I don't plan to continue running it. I came to you to ask about a person. Or rather, a website. Drunken Flower Shade, do you know it? Chu Shizheng was stunned. That little bastard Suche is really amazing. A new website that hasn't even been officially launched has actually reached the ears of a person like He Guanlan. No. So what do you think of that website? What are its prospects? Chu Shizheng immediately understood what He Guanlan said, thought for a moment, and then replied, I don't know much about this, but from my personal opinion, I think it's good. The business track of sexy lingerie is still blank in the mainland. If we can do it well, there should be great potential. He Guanlan smiled when he heard this. I thought so too. Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. After saying that, He Guanlan stood up and left. Chu Shizheng looked at He Guanlan's back and murmured, it seems that she wants to invest in Drunk in the Flower Shade. As a local leader of Antai, even if Drunk in the Flower Shade is a piece of shit, I will definitely praise it. After all, if the investment is successful, it will be a political achievement. Could it be that Suche, that little bastard, calculated this and deliberately led He Guanlan to come to me? At this moment, Suche in the school suddenly sneezed. Mad, who is cursing me? I haven't done anything bad recently, except taking advantage of Chu Shizheng and Mr. Jing Julong Technology. Mr. Zheng was flattered by He Guanlan's sudden visit. He thought that his handsome appearance had won the appreciation of the He family's daughter and that he would be able to marry into the Hong Kong family soon. Unexpectedly, the first thing He Guanlan said was, I heard that your company participated in Senior's website design competition and was beaten by a little-known website. The flattering words that Mr. Zheng was about to say were instantly choked in his throat. So the He family's daughter came all their way here just to laugh at him? The second son of Jing replied sullenly, you don't know the inside story. That website is not a small, unknown website at all. There are masters behind it. It's normal that I can't defeat that website. It would be abnormal if I could. The battle between overseas hackers and domestic red hackers has left a deep shadow in the heart of Mr. Zheng. No matter who told him that Zui Huayin was just a small website, he would not believe it. Not to mention, the more he praises Drunk in the Flower Shade, the less embarrassing his status as eternal runner-up becomes. It's okay because he is the second child in the family, after all, he has no choice. But if you build a website and rank second, it will easily make people laugh. Unless the first place website is very famous and awesome, then he, the second place website, would have a little more face. Is there an expert in charge? He Guanlan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help laughing when he thought of Suche, the little bad boy. Okay, you can be considered an expert. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of a professional like Mr. Jing Suche's evaluation is so high. It seems that Drunk in the Flower Shade does have something to it. Before, He Guanlan just regarded the investment in Zui Huayin as a small game and did not care about winning or losing. But after asking Chu Shizheng and Mr. Jing successively, she suddenly became expectant. Perhaps this is a chance given to her by God, allowing her to take back what she lost in Hong Kong to the mainland. Leave Julong Technology. He Guanlan went straight back to their hotel. No one knew that the only 5-star hotel in Antai City was also built by the He family. I seem to have forgotten to get the contact information of that little bastard. He Guanlan said after he walked into the suite. After thinking about it, she simply found the phone number of the principal's office of Antai No. 1 Middle School. Hello, Principal Lee. I'm He Guanlan. We met 15 years ago when my father donated money to Antai No. 1 Middle School. But I was only 9 years old at that time, and you seem to be the Dean of Studies. The principal of Antai No. 1 Middle School on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Then her tone was filled with surprise and flattery. Ms. He? Wow, more than a decade has passed in a flash. Some time ago, I was thinking that if I had the chance to go to Hong Kong, I would definitely thank your father for his care and love for our Antai No. 1 Middle School. My father has passed away, so there's no need to thank me. Suche is a student at your No. 1 Middle School, right? Can you ask him to come to the Sheraton Hotel? Suche. The principal was surprised. He didn't understand. It was fine if Suche was related to Chu Shijin, but why was he also related to He Guanlan? That is the He family of Hong Kong. But he couldn't ask. All I could say was, okay, I'll go inform him now. After hanging up the phone, the principal thought about it and decided to go to Suche's class in person. At this time, Suche's head teacher was scolding Suche, Suche, who allowed you to skip class? I find that you don't take me seriously at all now. Who do you think you are? The principal's biological son. Teacher who? What nonsense are you talking about? Is this how you should be a teacher? You will lose your bonus this month. The principal arrived just in time and became furious when he heard this. The head teacher trembled and was almost frightened to death. Just when he was about to explain, he saw the principal had a sullen face and ignored him. Instead, he waved at Suche, "Student Suche, come here." Their head teacher looked at the principal who was patting Suche's shoulder and walking away, and couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that I really got it right? Is Suche really the principal's illegitimate son?" Chapter 31 The Flower Language of Steel Wool. Suche, are you familiar with Miss He? We are not close friends, but Miss He wanted to invest in my parents' factory, and I proposed some ideas for transformation. Miss He agreed with them, so she planned to talk to me in detail. Oh, I see. The principal's shock, which had lingered since he received the call, eased a little. He almost thought that Suche had some close relationship with the He family. Fortunately, it's just an investment relationship. But even so, it is very remarkable. Being able to obtain investment from the He family, it is conceivable that in the future Suche's parents will become a leader in the garment industry in Antai City. If I had known earlier that Suche's mother would come to school, I would have been nicer to her. I'm too lazy to go back to the office to give you a note for leave. The most important thing is that if the principal finds out, his salary will be deducted. Unexpectedly, the principal ignored their greetings and instead sent Suche out of the school with a smile. Be careful on the road, and say hello to Miss He for me when you see her. Don't rush back. Even if it takes a few days, it won't be too late to come back after you finish your work. Suche looked at the principal helplessly and said, "Principal, the third mock exam is the day after tomorrow. How can we take the exam if we delay for a few days? How can we get 650 points? The principal looked at Suche speechlessly. If he hadn't considered Miss His face, he would have pointed at Suche's nose and scolded him, "You're bragging and you take it seriously. 650 points, how dare you dream? Is that a score that matches your status? Well, the principal believes in your ability." The principal finally uttered a sentence. As for Suche's ability, of course his scores in the 4 subjects combined are not as good as those in one of others. Suche was too lazy to pay attention to the principal. Turned around and left. I took a taxi and arrived at the Sheraton Hotel. Master, invoice. When getting off the bus, Suche did not forget to ask for the invoice. What a joke! I will soon have my own company and partners, so of course I have to get reimbursed for this kind of business trip. It came pretty quickly. Knock on He Guanlan's door. It looked like the woman had just finished a shower and was wearing a bathrobe. However, the bathrobe was obviously a bit short, and her 2 thighs, which were longer than her life, were exposed. As she walked, Suche's eyes were dazzled. "Sister, can you please respect your partner? Change your clothes." He Guanlan glanced at Suche and said, "You little rascal who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, do you still need respect? Besides, this is the highest respect I can show you. Do you know how many people in Hong Kong want to see it but can't?" Suche was completely speechless. Okay, you have long legs and you are right. If you don't care, why should I care? I don't intend to be Liu Xiaohui. On the contrary, I am very interested in Shimenqing. Sir, I want to. No, sir, drink the medicine. So Suche simply plucked up the courage to watch. He watched and clicked his tongue. In the end, it was He Guanlan who finally couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed into the bedroom and changed into formal clothes. Take a look. If you think there's no problem, just sign it. He Guanlan threw a piece of paper to Suche. Suche picked it up and took a look. It was actually a purchase contract. 1 million to acquire Zui Huayin in full. Wow. When Suche saw the price, he exclaimed wow. Twice. She almost hugged He Guanlan's thigh and said, Rich woman, please love me hard. I know the flower language of steel wool is forbearance and wealth. It's not Suche's fault. 1 million was not a small sum in 2004. 300 yuan a month was enough for college students in 2004, but college students in 2024 will have to add another zero. In 2004, the housing prices in Beijing and Shanghai were around 10,000 renminbi, but they soared tenfold in 2024. Calculated by purchasing power, this 1 million is equivalent to 10 million in the future. But Suche was not in a hurry to sign the contract. Instead, he said, this 1 million is only for the acquisition of the Zui Huayin website, or equivalent to buying out my friend's shares. As for the distribution of shares between the two of us, we need to discuss it later. Unless you think this new project can be run without me. He Guanlan frowned. She was actually quite generous, but she didn't expect Suche to go even further. But on second thought, he sighed again. The project was proposed by Suche, the planning was also done by Suche, and how it would develop in the future was also in Suche's mind. I really can't get by without Suche. Although Suche was only an 18-year-old high school student, to He Guanlan he felt like a veteran who had lived for decades. He Guanlan has an inexplicable expectation and trust in Suche. Maybe it was because I was recently kicked out of the inheritance dispute, and I was discouraged, so I thought that catching someone at random would be a life-saving straw. Forget it, it's just a small amount of money, just treat it as an 18-year-old puppy. He Guanlan thought about it and glanced at Suche. Not to mention, he has a handsome face and really has the potential to be a little puppy. So, in addition to the 1 million to buy out the website, how much more do I have to pay? And how many shares do you plan to give me? He Guanlan asked. Suche replied, for the time being, we will each own 50% of the website. You pay for it, and I will invest in the technology. As for the factory, we will each contribute 1.5 million and acquire all the shares of the factory. Of course, my parents' small factory is definitely not worth so much money, but I have already designed more than a dozen styles of sexy lingerie, and I will continue to design in the future. These designs are also counted as factory assets. You should understand the value of a popular design drawing, not to mention that I have more than a dozen. After Suche finished speaking, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Pass it to He Guanlan. He Guanlan was stunned. You can do this. This kind of thing is not something that amateurs can handle. Don't think that just drawing casually. He Guanlan stopped talking halfway through his sentence. The expressions on his face also became unusually wonderful and rich. Is this really your design? Suche shrugged, what else? It's incredible. Although the painting is very rough, the overall style and details are all conveyed. Just give this piece of paper to a master craftsman, and he will make a finished product on the spot. The most important thing is that you can imagine how sexy it is just by looking at the blueprint. If you see the finished product, I'm afraid you won't know how exciting it will be. Little rascal, I'm going to call you something else from now on. You should call me little pervert. If you don't know me, you might think you're not an 18-year-old high school student, but a pervert who spends his days in brothels and hunts for beauties. Chapter 32 The Frightened Xia Chuyu. Suche's face darkened. Who are you insulting? Although he had visited many places of entertainment in his previous life, and although he had been licking Zhuang Jieyue mentally while physically communicating with other women about driving techniques. With these design drawings as a basis, you won't lose money, right? In fact, if I am willing, I can make a lot of money just by selling the designs. It's just that I want to give it to you and myself a chance. Suche said. He Guanlan raised his eyebrows and said, little pervert, you must have made a mistake. I am the daughter of the He family. Do I need you to give me a chance? Phew. Suche laughed. We're soon going to be partners wearing the same pair of underwear, no, pants. Just stop being pretentious in front of me. I checked the relevant news after I went back. Your father just passed away, but you didn't stay in Hong Kong to handle the funeral, but ran to the mainland. It's obvious that you were kicked out of the inheritance dispute. They are young, and Hong Kong is a semi-feudal society with a strong preference for boys over girls. This is understandable. Many people think that Hong Kong is so developed and civilized, but in fact polygamy was only abolished in Hong Kong 30 years ago. The status of women in Hong Kong has always been similar to that in feudal society. On the surface, He Guanlan is the daughter of the He family, but even if He Jinxing were still alive and distributed the inheritance personally, He Guanlan would definitely not get much. At most, I can ensure that she lives a rich life in this life. He Guanlan's expression changed. I didn't he expect a high school student to have such insight. He guessed them all right. But she didn't speak. Suche glanced at her and continued, "You must be unconvinced in your heart, and I am unconvinced on your behalf. Because there is a saying that has been popular here for a long time. Women hold up half the sky. Why do you look down on women?" When He Guanlan heard these words, his pupils suddenly shocked. Can women hold up half the sky? Well said. Since you are not convinced, you have to find an opportunity to slap them in the face. And our current cooperation is an opportunity. Excuse me for being blunt, but the development of the mainland in the next 20 years will be unimaginable. As for Hong Kong, it can only become a background board for the mainland and will become weaker and weaker. Your good brothers drove you to the interior, thinking you were being exiled to the frontier. But in reality, it was like throwing a person into Hong Kong in 1842. Hearing Suche's words, He Guanlan couldn't help but laugh. In 1842, Hong Kong went from being a small fishing village to being the Far East bridgehead of the British Empire. Do you mean that I can also rise to become an internationally renowned Far East giant like those legendary bosses at that time? Suche curled his lips and said, "Forget it, the British Empire. 20 years later, they may not even be able to afford the military budget, and all the money will be used to build a garden for the old Buddha. How is that possible?" He Guanlan, who grew up in Hong Kong, naturally didn't believe it. Suche was too lazy to argue with her. Anyway, she will be able to see it in 20 years. Let's get back to the point. Do you agree with my proposal? He Guanlan waved his hand. It's just a small amount of money. Even though I'm at a disadvantage, it doesn't matter. He looked like a wealthy man, which made Suche envious and jealous. I'll call that friend over tonight and sign the contract for Drunk in the Flower Shade first. Then I'll communicate with my parents and sign their contract the next day. By the way, the company will be officially established after the contract is signed. The factory doesn't need to recruit anyone, my parents can take care of it. But their website still needs to hire 2 programmers to be responsible for the daily maintenance and operation of the website. Coder. He Guanlan was very curious about this title. A programmer. Suche explained. What an ugly name. I'm clearly doing a prestigious internet job, but you're calling me a farmer. Suche smiled but said nothing. Programmers have only been able to have something to do with the word high-end in the past few years. In a few years, they will simply become IT migrant workers. Workers are like cattle and horses. Of course, there is another type of programmer who is worse than cattle and horses. An online novel writer who sits in front of the computer and types away for a month just to earn some attendance money. Let's go. See you tonight. After agreeing on the cooperation matters, Suche returned to school. When I came back, it was time for my homeroom teacher's class. Many classmates looked at Suche with gloating eyes. What they feared most after skipping classes was running into the class of the head teacher. That was so miserable. But what surprised all the students was that the head teacher didn't react at all when he saw Suche. I don't even know if it was an illusion, but it seemed that the look in the head teacher's eyes when he looked at Suche was a little bit flattering. What's going on? Their whole class was in a state of confusion. Suche returned to his seat, too lazy to pay attention to the gossipy looks of his classmates, and simply lay down on the table to catch up on his sleep. And the head teacher still turned a blind eye to this. This made it even more difficult for the students to understand and shocked. Xia Chuyu also looked at this scene in some surprise. I don't know what I thought of the next second, my ears suddenly turned red, and I quickly lowered my head to look at the book. Finally, the class taught by the head teacher ended. The day after tomorrow is the 3rd mock test. This is the last important test before the college entrance examination. I hope everyone will take it seriously. It doesn't matter whether you do well in the exam or not. What matters is training. The head teacher said before leaving. It's just that everyone automatically filters out the sentence "it doesn't matter how well you do in the exam." He said this, but in reality, if you dare to back down, your parents will be called in the next day. Suche stretched, stood up and walked to Xia Chuyu's desk. Little goldfish, tell me the truth, why did you suddenly blush during class just now? Suche stared at Xia Chuyu's face with interest and asked. Xia Chuyu never expected that Suche had been paying attention to her. His face turned red again. No. No. You've been a little rebellious lately, Miss Campus Belle. As soon as these 4 words came out, Shiachuyu panicked instantly. He stammered, "It's just. I was wondering if our homeroom teacher would be the same as me." Brush. Suche's face immediately turned dark. Shiachuyu, you really dare to think? When Suche thought about himself and the big, toe-picking teacher acting out the widow script, he couldn't help but feel nauseous and vomit. Don't think about these things in the future. I'm very picky about food, okay? I don't eat everything. Only you can whet my appetite. Suche said. Shiachuyu's face turned red again. These sisters are good in everything except that they are too shy. By the way, let me tell you something. Your website. Suche. Shiachuyu thought Suche was going to expose her secret and was immediately frightened. Without waiting for Suche to finish speaking, he stood up from his seat. He covered Suche's mouth with his hand. Mum? Suche felt the warmth of Shiachuyu's small hand and made a sound that he couldn't tell whether it was enjoyment or pleasure. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the classmates. Everyone stared at the two with wide eyes in disbelief. It has only been a few days since Suche publicly confessed his feelings. Is that it? If anyone says that my brother Su is a bootlicker, I will get angry. He is obviously a love saint. Bastards. Zhuang Jiayue also looked at the scene in shock, and then spat out 3 words in frustration. Chapter 33 Little Rich Woman. And Shiachuyu obviously noticed something strange about her classmates. Seeing that she was covering Suche's mouth with her hand, she didn't dare to let go. He could only look at Suche with pleading eyes and pull Suche out. Finally, the two came outside the classroom. Shiachuyu quickly let go of her hand, her voice and expression showing indescribable grievance. You clearly said that as long as I'm obedient, you won't expose me. Hiss. Suche took a deep breath of Shiachuyu. I'm dying. With this expression and tone, if it weren't for the inappropriate venue, Suche would have to finish the rest of the plot according to the widow's script. Suche calmed down and said, Who said I want to expose you? I just want to tell you some good news. I found a buyer for your website. Really? Shiachuyu breathed a sigh of relief, and her peach blossom eyes lit up instantly. It's like peach blossoms blooming, stunning the entire campus. The students passing by all looked at her sideways, as if they were just about to graduate and realized that there was such a stunning beauty hidden in the school. Seeing the gazes of his classmates, Shiachuyu quickly lowered his head. Hide your stunning appearance. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Do you know how much it was sold for? This amount. Suche stretched out a finger. Shiachuyu's eyes lit up again. 10,000 yuan. Suche looked at Shiachuyu speechlessly. You look like you have never seen the world. 10,000 yuan makes your eyes light up like this? Fortunately, I didn't bring you with me when negotiating the price with He Guanlan, otherwise He Guanlan might have been able to get you at 1/10 of the price. It's 100. Suche sighed and told the real price. R. Unexpectedly, the light in Shiachuyu's eyes disappeared. It's only $100. That's okay, at least I made back my money. It was not expensive to register a website in 2004. It only cost a few dozen dollars. After including the internet fee, the $100 was well worth the investment. Suche was once again defeated by Shiachuyu's lack of vision. 100 and $100, do they mean the same thing? Well, in 2004 there were probably not even 100 of them. Don't blame you. Suche silently found an excuse for Shiachuyu, and then suddenly put his hands on Shiachuyu's shoulders. The two of them suddenly faced each other. Or face to face at close range. Little goldfish, listen carefully. There is a unit after 100, called W. 100 means 100 Ws. Next time someone tells you how many, don't make a fool of yourself, understand? Shiachuyu nodded seriously. I understand. W is the pinyin abbreviation of 10,000. 100 of them is 1 million, right? Suche rubbed her hair in a teachable manner. But the next second, Shiachuyu suddenly screamed, No. No. Impossible. Drunken Flower Shade sold 1 million copies. Suche, you're kidding me, right? How could Drunken Flower Shade possibly sell for 1 million? Forget it. Suche sighed silently. If you have never seen the world, then you have never seen the world. At least you are easy to deceive. I'm not kidding you. I'm talking to you very seriously. Come with me to sign the contract at 8 o'clock this evening. After the contract is signed, Drunk in the Flower Shade will belong to someone else, and the 1 million will belong to you. For a full half moment, Shiachuyu had neither expression nor voice. Just like a frightened child, he stood there, at a loss as to what to do. It wasn't until the bell for class rang that she seemed to be awakened. He ran towards the classroom clumsily. Suche followed behind and shook his head. I should have known not to tell her, or just give her shares in exchange. But Drunken Flower Shadows is a long-term project and there is no possibility of profit in the short term. For her, 1 million is obviously more able to solve the problems she encountered. Shiachuyu seemed a little absent-minded throughout the whole class. It's just that the absent-mindedness of a top student is completely different from the absent-mindedness of a poor student. Even though Shiachuyu was absent-minded, he could still rely on his instinct to answer correctly when the teacher asked questions. Unlike Zhuang Jieyue, who was taught a miserable lesson by Mother Rome. Finally, the clock hanging on the back wall showed 8 o'clock in the evening. An evening self-study session just ended. If you don't sign the contract, the 1 million will be gone. It's okay, but your mother's illness. This phrase is even more useful than the words, school beauty. Shiachuyu was startled and immediately stood up from his seat. Sign. I sign. My goodness, with this tone, if someone didn't know better, they would think Suche was forcing her not to accept the 1 million. Sheraton Hotel. He Guanlan saw Shiachuyu. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Little rascal, are you sure she is the owner of Drunken Flower Shade? Obviously, Shiachuyu's beauty also shocked He Guanlan. This is a kind of beauty that is completely different from that of Hong Kong girls. It's like Hong Kong actresses and mainland actresses standing together in the 1970s and 1980s. Even though the mainland actresses' outfits weren't as trendy, they were more eye-catching. Because the natural beauty of mainland actresses is something that Hong Kong actresses can never learn. Hello, sister. Shiachuyu greeted weakly. If you think 1 million is too much, you can. What can I say? I'm telling you to stop dreaming. Sister Lan is not short of money. It's impossible for her to give you money and shares at the same time. For a startup company, the most taboo thing is too many people and too many mouths, and dispersed equity. Before Shiachuyu could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by Suche. He then pulled Shiachuyu behind him with disgust. Shut up, don't mention this again. Otherwise, even if Sister Lan doesn't want to hit you, I will give you a slap in the face. Suche warned Shiachuyu. After giving the warning, he secretly wiped a sweat in his heart. This lady actually wants to give He Guanlan a discount. Suche wanted to knock her little head open to see what she was thinking about. If it were someone else, I would definitely not agree to give shares, but for such a beautiful little sister, I can consider it. Who would have thought that He Guanlan would fall in love with Shiachuyu and Wang Bie when they were looking at mung beans? No, I don't want shares. Shiachuyu waved his hands quickly. He Guanlan looked at Suche meaningfully. His eyes seemed to say, you have trained him well. Just one sentence could make Shiachuyu give up her demand for shares. Sister Lan, where is the contract? Sign it quickly. Otherwise she will regret it later. Suche was afraid that Shiachuyu would do something weird again, so he urged. Here, take a look. This is a bank card with 1 million in it. The password is written on the back. It will be yours after you sign the contract. He Guanlan took out a purchase contract that he had prepared long ago, and pushed a bank card on the table in front of Shiachuyu. Even now, Shiachuyu seems unwilling to believe that Drunk in the Flower Shade really sold for 1 million. He stood there motionless, looking at the contract and bank card, at a loss. In fact, it's not her fault. If Suche had not been reborn, he would have been so shocked that his brain would go blank if he learned the same thing at the same age. Not to mention that Shiachuyu's family was poor. 10,000 yuan was already the limit of her imagination. And now it's 100 times. In the blink of an eye, I became a wealthy woman. It's even more exaggerated than dreaming. Chapter 34 Shiachuyu, are you greedy for my body? What's wrong? He Guanlan saw that Shiachuyu was not right and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, nothing. Shiachuyu came back to his senses from his daze. He signed his name on the contract solemnly. Keep the money, our deal is officially done. Although 1 million is not a lot, it will still surprise many people if a high school student can achieve it. He Guanlan stuffed the card into Xie Chuyu's hand. Xie Chuyu held the card uneasily, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. 1 million isn't a lot. But there are obviously a lot. Xie Chuyu obviously didn't know that at the top of the pyramid of this society, there were scenery and luxury that she couldn't imagine. Okay, I've made a deal with her. Now it's our turn. Even if you invest in the technology for Drunk in the Flower Shade, you can't invest in the technology for the factory, right? If that happens, wouldn't I be wasted? He Guanlan was at a loss for words for a moment and couldn't think of a suitable word. Freebie. Suche reminded. Although this description is not very nice, it is very appropriate. You don't really want to take advantage of me for free, do you, little bastard? He Guanlan asked with a smile. What if I say yes? Suche asked back. That depends on whether you have the luck. Friendly reminder, I not only learned judo in Hong Kong, but also learned Liu spear. I am especially good at blocking and shooting. A chopstick can be turned into a short spear in my hand. I can stab you with 3 knives and 6 holes in the blink of an eye. Facing He Guanlan's naked threat, Suche remained calm. What a coincidence, I also learned spearmanship for a period of time. But I didn't learn the Liu spear, I learned the Browning. Let's spar when we have time. He Guanlan's smiling expression froze immediately. Why don't you say you learned Gatling? Okay, I will give you every cent of the 1.5 million investment. But I'm still a little short of it, so you need a few days to get it together. Suche now only has 1.2 million in his hand, and he needs to raise another 300,000. Suche's idea was to use 1.2 million as capital and just trade some things to get the money together. At worst, Suche could make a fortune by selling the millipede virus to an antivirus software company. These days, several antivirus software companies have been beaten to a pulp. Whoever can get the millipede will have their weight to tip the balance of victory. Don't imagine that these antivirus software companies are so innocent. Many viruses on the market are actually produced and sold by them. Once a virus of this level is released, the profits generated will be staggering. But that would be a bit unscrupulous, and Suche still wanted to keep some conscience unless it was absolutely necessary. How about I pay for you? But in return, I will get more shares. He Guanlan suggested. Suche refused without even thinking, thank you, but no thanks. Seeing Suche's attitude, He Guanlan did not insist any more. The more Suche doesn't want to sell his shares, the more it proves that Suche is confident in the future of Zui Huayin. This is a good thing. By the way, although we each own half of the shares, there is one thing I must have, and that is the veto power when it comes to the direction of business development. Suche glanced at He Guanlan and said, this is the most important thing. If He Guanlan doesn't give it, then we will all go our separate ways. Otherwise, if Suche proposed to do this, He Guanlan would disagree, then He Guanlan proposed to do that, Suche would also disagree. That would be numb. As a reborn person, Suche must obtain this right to ensure that the website always moves in the right direction. He Guanlan pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. But it's only limited to business. Nature. After the two reached this final agreement, they waved goodbye. Check out the hotel. Xie Chuyu followed Suche nervously, even her steps seemed a little unnatural. A passerby saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh in anger. The world is going downhill, people's hearts are not the same as before. Today's students don't know what self-love is. How old are they? Go get a room. It's fine if you just booked a room, but you also made such a fuss. You can't even walk steadily. Brush. When Suche heard the passerby's words, his face turned green. Xie Chuyu became red because of the rubbing. Suche didn't care about the moral stick of the passerby. After all, as long as Suche has no morals, there is no way to morally blackmail him. But Suche clearly didn't do it, but the passerby said he did it, which made Suche very angry. There was only an hour and a half left before lights out and dormitory inspections. Suche had not enough time to show his abilities. Otherwise, Suche would have to pull Xie Chuyu back and turn the slander of the passerby into reality. Lest you lose your innocence out of thin air. Little goldfish, could you please stop walking with your legs tucked in? You make it seem like I did something to you. Suche glanced at Xie Chuyu and finally understood why the passerby slandered him. Xie Chuyu looked left and right, and finally said embarrassedly, Suche, although I know it's unlikely, but I'm always afraid of being robbed. Suche looked at Shiachuyu speechlessly. It would be fine if you had 1 million in cash, but are you afraid if you have a bank card? If you don't tell me, who would know there is $1 million in it? Just when Suche was about to teach this little goldfish a lesson, he suddenly heard Shiachuyu approach 2 steps and said, Suche, how about? I give you this bank card. I only need 50,000 yuan, enough for my mother's surgery and subsequent recovery. The words that were about to come out of Suche's mouth were choked. Looking at Shiachuyu in disbelief. After a long while, he asked, why? This is 1 million. Oh, even if you keep 50,000, that's 950,000. Do you know what that means? It means your family can move into a villa surrounded by mountains. You can even have some money left over to buy a nice car. You can live a life of luxury from now on. 1 million in 2004 was just that durable. Didn't you say you were short of money? If I give you mine, you won't be short of money, right? Shiachuyu answered seriously. It turns out that this silly girl was not in a trance just now, but was secretly eavesdropping on the conversation between Suche and Higuanlan. Suche couldn't help but feel angry again about how stupid he was in his previous life. Compared with Shiachuyu, Zhuangjiayue is just like a piece of shit. No, at least shit can be used as fertilizer, but Zhuangjiayue only knows how to take and never give. If it were Zhuangjiayue today, not only would she not give Suche the money, she would also find ways to swindle away the money that Suche was using to partner with Higuanlan. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. I hope Zhuangjiayue dies soon and ascends to heaven soon. Suche silently made a blessing to Zhuangjiayue in his heart. Then he gently pinched Shiachuyu's cheek and said, Little goldfish, tell me the truth, are you greedy for my body? Chapter 35. Hey? This character is wrong. Har. After hearing Suche's words, Shiachuyu, who had always only been able to utter ham and ar, let out a different kind of exclamation for the first time. No. Then Shiachuyu denied it decisively and directly. It seemed as if even the slightest hesitation would taint her impeccable moral character. Really? Suche didn't give up and asked again. Really not? Shiachuyu looked serious and denied it again decisively. But I really can't think of anything else about me that's worth your spending 950,000 yuan on, except for this damn handsome face and this juicy body. Juicy and tender. When Shiachuyu heard the adjective, Suche, her expression became slightly strange. I don't know what I was thinking about. Suche, I know that the fact that my website can sell for 1 million is all thanks to you. If I were to sell it myself, I could probably sell it for $100. So I'm already very happy to get 50,000. The extra 950,000 didn't belong to me in the first place. I'm just returning it to its original owner. Shiachuyu blinked and explained seriously. Those eyes were clearly extremely clear, but it was as if something had completely hooked Suche's soul away. From then on, there was a new name on Suche's heart. You are such a silly girl. Suche shook his head. Well, given your family situation, you won't be able to keep the money even if it's given to you. Just think of it as buying my blue chip stock. Sooner or later I will pay you back another million. Suche took the bank card. Shiachuyu nodded vigorously, not doubting whether Suche was bragging or not. Back to school, the two of them skipped a study class. But the head teacher did not make things difficult for them. One is a top student in his grade and a future student at Peking University or Tsinghua University. The other is the principal's illegitimate son. You can't afford to offend any of the class teachers. He said indifferently, the third mock exam is coming soon, so try not to relax too much during this period. Then they were allowed to go back to the classroom. But after the two of them went back, their head teacher frowned and muttered, could it be that they are really dating? The college entrance examination is coming soon, don't delay your studies. Forget about Suche, but for a poor kid like Shiachuyu, the only way to change his fate is to take the college entrance examination. The next day, Suche skipped class again. No matter how you look at it, Suche seems to have given up and decided to take the college entrance examination. The teachers don't bother to care about this. After all, there is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. As long as these poor students do not affect the studies of other students, teachers can tolerate them no matter how excessive their actions are. As for Suche's vow to get 650 points in the third mock exam, the teachers just thought it was just talk. But there was one teacher who was an exception. English teacher Hee Cheon. She seemed unable to bear to see Suche giving up on himself like this, so she specifically talked to Suche. Unexpectedly, she failed to convince Suche, but instead made Suche turn her love life upside down. I learned from Hee Cheon that since Suche reminded Hee Cheon, she asked someone to investigate Guiyud. You wouldn't know until you checked, except for the fact that Guiyud had an affair with the owner of the hair salon. All the other charges mentioned by Suche were true. As for the charge of having an affair with the owner of a hair salon, it's not that Guiyud is so self-disciplined. But Guiyud had suffered a vital injury when he was a child. I don't have the ability to flirt with other people at all. Wow. After Suche heard this gossip, he exclaimed wow several times in his heart. So, didn't Hee Cheon remain intact from marriage to divorce in her previous life? Suche suddenly felt a little sympathy for Guiyud. Facing such a bright and beautiful plump beauty, he could only look but not eat. The only way to prove a man's masculinity is through domestic violence. Pitiful. And in this life, Hee Cheon's fate has changed, and no one knows which little bastard will benefit from it in the end. Why do you have to give me such a wide stage to show off? Can't someone just believe in me for a little bit? Suche sighed as he walked out of the bank. Even when he was withdrawing money just now, the aunt at the counter questioned Suche's request to withdraw 50,000 yuan. It was not until Suche inadvertently showed the balance of his bank card that the old lady was shocked and changed from questioning to trying to please him. However, it seems that there is someone who has always believed in Suche from beginning to end. Xia Chuyu. But Xia Chuyu's way of thinking is different. Even if Suche said that his cat could do a backflip, Xia Chuyu would not doubt it at all. These 50,000 yuan cannot be handed over directly to Xia Chuyu. Otherwise, with her intelligence, she might have given it to her father right away. As for whether her father would use it to treat her mother's illness, it's hard to say. No matter what you believe in, you can't trust a gambler's conscience. And how will Xia Chuyu explain the origin of this money? Saying that I made a pornographic website and sold it for 50,000. She will be beaten to death by her parents. Alas, my father is a gambler, my mother is seriously ill, my brother is in school, and I am a broken girl. If I don't save her, who will? Suche shook his head and sighed. Walked towards Xia Chuyu's house. Xia Chuyu's family lives in the most dilapidated village in the entire Antai-city. As I recall, this place has not been completely demolished even in later generations. There are still a large number of old and dilapidated houses, like scabies on the face of the city. After many twists and turns and asking along the way, Suche finally stopped in front of an old courtyard. The neighbors around have all built 3 or 4 floors, but this family is the only one that still maintains the appearance of a courtyard. It's not about retro, it's about not having money. Summer. Suche was about to knock on the door. Suddenly, I heard a noisy sound coming from the yard. It seemed that Xia Chuyu's parents were arguing with Xia Chuyu's younger brother. Suche quickly shut up and, with the mentality of everyone loves to listen to gossip, put his ear against the paint-mottled door panel. Xia Xingqiao, why did you skip school? Do you know how hard it is for your parents to support your studies? This was the voice of Xia Chuyu's father. I'm not good at studying. I don't want to study anymore. Leave me alone. I don't need you to care about me. This is the voice of Xia Chuyu's younger brother. TSK, just these 2 lines of dialogue instantly make the characters fit. Suche put his ear closer, expecting to hear more interesting words. For example, the gambling father threatened to sell their house, the seriously ill mother cried to dissuade him, and the good-for-nothing brother yelled why the money from his sister's school was not used to buy food, drink and entertainment for him. In short, this is how Suche imagined Xia Chuyu's family. But what Suche never expected was that the following conversation was seriously deviated from his imagination. And it completely goes against the personality of Xia Chuyu's family. Xia Chuyu's father sighed, Xingqiao, be obedient. Dad has contacted a blood bank, and the money they give is more than the public hospital. In any case, you will definitely not lose money for school. Xia Chuyu's mother also said, Mom has been feeling much better recently. I can go back to work after taking a break for another half a month. You can go to school with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about the family. Don't lie to me. I'm already 16 years old. My family has no money. One of me and my sister has to drop out of school to make money. My sister is a good student, a candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University. I'm a piece of mud, and I can't even get a wall. No matter who chooses me, I have to drop out of school to support my sister. Not to mention. Brother Xia Chuyu hesitated. Finally, I said it. My sister was picked up. We can't let her suffer any injustice. Chapter 36 Calling Brother-in-Law. Damn it. Suche's body, which was pressed against the door, trembled and he was almost exposed. He took several deep breaths, but his pounding heart still could not calm down. Big melon. What a huge melon. Xingqiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Who told you that? Xia Chuyu's father said angrily. Xia Xingqiao stiffened his neck, not afraid at all. No need for anyone to tell me, I heard it with my own ears. The day my mother was sent to the hospital, I heard her tell you with my own ears, she is not afraid of death, but she is afraid that her sister will suffer. She also said that when she found my sister, she was prepared to raise her as her own daughter for the rest of her life. Xia Chuyu's father and mother were both stunned. For a full half moment. Xia Chuyu's father gently touched Xia Xingqiao's head and said, Xingqiao, just keep this to yourself, don't tell your sister. Your sister is going to take the college entrance examination soon, do you understand? Xia Xingqiao snorted coldly, of course I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't plan to drop out of school and work to treat my mother's illness. Do you think you are the only ones who love my sister? It hurts me too. Good boy. The family hugged each other. The style of painting was completely opposite to what Suche had imagined. From the beginning to the end, Xia Chuyu's parents had no intention of sacrificing Xia Chuyu to save his brother. Instead, it was Xia Chuyu's younger brother who offered to sacrifice himself to save his sister. The father is kind and the brothers are respectful. Xia Chuyu, however, has a happy and loving family. Boom boom boom. Suche knocked on the door formally. Who is it? Xia Chuyu's father opened the door and looked at Suche curiously. Hello uncle, I'm Xia. Suche originally wanted to say it was Xia Chuyu's classmate, but when his eyes fell on Xia Chuyu's younger brother, he suddenly changed his mind. I'm looking for Xia Xingqiao. When Xia Xingqiao heard that Suche was looking for him, he immediately looked at Suche with suspicion. But before he could say, I don't know you, Suche grabbed him. I have something to say. Let's talk about it outside. Hey, what are you doing? I don't know you. Outside the door, Xia Xingqiao shook off Suche's hand and said. Suche made sure that Xia Chuyu's parents did not follow him out, then he looked at Xia Xingqiao slowly and said 3 words. Call me brother-in-law. What? Xia Xingqiao suspected that he had heard it wrong and asked with his eyes wide open. Call me brother-in-law. Fuck, are you looking for death? Xia Xingqiao finally heard it clearly this time and became furious. Just the next second, something hard fell on his face. He was filled with anger, but suddenly most of it disappeared. Money. A whole stack of money. Xia Xingqiao has never seen so much money in his life. I'm afraid it must be several thousand. He looked at the stack of money and swallowed hard. What do you mean? Don't think. Bang. Suche was too lazy to talk and threw another stack of money at Xia Xingqiao's face. Call me brother-in-law. Xia Xingqiao hurriedly caught it, but he was still struggling. My sister's position in my heart is not just. Bang. Suche still didn't give Xia Xingqiao a chance to finish his words and threw out the 3rd stack of money. Xia Xingqiao's eyes widened. You can clearly see his throat rolling and hear the sound of him swallowing saliva. If you really want to pursue my sister, it's not impossible, but. Crash. Suche simply poured out all the remaining money. It was like rain, pouring down on Xia Xingqiao's head. Call me brother-in-law. Xia Xingqiao stood in the rain of banknotes, feeling completely stunned. Except for the 2 words that rolled out subconsciously from the depths of his throat, brother, husband. Hey. Suche agreed. As expected, to deal with a 16-year-old kid, you have to use the cheapest and most pretentious method. If the same method was used on Xia Chuyu's father, Suche would be hit with a shovel immediately. But when used on Xia Xingqiao, it made Xia Xingqiao surrender instantly. Little kids who regard young and dangerous as their idol will fall for this. Brother, husband, is this money really for me? Of course. Your sister asked me to bring it here. Who else should I give it to if not you? Fuck. You bastard, you've been arguing for so long, but this money belongs to my sister? It's not yours. Then you let me call you brother-in-law. And you're using money to humiliate me. Xia Xingqiao suddenly became anxious. He picked up a stick from the ground and was about to hit Suche with it. Suche turned around and ran. Xia Xingqiao wanted to chase him, but Suche pointed at the banknotes scattered on the ground and said, "Don't you want money?" Xia Xingqiao could only turn around in frustration and pick up the money. By the time he finished picking up the items, Suche's back was nowhere to be seen. Just when he was about to go home, he saw Suche's head popping out stealthily in the distance. "You bastard! Don't run!" Xia Xingqiao's eyes were red. He waved a wooden stick and rushed forward. He was brave for less than 2 seconds before he became cowardly. While backing away, he threw down the stick and raised his hands high. "Brother, husband, we are one family, stop making trouble." Suche looked at Xia Xingqiao with a half-smile. "Now you know to call me brother-in-law." As he spoke, he raised a mop in his hand that he had just taken out of a public toilet on the roadside. There was a yellowish substance on the head of the mop. "If the mop is stained with shit, whoever comes will die." Faced with this weapon that only exists in legends, how could Xia Xingqiao not be afraid? $50,000, use it to pay for your mother's surgery. Don't drop out of school, at least finish high school. But remember to keep it a secret from your parents. If they ask, just say you got a Dragon Slayer from playing a game and sold it to me. 2004 was the peak period of legend. Even if a Dragon Slayer was dropped in the old area, it could be sold for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. If it's a popular new area and a boss happens to take a fancy to it, it's not uncommon for him to offer a price of 50,000. So this excuse is valid to a certain extent. "Sister, husband, is this money yours or my sister's? Why do I suddenly feel that it belongs to you? Does it matter who it belongs to? After all, your sister is mine." "What the hell?" Xia Xingqiao was about to get angry again. But when he saw the legendary weapon in Suche's hand, he immediately calmed down. "You little brat, you want to fight me? Take your money and get out of here." Suche pretended to throw the mop at Xia Xingqiao. He was so scared that he ran back to his yard. I could vaguely hear him explaining to his parents through the courtyard wall. "I really didn't do anything bad. I earned the money by selling equipment from the game. That person just now came to buy my equipment. If you don't believe me, call the police and ask them to arrest me. I'm so annoyed. I can't explain it to you. Do you know what judgment means? Do you know what dragon slaying means? Do you know what sand attack means? Do you know what Naya teacher means?" Suche smiled. "It turns out that my cheap brother-in-law likes mature styles." The noise in the yard gradually faded away, and it seemed that Xia Chuyu's parents had accepted Xia Xingqiao's excuse. Although they still find it incredible that a piece of gaming equipment can be sold for 50,000 yuan, the joy of having money to treat illnesses ultimately overcomes everything. Isn't this better? Suche dropped the mop and turned to leave. Not long after Suche left, the cleaning lady in the public toilet roared, "You stole a mop that was covered in shit. Do you have any sense of public morality?" After returning to school, Suche told Xia Chuyu what happened. Xia Chuyu naturally had no objection and expressed gratitude. She was also worried about how to explain the source of the 50,000 yuan. "Now that I can let my younger brother take the blame, I naturally want more." But when Suche suggested that Xia Chuyu express her gratitude, she remained silent. If the math teacher, old Mihu, had not already walked to the classroom door, Suche would have forced himself to accept some bribes, no kickbacks. "Damn you, old Mihu. No wonder you were stabbed to death in the cave by Zhongwuji. You deserve it." Suche was indignant. But the plot revealed in the tone seemed a little off, as if it wasn't some serious, the heaven sword and dragon saber. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, the much-anticipated third mock exam finally arrived. Chapter 37, 12 volumes of military books, my name is in every volume. Teachers look forward to the 3 mock exams because they can test students' learning progress during this period. The top students look forward to the third mock test because it can help them build confidence before the college entrance examination. The questions in the third mock test are simpler than those in the first and second mock tests. As for the poor students who are looking forward to the third mock exam, it is purely because they have a short 2-day vacation after the exam. In short, the third mock exam began amid anticipation. Coincidentally, Suche's invigilator for this exam was Hee Cheong. After seeing Suche, Hee Cheong wanted to say something but stopped, and finally let out a sigh. It's ridiculous that she spoke up for Suche many times in the office, thinking that Suche was not hopeless and there was still hope. After all, that reading left a deep impression on her. But unexpectedly, after talking to her, Suche continued to do his own thing and frequently skipped classes. As a result, she now has no confidence when speaking in the office. There happened to be a teacher who didn't get along well with her, and he was sarcastic to her before she entered the examination room this morning. "You said you were looking forward to seeing Suche's scores. A student who is favored by teacher, he must be among the top students in the grade, right?" That ugly man's mischievous face, coupled with his sarcastic tone, really made Hee Cheong angry. But Hee Cheong was not good at arguing with others, so she could only leave angrily. "I hope you won't embarrass me too much. 650 is definitely impossible, and 550 is probably difficult too. I'll be satisfied if you can get 450 and break your previous record," Hee Cheong said silently in her heart. But Suche obviously didn't know what Hee Cheong was thinking. He was staring at the Chinese test paper with a worried look on his face. It seems like he is stumped. This made Hee Cheong, who was watching, shake his head. It seems that she really shouldn't have any expectations of Suche. The questions in the third mock exam are relatively simple, so as not to undermine the confidence of candidates in the last month, but to help them build confidence. But even though it was relatively simple, Suche still looked like he didn't know how to start. It's really disappointing. But Hee Cheong had no idea that the reason Suche was frowning was not because he didn't know how to start writing. Instead, Suche suddenly realized a problem. The third mock exam was the last major exam before the college entrance examination. In other words, Suche only has this one chance to show off. "Before, I thought that I shouldn't be too amazing and should be low-key, and just get 650 points would be fine. But it's your last chance to show off, but you can only show off a little bit. Wouldn't it be a bit regrettable? If you want to install it, of course you have to install a big one. Got it? The 650-point goal remains the same, but it will still shock everyone. Even the top student in the grade would feel ashamed of being number one after knowing this." Suche instantly had an idea. Russell. Suche, who didn't know how to start writing just now, is now writing like a god. Seeing this scene, Hee Cheong raised her eyebrows slightly. "You're writing so fast, are you just writing randomly? In fact, if you don't know how, it is more reliable to choose the shortest among 3 long and 2 short, and the longest among 3 short and 1 long. The third mock exam is conducted completely in accordance with the college entrance examination model. The total duration is 2 days. The only difference is that marking the papers is easier than the college entrance examination. After the Chinese exam in the morning, some senior teachers who did not need to supervise the exam started marking the papers in the afternoon. After the math test in the afternoon, all the math teachers started working hard in the evening. In other words, there is no need to wait anxiously for scores like in the college entrance examination. Basically, the specific scores will be known the next day after all the games are over." "Suche, how did you do on the exam?" After finishing the last subject, English, all the students returned to their classrooms. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Wei Ran couldn't wait to ask Suche. It can be seen that Wei Ran should have done well in the exam this time. After all, the questions are simple, and the students in his grade range will benefit the most. Top students can get good scores regardless of whether the test is difficult or easy. The poor students just can't get good scores no matter how difficult or easy the questions are. Only the upper middle students will be able to thrive and significantly improve their overall scores. Suche glanced at Wei Ran and said something that made Wei Ran confused. "There are 12 volumes of military books, and my name is in every volume. If you didn't do well in the exam, then you didn't do well. There's no need to follow Mulan's example and join the army, right? Going to college is better than being a soldier," Wei Ran said. "I thought Suche was discouraged and planned to join the army. Runtu, you should go and hunt wild animals." Suche patted Wei Ran on the shoulder. "It looks like a summer insect cannot talk about ice." Wei Ran was so angry that his body trembled several times. "Don't call me Runtu. Even if you do, I am a better student than you, so I should call you Runtu. You call me Master. Remember what you said, and don't regret it when the results are announced tomorrow. As a man, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back." Wei Ran patted his chest in an unusually manly manner. Then his chest, which was as thin as a piece of plywood, was almost pierced through, and he coughed several times before he recovered. This guy is not a bad person and is loyal, but he is too weak. Suche remembered that in his previous life, he seemed to have been a social animal and died on a night when he was working overtime. The company did lose a lot of money, but unfortunately it all went to his green tea wife. In short, it was just a bunch of shit and Suche was too lazy to talk about it. If there is a chance in this life, Suche will definitely help. Well, the prerequisite is that Wei Ran, this thin dog, is willing to admit defeat and call him Master Su obediently from now on. The students are having evening self-study. The teachers were all like prisoners in jail, locked up in their offices, marking papers frantically. Oh, you can even get such a simple question wrong. I don't know what you're doing. You at least passed the test. Look at my test paper. I only got a few multiple choice and true or false questions right. Oh, I can't explain it. This paper looks familiar, could it be Suche's? It's possible. This was his score in the second mock exam. The teachers were marking the papers quickly while complaining. However, before he even opened the envelope and saw the name on the test paper, he had already determined which test paper was Suche's. Oh my god. At this moment, I suddenly heard a teacher swear. What's wrong? Everyone looked over subconsciously. This test paper. I didn't make a single mistake. Full marks. Really? Although the math questions this time are simple, it's not that easy to get full marks. Let me see. Several teachers stood up and went over to take a look. After watching it, everyone couldn't help but admire. Look, this is what a good student looks like. Not like that Suche. After a while, I heard the English examination team next door exclaim, this paper also got full marks. Really? Hee-cheong was the first to rush forward. After reading it carefully, he finally gave an incredible compliment, really. Especially the English composition at the end, which only has a full score of 25 points, otherwise it would not be too much to give him 100 points. Guess which paper belongs to Zhongjie or Xie-chuyu? I guess Xie-chuyu. I guess Xie-chuyu too. Only Hee-cheong didn't say anything, not knowing what she was thinking about. Instead, I stared at the essay. The wording and sentence structure as well as the use of vocabulary that went beyond the syllabus seemed familiar to me. Chapter 38 690 points. After the mathematics and English grading teams announced the full score news, there was also a huge exclamation from the liberal arts science grading team. A perfect score paper. I never thought that after teaching for so many years, I would finally see a perfect score paper with my own eyes. Full marks in comprehensive subjects. This is a bit unbelievable. Although the overall test paper of this comprehensive science exam is simple, there is a big question that is full of mysteries. It is simply impossible to get full marks. Bring the paper here and let me see it. I don't believe it is perfect. An old teacher pushed his reading glasses on his nose and said. But after he took the paper and looked at it several times, he suddenly fell silent. Because no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find any fault with it. Even if he deliberately finds fault with me, it won't work. This is a truly valuable, unquestionable full score paper. Swish. In the end, the old teacher wrote a bright red score on the test paper himself. 300. Among the for marking groups, the only one that did not report a full score was the Chinese language group. Because at this moment all the examiners in the Chinese language group were staring at each other in amazement at the test paper on the table. Did this guy do this on purpose? I thought I would get another perfect score, but who knew? I didn't even write the final and most important essay. It's definitely intentional. How could someone who answered all the previous questions correctly, and even wrote the same answers as the standard for the reading comprehension, miss the essay? It's not really a omission, teachers, look here, he did write a few words. A marking teacher picked up the paper and pointed to the last line of the composition form. There are 10 words there, clearly visible. There are 12 volumes of military books, and my name is in every volume. Good boy. The leader of the examination team was so angry that he laughed. If this happened in ancient times, he would definitely be a traitor who wrote anti-government poems on the wall and left his name on it. Auntie Deng, what should we do? Should he still get points for his composition? Someone asked the team leader. The team leader waved his hand and said, it's clear that they don't want these 60 points, so why are we giving them away? 0 points. So, in everyone's regretful eyes, this Chinese test paper, which should have received full marks, only got 90 points in the end. Although there were countless test papers with higher scores than this one, for some reason, every teacher couldn't help but look at the test paper with 90 points. It seemed as if that was their only white moonlight. The boring work of marking papers finally came to an end with the teachers working overtime. Early the next morning, the principal appeared in the large office of the senior year. "Thank you for your hard work last night, but we have no choice. The senior students will have a holiday this afternoon. In order to let them realize their shortcomings during the holiday and think carefully about whether they should continue to work hard or not in the last month, we can only mark the results as quickly as possible. I'll be watching personally now, so let's do the final summary of the results. I hope our school can have more students with scores above 635-620. The score that the principal mentioned was the Science Liberal Arts admission score line for Peking University and Tsinghua University in Province S last year. Logically speaking, the 3 mock test questions are relatively simple. Even if there are not dozens of them, there should be at least a dozen. Sure enough, along with the summary, the first student with a score exceeding 635 appeared. "Quick, look which classmate it is," said the principal. Soon the teachers announced the name, Liu Zhao. "Good. Keep playing. Keep going. Principal, another one. Zhang Jie, 640 points. Zhang Jie has made progress. She has a promising future," the principal praised. "Wow, 670 points. Awesome." Suddenly a score caught everyone's attention. Even the principal's face changed and he asked anxiously, "Who is it?" "Xia Chuyu." "Good." The principal slammed the table hard. The other teachers also said, "I knew it was her. 670 should be the first in age, right? I guarantee you the first place. If anyone can surpass this score, I will spend half a month's salary to treat everyone to meat buns." "Xiao Wang, why do I feel that what you said doesn't mean a bet, but rather it seems like you are hinting that your salary is too low?" "No, absolutely not. What I mean is I'll treat everyone to meat buns for a month straight. That's more like it." The teachers continued to summarize the results while chatting and laughing. As the results came out one by one, what the principal said was right. The number of students who scored above 635 points was more than double the number in the second mock exam. The principal's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head. "Good luck, everyone. I'll treat you all to a big dinner tonight," said the principal. Then he put his hands behind his back and turned to leave with satisfaction. But just as he took a step out of the office, he heard a crisp sound behind him. The principal couldn't help but turn his head. It was an old teacher who accidentally broke a water cup. "Aunt Deng, you are also an old teacher, why are you so unstable?" "Well, I have a thermos cup over there, I'll have someone bring it to you later." When facing old teachers, the principal has to show some respect to them. Unexpectedly, Aunt Deng did not respond to the principal's words at all, but pointed at a report card that had just been released in disbelief. 690 points. What? Even the principal was upset now. If he also had a cup in his hand, he would definitely be so shocked that he would drop it and break it. "Who is it? Look who it is." The principal didn't care about his image and stumbled into their house. Grabbed the report card from Aunt Deng. He revealed the class number behind the student number bit by bit, just like scratching a lottery ticket. "It's from class 4. Where's Lao Xiao? There are so many hidden talents in your class. Not only did Xia Chuyu score 670 points, but there is also someone who can score 690 points." Head teacher Suche smiled proudly. "I guess it's Liu Jialu. He has been very diligent recently." The principal did not answer, but continued to look back at the class. "Old Xiao, you guessed wrong. His last name is not Liu, but Su. R. Could it be Su Xing? Although his grades are good, he shouldn't get 690 points." "Okay, let's see if the last word is wake up," said the principal, and suddenly took away his hand that was blocking the name. Then, it was as if I had seen a ghost and I was stunned for a moment. "Principal, who is this?" Seeing that the principal didn't say anything, several teachers couldn't help but walk over to take a look out of curiosity. Then they all looked as if they had seen a ghost and stood there in a daze. Teacher Suche frowned. "What's with that expression on your face? Who are you?" He squeezed forward and looked at the report card. The next second, he was struck by lightning and cried out in disbelief, "Suche! How is that possible? The person who scored 690 points was Suche." Soon another teacher discovered that the full score paper that made the examiners scream in amazement yesterday was written by the same person. It's not like the teachers imagined that they belonged to several different classmates. Suche! Suche! It's still Suche! He played the full score contracting system by himself. All bought. The Chinese teachers looked at each other and couldn't help but think of the 10 words Suche wrote at the end of the paper. There are 12 volumes of military books, and my name is in every volume. He actually did it. Chapter 39. He really became Master Su. It took most of the day. The principal finally recovered from his shock. He looked again at the student number and name on the transcript. That's right, it's Suche. He looked again at the scores of 3 subjects with full marks plus 1 subject with 90 points, and sure enough, the total score was 690 points. After reading it, the principal couldn't help but exclaim, "He actually did it. I always thought he was just bragging." The principal was so excited that he almost said the word bragging. But Suche, the class teacher, still refuses to believe it. Still muttering to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it's anyone else, I'm willing to believe it, but if it's Suche, I really can't believe it. Could it be copied?" Bang! A man stood up and slammed the table. The loud slamming of the table startled Suche, their head teacher. He turned around and saw that the person who slammed the table was Hichun. He couldn't help but blame him. "Teacher He, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so startled?" Although Hichun also had an expression of disbelief on her face, she was different from her class teacher Suche. She just felt it was magical and inspiring, and felt that something miraculous must have happened to Suche. But he did not suspect Suche of cheating. However, Suche's class teacher directly suspected that Suche was cheating. This made her subconsciously speak up for Suche. "Teacher Xiao, Suche is your student no matter what. As their head teacher, you did not defend him immediately, but questioned him. Don't you feel ashamed?" Suche's head teacher was stunned. "Teacher He, I'm just reacting normally, there's no need for you to make a big deal out of it, right? Normal reaction. It just shows that you look down on Suche from the bottom of your heart. That's why you have this reaction." Hichun shouted at Suche, their head teacher, like an aggressive hen protecting her calves. Class teacher Suche couldn't help but get angry. "How dare an English teacher question me, the class teacher? Can't tell the difference between the big and small kings." Just as the two were about to quarrel, the principal's face darkened and he scolded, "Two teachers quarreling openly, how shameful. Teacher Xiao, I understand that you have doubts about Suche." "Principal." Hichun said anxiously when she heard that the principal seemed to agree with Suche as the class teacher. The principal looked at Hichun and said, "Don't interrupt me." Then he continued, "But doubts must be based on logical reasoning. You said Suche plagiarized, so who do you think Suche plagiarized from? Who scored higher than Suche or had the same score?" Suche, their head teacher, was stunned. Yes, he was so busy questioning that he forgot that there was no one else with Suche's score. "If I can't find a second person, where can I copy from?" Suche's face immediately turned red. "I'm sorry, principal, it's my fault. I apologize to you." "Why apologize to me? You should apologize to Teacher He. I would also like to remind you that you should learn from Teacher He and think about how to protect students instead of attacking or questioning them." Yes. Head teacher Suche turned to look at Hichun. "I'm sorry, Teacher He." Hichun snorted coldly and followed suit. "Why apologize to me? You should apologize to Suche." Suche, their head teacher, was stunned on the spot. "Who the hell should I apologize to? I don't really want to question Suche, I just did it subconsciously. Besides, am I the only one who has doubts among so many people here? Others just didn't say it." The other teachers seemed to see what teacher Suche was thinking, and they all turned their heads away tacitly. Changing the subject, "Xiao Wang, you're going to bleed this time." Teacher Xiao Wang, who bet that no one would get a higher score than 670, was annoyed and shocked. "Oh my god, 690 points, how could such a monster appear in our number 1 middle school?" The summary continues. There was no one with a higher score than Suche. The principal took advantage of this time to find Suche's test paper and take a look at it. Then I became even more shocked. Because he could tell at a glance that Suche was deliberately controlling the points. Is this guy really a monster? He was cynical for 3 years in high school, and then he made a splash in the last month. Does this kind of character that only appears in martial arts novels really exist in reality? The principal was puzzled. But it doesn't matter, as long as Suche's result is true, that's enough. 690 points. The principal was amazed again and left with satisfaction. After the results are summarized, they are distributed to each class teacher. Each class teacher immediately took the report card to their respective classes. They had to announce the results before the holiday. Be quiet. Class 3-4 of senior high school. Suche's class. Class teacher Suche came to the classroom with mixed feelings. He first glanced at Suche, who was sleeping soundly on the table, and then knocked on the blackboard. Okay, the results of the third mock test are out, let's all cheer up. Brush. The whole class became excited instantly. Except Suche. I'll start with the last one. Zhang Yuan. 202 points. Never mind, I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Just take your transcript and ask your parents to sign it. The head teacher read them one by one. Wei Ran, 610 points. 11th place. Well done. Keep up the good work. 610, Suche, I got 610. Wei Ran was so excited that he pushed Suche awake and said. Suche looked at him helplessly, okay, I understand. He. Wei Ran laughed and went to the stage to receive his transcript. And the head teacher continued to announce. The teacher kept announcing the top 2 students, then he paused for a moment, picked up his water cup and took a sip of water. No, Suche. I don't think I heard your name. You didn't just hand in a blank paper, did you? Wei Ran suddenly remembered something and asked in confusion. Anyway, he didn't think Suche would be one of the top 2. Never mind. I don't care whether you handed in a blank paper or not. Now who do you say is Runtu and who is the master? Wei Ran asked proudly. Suche sneered, do you know what this behavior of yours is called? Opening champagne at halftime. It is still unknown who will have the last laugh. Stop it, you don't think you're in the top 2, do you? Suche smiled but said nothing. At this time, the head teacher finished drinking the water and cleared his throat. Now let's announce the second place. It might be a little unexpected. Xia Chuyu, 670 points. Boom. When the whole class heard this score, they were instantly shocked. When they heard that the score was only second place, the whole class was even more shocked. No way, there is actually someone who scored higher than Xia Chuyu. What a beast. The first one is definitely a beast. It's Liu Jialu, right? He's the only one who has a chance to surpass Xia Chuyu. Liu Jialu is third, the teacher just announced it. Have you done too much manual labor? Is your brain not working well anymore? Damn, who is that? It seems that several people who have a hope of surpassing Xia Chuyu have received their transcripts. The students looked shocked and curious. And no one noticed that there was only one person in the class who had not received his transcript. Or even if they noticed it, they would never associate him with the first place. Only Wei Ran, for some reason, suddenly became nervous, tugging at Suche's sleeve and asking, Suche, it can't be you, right? It definitely can't be you, right? If it were you, it would be a lot of fun. I will really become Runtu, and from now on I will call you Master Su. But Suche ignored Wei Ran. At this moment, the voice of the head teacher happened to sound. First place, 690 points. Suche. Chapter 40. The whole school is shocked. Is the dog thing open? Boom. The class exploded again. More intense than last time. Except for Suche, all 42 people in the class, without exception, had their eyes wide open, with horror revealed in the depths of their pupils. That expression was no less than hearing that the Trisolarans were about to drop a 2-dimensional foil on the Earth. The game world was about to become reality, and Jay Cho revealed his identity. He was actually Charlotte. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The person who was most shocked at this moment was Wei Ran. The 3-fuck-s fully expressed his mood at the moment. Others may not know much about Suche, but as his deskmate, he knows Suche very well. This bastard skips classes every day, and when he does come to class he sleeps soundly. How can you get 690 points like this? Could it be that he has mastered some ability to enter dreams? Others kill people in their dreams, but he studies in his dreams. Let us congratulate Suche for breaking the school's historical record. The head teacher led the applause. Although the other students were still in shock, they also applauded. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the classroom. Others went up on stage to receive their report cards by themselves, but Suche had his class teacher personally deliver them to him. However, the head teacher didn't say anything, just looked at Suche with complicated eyes. He still found it incredible. How could a poor student who normally has difficulty passing the exam suddenly achieve such a horrific score? And he was deliberately controlling the score. This means that he is fully capable of scoring higher. If there was no other score like this in the whole school, he would definitely insist that Suche plagiarized. As for copying textbooks or something, forget it. As a teacher, I know that exam textbooks of this level are of little use. Because most of the knowledge points tested are not based on the original text in the textbook, but on the adaptation after breaking it down and understanding it. If you want to get full marks in the exam, you can't do it just by rote learning. You must have a very deep understanding of book knowledge. This kind of thing really cannot be copied from textbooks. Rather than suspecting that Suche brought cheat sheets, it would be better to suspect that Suche stole the correct answer. But they only got the answers to the third mock exam yesterday, so where did Suche steal them? Maybe there really is a genius in my class. This is the only way that class teacher Suche could comfort himself. Anyway, it's a good thing for him, why should he think so much? Suche, keep working on it. Although you are already number one in the school and there is no room for improvement, you can still strive to be number one in the city, the province, or even the country. Oh, forget about being first in the country. Our province's college entrance examination papers are different from those of other provinces, so there's no way to compare them. After the head teacher returned to the podium, he looked at Suche and said. The classroom was filled with the sound of frogs again. Number one in the whole school. Damn it. What a beast. No, what's the matter with Suche failing the exams so many times before? Playing the pig and eating the tiger. I think this bastard is definitely on. The only explanation is cheating. I'm afraid that my brothers are having a hard time, and I'm also afraid that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. Yesterday, Suche and I were good brothers hunting wild beasts together in the fields, but today when we meet, he has to call me master. Wei Ran also lamented. Then he turned to Suche and called out, Master Su. Hey! Xiao Tu! Suche patted Wei Ran with satisfaction. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The holiday was supposed to start after this class, and the students should have been having fun like pigs out of a cage. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to have fun. Each of them looked like wilted eggplants, drooping their heads. In fact, if the person who scored 690 was Xia Chuyu or other top students, people might not think much of it. But it was Suche. That would make everyone feel devastated. However, Suche didn't care at all how much psychological damage he had caused to their whole class. Pick up your school bag, turn around and leave. Halfway through their walk, he suddenly stepped back and looked at Xia Chuyu, who was still slowly packing her school bag. Student number 2, student number 1 now orders you to come with me. Xia Chuyu let out an R. The little hand trembled slightly. I need to go to the hospital. What a coincidence. I have to go to the hospital too. Oh, okay. Xia Chuyu lowered her head. She looked like a bullied young wife. Seeing this scene, the classmates couldn't help but grit their teeth even more. You are a wolf from Zhongshan. You will become arrogant when you succeed, someone said hatefully. But it was Zhuang Jieyue. Of course, it is hard to say whether Zhuang Jieyue hated Suche for his arrogance or hated that Suche did not invite her. Finally, Xia Chuyu finished packing. Followed Suche out of the classroom. As the breeze blows, the willow branches sprout tender yellow new buds. The two walked on the red brick path on campus, neither of them speaking. Suche did it on purpose. He just wanted to see if Xia Chuyu would be embarrassed to death in this murderous silence. Sure enough, Xia Chuyu's face quickly became nervous, her head hung in front of her chest, her eyelashes blinking nervously, and she seemed about to cry. Okay, severe social anxiety, a typical I person. What should I do when I want to study driving techniques in the future? Huh? Thinking of Xia Chuyu's nervous face and trembling body, I seem to be more looking forward to it. Suche, you are so awesome. In the end, Shirachuyu, who was forced into a corner, spoke first, breaking the silence and awkwardness. But why does their voice sound a little shaky? Is it really that difficult to get a socially anxious person to think of topics to break the awkwardness? What do you mean? If it's about studying, then there's no need to talk about it. Because that's just my least impressive side. I have something even more impressive. Do you want to see it? Suche's words made Shirachuyu fall into autism again. Fortunately, Suche did not continue to make things difficult for Shirachuyu. Instead, he took out a small wad of money from his pocket and stuffed it into Shirachuyu's hand. Here's 10,000 yuan, keep it. No. I've had enough. Shirachuyu refused strongly. Your mother's medical treatment has enough money, but do you not need to eat from now on? Do you not need to pay tuition for college? Do we not need to pay for the room when we go out to get a room? Shirachuyu looked at Suche with a question mark on his face. Suche remained calm and continued, just take it if I tell you to. Besides, it's yours. When their website is officially launched, I won't have any money if you want me to give you money. Miss School Beauty. Hearing these four words, Shirachuyu trembled immediately. These four words have almost become a conditioned reflex for her now. He instinctively took the money from Suche's hand. Okay, let's go to the hospital. Say hello to your brother for me. Suche waved his hand, turned and left. Shirachuyu looked at Suche's back and didn't quite understand. Shouldn't he be saying hello to her mother? Why to her brother? What Shirachuyu didn't know was how much damage her brother had suffered at the hands of Suche. He might have been dreaming about Suche holding a shit-soaked mop and threatening him to call him brother-in-law. Of course I need to say hello. Yashin Garment Factory. Before Suche had the chance to tell Empress Dowager Zhang that the acquisition had been settled, his expression changed instantly. Because he saw someone he hated extremely. Chapter 41, Disrespect for the Elderly. Suche's grandmother. Logically speaking, Suche is also her grandson. Even if she doesn't favor him exclusively, she should at least treat him equally, right? But it was as if Suche's grandmother had determined that Suche was a bastard and she couldn't stand him in every way. When I was a child, my brothers and sisters and I went to my grandmother's house for dinner. My brothers could eat the most delicious ribs, and my sisters could also eat fan bones. Only Suche could eat the spine, which had the most bones and the least meat. And the most important thing is, those ribs were clearly bought by Suche's parents. During festivals, Grandma Suche would give each of her grandchildren a symbolic red envelope. $20 per person. But when it came to Suche's turn, the amount was reduced tenfold. It became $2. At that time, the 2 yuan note had not yet been withdrawn from the market. Suche looked at the green banknote and could feel the strong sense of discrimination even though he was young. He threw the red envelope back on the spot. From then on, Suche became their unfilial grandson in the eyes of his grandmother. She told everyone that she was kind enough to give Suche New Year's money, but Suche not only refused it, but also threw the money at her. Suche's reputation deteriorated rapidly among his relatives. Become synonymous with bad boy. In his previous life, it was not until Suche's grandmother passed away that Suche understood why her grandmother did this. It turned out that when his parents first got married, Grandma Suche looked down on Empress Dowager Zhang and tried her best to stop it. But in that era, marriage was free, and anyone who dared to arrange a marriage would be sent to jail. Grandma Suche couldn't stop it and could only accept it. Later, Empress Dowager Zhang proposed to establish a garment factory, which did make some money at first. This couldn't help but anger Suche's grandmother again. On the one hand, she thinks it is not good for women to be in the limelight, and they should stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. On the other hand, some people feel that Empress Dowager Zhang has been successful and made money, so isn't that a slap in her face? He became more and more resentful towards Empress Dowager Zhang. When Suche was born, this hatred was directly transferred to Suche. Because Suche looks like Empress Dowager Zhang, and not very much like his father. Isn't it normal for a son to follow his mother? But he suddenly became the target of attack from Suche's grandmother, who said several times, intentionally or unintentionally, that Suche was not a member of the Su family. Empress Dowager Zhang immediately turned hostile. Suche's father was so angry that he said a few harsh words. Since then, I have cut off contact with Suche's grandmother. Unexpectedly, Grandma Suche actually came to my house today. Suche had a sullen face and ignored his grandmother. In his previous life, Suche did not spoil this grandmother. In this life, he was reborn with only one wish: to have a clear mind, so it is even more impossible for him to spoil her. Suche, don't you see grandma is here? Why are you getting more rude as you get older? Grandma, Suche said unhappily. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even know I had a grandmother. You? Suche's grandmother was furious. Zhang Yashin, these are all good sons you have taught me. Grandma Suche turned around and scolded Empress Dowager Zhang. Empress Dowager Zhang rolled her eyes and said nothing. You can't help a useless person. Forget it, I don't want to get angry with you too. Did you remember what I just said? Anyway, Xiaodao's admission to university is a big deal for the Su family. Even if you don't go, your intention is appreciated. If you really don't have money, I can lend it to you. Anyway, you must not lose your manners. Grandma Suche said. He just said he wanted to borrow money, but his hands didn't make any move to take it out. This was a deliberate attempt to squeeze Empress Dowager Zhang. She knew that Empress Dowager Zhang would never let her pay. I see. Although our factory is not doing well recently, we won't be short of Xiaodao's money. We will go on time. Empress Dowager Zhang indeed said so. Grandma Suche showed a barely perceptible smile. That's fine. After saying that, he left. When he walked past Suche, he glanced at Suche. Well. He left behind an incomprehensible sigh and disappeared out the door. The corner of Suche's mouth twitched. For the first time, he felt that the 4 words, disrespectful to the elderly, were not powerful enough. Why didn't the ancients create a more powerful idiom to describe such people? Mom, what's going on? Who would be so kind as to hold a graduation party at this time? Suche asked curiously. It's only May now, and there's still a month left before the college entrance exam. Suche really couldn't imagine what kind of graduation banquet his cousin Sudao was holding. Well, I heard it was some kind of spring recruitment, but I don't quite understand it. Empress Dowager Zhang replied. Har har, it turns out to be the spring recruitment. Suche couldn't help laughing. In fact, many people don't know that the college entrance examination is divided into spring recruitment and unified recruitment. Spring recruitment means not taking the college entrance examination in June, but conducting separate examinations and interviews, and issuing admission notices in advance. Although the competition is small, there are no good schools, and you can only apply to schools in your province. The vast majority are colleges or even private vocational colleges. Suche really didn't understand why there was any need to make a fuss or hold banquets and receive gifts for being admitted to such a university. Mom, are you really going? Empress Dowager Zhang glanced at Suche and said, what else can we do? No matter who else's face you have to give your father's face. After all, they are all your father's relatives within the 3rd degree of mourning. If things get awkward, your father won't be happy either. Okay. Suche said helplessly. My dad is good in every way, except that he is a little too honest. In ancient times, he would definitely be a loyal and foolish minister. Suche originally wanted to tell Empress Dowager Zhang directly about the acquisition, but suddenly he had an idea. No comment. Instead, he said, Mom, He Guanlan may want to buy out your factory. After the acquisition, you will go from being the high and mighty Empress Dowager Zhang to a comprador minister. Do you have any objection? Empress Dowager Zhang hit Suche and said, what do you mean by Empress Dowager? That's so offensive. They are willing to buy the factory to give us a way out. I am grateful to them, so how could I have any objection? That's fine. Chat for a while. Empress Dowager Zhang rarely asked about Suche's grades. Perhaps she knew that Suche would not perform well in the exam, so she was too lazy to ask. As it was getting dark, Suche's father arrived. Driving that broken van, he rushed to the hotel where Sudao was holding his graduation banquet. As soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance, Suche was shocked and happy. I thought Sudao was just looking for an ordinary hotel, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the only 5-star hotel in Antai City. Sheraton. If Suche remembered correctly, even in 2004, a banquet here cost 2,988 yuan, and there were only a few meat dishes, the rest were vegetarian. Sudao's family is planning to bleed heavily. No, they are planning to suck a lot of blood. After all, in a hotel of this level, you can't even afford a red envelope of 300 or 500. Old Su, we only prepared 500 yuan. Is that not enough? Empress Dowager Zheng was indeed feeling guilty. I still have some money on me. I'll give him 1,000 later. The two of them whispered to each other and walked into their hotel. At this time, the private room was already full of people. When they saw Suche's family arriving, no one stood up to welcome them. They all acted as if they didn't see anything and just kept chatting and drinking tea. Chapter 42. What a coincidence, isn't it? They are going too far. Empress Dowager Zheng was the first to lose control and spoke angrily. Suche's father shook his head helplessly. They must have known that our factory was about to close down. They were afraid that we would borrow money from them, so they avoided us as much as possible. Forget it. A rich man has distant relatives in the mountains, but a poor man in the city has no one to care about him. This is human nature. I'll just have less contact with them in the future. The fact that they forced Suche's father to proactively suggest stopping contact shows how excessive these people are. You have to know that when Suche's family was wealthy in the past, these people did a lot of flattering and trying to please him. Just find a place to sit when you come. What are you doing standing there? No one in your family knows the rules. Grandma Suche spoke with cold eyes. But everyone surrounded the table so tightly that no one was willing to move their seat and make room for others. Su Dao's father, Suche's uncle, as their host of today's banquet, had no intention of arranging any seats. It seemed to be saying, pay the gift money and leave quickly. If your family is here, no one will be happy. Lao Su, give them the red envelopes. Let's go. Empress Dowager Zheng certainly didn't want to be offended, so she gave the order immediately. Suche's father was also really angry. He took out a red envelope with a total of 1,000 yuan in it, threw it on the table and left. But before Suche's father left, a man suddenly stepped forward and picked up the red envelope on the table. But it was Suche. Suche, what are you doing? The uncle was just about to put away the red envelope, but unexpectedly Suche got there first. Suche sighed deliberately, I'm sorry, uncle. My parents are just trying to show off. This 1,000 yuan is actually the last surplus of our family. If I give it to you, I might not even have enough money for my living expenses next month. Uncle Suche snorted coldly, how can we take back the red envelope we gave out? It's not my fault that your family has no money. Give it to me. Uncle Suche snatched the red envelope away. Suche stared at the red envelope that was snatched away, his eyes turning red. Uncle, it's okay for you to take the red envelope. After all, today is Brother Dao's graduation banquet, I have nothing to say. But, can you lend my family some money? My parents will be able to turn things around soon, and then I'll pay you back tenfold. How about that? Upon hearing what Suche said, Uncle Suche immediately laughed. Suche, ask everyone here if there is anyone willing to lend your family money. If there is one, I will give you the money immediately without saying anything. Brush. The entire private room fell into deathly silence in an instant. Everyone fell silent. Even many people who had borrowed money from Suche's parents secretly lowered their heads and dared not look at Suche's parents. Seeing this scene, Suche's parents' faces became extremely ugly. Especially Suche's father. You are all my brothers and sisters. Even if it's not a real loan, even if it's just a gesture. But there is no one. You guys disappoint me so much. From now on, I don't have any brothers or sisters like you anymore. Suche, let's go. After saying that, Suche's father was about to pull Suche away. However, Suche still seemed unwilling to give up. Still staring at everyone present, he asked again, Dear elders, is there really no one willing to lend a helping hand? It was still dead silent. Still no one spoke. Okay, very good. Things change over time. Don't regret it when my family gets rich. And don't ask my parents for money. Phew. Suche's childish words made many people laugh out loud. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Have you watched too much Fights Break Sphere? Oh, Fights Break Sphere had not come out in 2004. A person may only have one good luck in his life, and once it's gone, it's gone. It's harder than climbing to the sky to make it back. Suche's parents have already experienced good fortune. There is a high probability that there will be no recovery this time. Once you lend money to Suche's parents, it will be like throwing meat buns at a dog, it will never come back. So no one was willing. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself here. I testify that even if your family becomes rich, no one will ask you to borrow money. Grandma Suche slammed the table and shouted. I thought that after hearing what his grandmother said, Suche would be completely heartbroken and leave in despair. Unexpectedly, Suche actually laughed. And then they applauded. I've been preparing for this for quite some time, just waiting for this sentence. Mom and Dad, there's no need to leave in such a hurry. I can use your good brother and my good uncle's venue to make an announcement. Hong Kong boss He Guanlan has agreed to purchase the Yaxin garment factory for 3 million. Boom. As soon as Suche finished speaking, their whole audience went wild. Empress Dowager Zhang looked at Suche in shock. Xiao Che, you are serious, right? Did Miss He really agree to the acquisition? Suche, stop making trouble. It won't be nice if Miss He hears about this. Suche's father thought Suche was lying on purpose and was angry with his uncle and others. So he dissuaded him. Dad, I'm not making a fuss. Missy has indeed agreed to purchase our factory for 3 million. Really, really? Suche's father was stunned. I still can't believe it. After all, it is a factory that is about to go bankrupt and is burdened with debts. Who would be willing to pay 3 million? Apparently, it wasn't just Suche's father who thought so, everyone else present thought so too. Suche, you are just a child who can't even lie. If you said 500,000 or 600,000, we would have believed it. You said 3 million, you are fooling a fool. Suche glanced at the person who spoke. Lying? Har har. What a coincidence, isn't it? If this graduation banquet was held in another hotel, I really wouldn't be able to prove myself. But it has to be held at the Sheraton Hotel. Don't blame me for slapping you in the face. After saying that, Suche took the phone from his father. Dial a number. Hello, is this Sister He? I'm Suche. I'm in box 3 of Kaiyuexuan on the second floor of Sheraton. My parents are also here. Is it convenient for you to come over? He Guanlan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Little rascal, you finally got it and you know how to treat me to a meal. Just wait, I'll be there soon. Hang up the phone. Suche looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, and entered a state of meditation like an old monk. After a while, the sound of high heels could be heard. A woman with legs longer than her life pushed open the door of the box and walked in. The first thing he said when he entered the door was, Little rascal, I'm hungry lately and want to eat abalone. I only want one abalone, but eating 2 ends will cause cough. But he stopped talking halfway. Obviously He Guanlan also realized that something was wrong. Why are there so many people in the box? And why were Suche and his parents standing? There wasn't even a seat. He Guanlan, who had experienced many such scenes in the He family since childhood, immediately realized what was happening. Her pupils shrank slightly, and then she laughed. The aura is instantly turned on. She was already wealthy and powerful, but now she had an air of superiority and arrogance. He looked at everyone present with disdain. It seems that he doesn't care about anyone. But when he saw Suche's parents, his eyes suddenly changed. He became enthusiastic and stretched out his hand from a distance. Boss Su, Boss Zhang, sorry for the long wait. I wonder what you two think about acquiring your factory. If you think 3 million is not enough, I can add more. Chapter 43 Grandma, what you said is so well. What? Hearing He Guanlan's words, everyone present was stunned. The 3 million is actually real and not made up by Suche? 3 million isn't enough, can we add more? No, it's the factory owned by Suche's parents. Why? Others don't know, don't they know yet? There have been no orders for several months, and the wages of the disabled people in the factory are paid by borrowing money from Suche's parents. Is He Guanlan out of his mind? What on earth did he like about that shabby factory? Hey, you think you can fool us by finding a slutty girl to act? At this time, Grandma Suche suddenly snorted coldly. Leaning back in the chair, he looked at He Guanlan coldly. It seemed as if he saw through He Guanlan's true nature at a glance. Grandma Suche's words also made everyone present suddenly realize. I see. That makes sense. The Suche family really put a lot of effort into trying to save face in front of everyone. You can't even give out a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, and you're still willing to spend money to hire actors. TSK, judging from this actor's appearance and temperament, he must be expensive, right? Maybe he does that. Everyone looked at He Guanlan with a bit more frivolity in their eyes. Ms. He, I'm sorry, let's go somewhere else to talk. Suche's father quickly apologized. He was afraid that these people's attitude would annoy He Guanlan. Unexpectedly, He Guanlan laughed with interest. It seemed as if these people's attitudes suddenly aroused her competitive spirit. Dare you say I'm an actress? Even though I am not favored in the He family, no one dares to say that the daughter of the He family is an actress. You should know that when He Guanlan was in form for equivalent to the first year of high school in mainland China, he was tricked by a scout into playing a minor role. When the scout's family found out, they broke his legs that same night and the film studio was burned to ashes. As a result, the entire film and the director were banned. Because the He family believed that actors were low-class jobs and the He family couldn't afford to lose that person. So much so that from then on, no one dared to ask He Guanlan to debut as a star, let alone say that He Guanlan was an actor. I didn't expect to hear this word again after so many years. Boss Su, your family is really unpleasant. I am a straightforward person and I never say anything harsh to people I don't like. I hope Mr. Su doesn't mind. He Guanlan said. Suche's father quickly waved his hands, don't dare. You, call their hotel manager. Tell him, if you see someone I don't like in my hotel next time, he can leave. He Guanlan pointed to a waiter at the door. The waiter was shocked, but when he realized that He Guanlan had a special identity, he immediately ran to call the manager. Grandma Suche and the others looked sneerful. Are you still pretending? After just half a minute, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Then a middle-aged man appeared at the door of the box, gasping for breath. Miss He, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm kicking them out now. It's their hotel manager. Hearing the manager's words, Suche's grandmother and others were all stunned. They didn't expect that He Guanlan would actually call the manager with just one sentence. The most important thing is that the manager was really terrified and fawning, and he was planning to drive them away. No. We paid to reserve a table, you must be honest. Otherwise, I will expose you in the newspapers and on TV. Uncle Suche shouted. The manager said indifferently, our hotel will refund the deposit double. As for exposure, please do as you wish. Seeing that his threats had no effect, Uncle Suche couldn't help but slump down on his chair. Like losing one's parents. If I really get kicked out, it would be a huge embarrassment. At this moment, he no longer dared to doubt He Guanlan's identity. Even the hotel belongs to someone else, what else is there to doubt? He quickly pleaded with He Guanlan, Miss He, we were too arrogant just now and offended you. I will drink a glass of wine as punishment. Please forgive us this time. After saying that, Uncle Suche picked up a large glass of wine on the table and drank it down. But He Guanlan remained unmoved and his expression remained cold. Uncle Suche could only look at his younger brother who had just been ridiculed by him. Second brother, you are friends with Miss He, please help persuade Miss He. You don't want our entire Su family to become a laughingstock, do you? Suche's father's eyes flickered and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. In the end, he said nothing and just pretended not to hear. Uncle Suche suddenly felt desperate. Bang! At this moment, there was a sound of angry slamming of the table. But it was Grandma Suche who slammed the table and stood up. Boss, shut up. No need to beg him. It's just a few bucks, what's the big deal? Our Su family is a family of scholars, and our ancestral motto has always been farming and studying to pass on the family. Merchants, they are all low-class stuff. Xiaodao being admitted to university is a real honor for our family and will bring glory to our Su family. Let's go. As long as we are good enough, we can bring glory to the hotel, instead of relying on the hotel to bring glory to us. After saying that, Grandma Suche took the lead in leaving the table. About to leave the hotel. Bang bang bang. There was applause in the box. Grandma, what you said is so wonderful. It made even this grandson of mine cry. The person who applauded was Suche. Even though he knew that his grandmother's words were belittling him, he was the first one to applaud. No one knew what he was thinking. Everyone present found it ridiculous and couldn't help but straighten their spines. Uncle Suche said, as if he had turned the tables, yes, my Xiaodao is our greatest wealth. Unlike you, what good is it if you have 3 million? You still raised a useless son. Say it again. Empress Dowager Zhang said with a gloomy face, pointing at Uncle Suche's nose. Although what Suche's uncle said was true and Suche indeed had no talent for studying, his son could only speak for himself. If anyone else dares to say anything, she will scratch that person's face. Mom, why are you taking the initiative to identify yourself? He's talking about the person who raised a useless son, not you. When have you ever seen a loser who scored 690 points? That's right, how can I take it for granted? My son scored 690 points, he's not a loser. What? Xiao Che, how many points did you get? Empress Dowager Zhang didn't even bother to tickle Uncle Suche and shouted in disbelief. 690. Suche repeated. Xiao Che, you didn't lie to me, did you? Empress Dowager Zhang always felt that something was not quite real. Since even Empress Dowager Zhang was like this, it was natural that others would be even more unconvinced. How do you make it up? 690, why didn't you say 790? Oh yeah, the total score is only 750, 790 is too obvious to be a lie. You're saying it as if 690 isn't obvious. Can anyone in the entire anti-city get 690, let alone him? Suche, everyone knows what your grades are like. Is there any point in lying? Okay, everyone, stop talking. Uncle Suche suddenly jumped out to smooth things over. Maybe Suche misread the transcript. He mistook 290 for 690? I'm good friends with the dean of number 1 middle school. I just had a drink with him last night. I can just give him a call and ask him. It turns out that his purpose of smoothing things over was to expose Suche's lies in public. Chapter 44, A Dog Relying on the Power of Others. After saying that, Uncle Suche took out his cell phone and started dialing. Although Empress Dowager Zhang still couldn't believe that Suche could get 690 points, she firmly grabbed Suche's arm and blocked him behind her. Just like an old hen protecting her calves, she is ready to attack. Soon, the call was connected. The voice of the dean of number 1 middle school came from the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? Uncle Suche suddenly looked embarrassed. He boasted that he was buddies with the dean, but it turned out that the dean didn't even know who he was. Director Chin, it's me, Boss Su. I have a nephew who is studying at your school, and I want to ask about his test scores this time. The dean on the other end of the phone was obviously a little impatient. There are so many students in our school, how can I remember all their grades? Well, my nephew's name is Suche. Would you mind helping me check it out? Uncle Suche asked humbly. Unexpectedly, the dean who just said he didn't remember the grades suddenly changed his tone. Hey, you told me earlier that Suche is your nephew. Do we still need to check Suche's grades? Everyone in the school knows it. 690 points. Snap. Uncle Suche didn't hold the phone firmly and it fell to the ground. How much, how much? Uncle Suche picked it up hurriedly and asked in disbelief. 690 points, first in the school, or even in the city. Although the city-wide ranking will not be calculated until 2 days later. Uncle Suche felt a black screen before his eyes, staggered 2 steps, and almost fell to the ground. He originally wanted to expose Suche and embarrass Suche. Unexpectedly, he was actually helping Suche to testify in disguise. Suche actually scored 690 points. How is that possible? Is God a little too partial? No, maybe our ancestors were a little too partial. The green smoke from the ancestral grave only drifts towards Suche's house. Why don't you give any to other families? Really 690? Har ha har ha, I knew my little Che is capable. He really makes my parents proud. When Empress Dowager Zhang heard the dean's words, she instantly smiled. Proud of oneself. Even when I learned just now that He Guanlan had decided to acquire the factory, I wasn't this happy. She even deliberately said something sarcastic to Suche's grandmother. Mom, you just said something about farming and studying to pass down the family tradition, and that only those who study well can be considered upper class. Then my little Che is the first in the city, does he count as upper class? Well, it's not good to get a high score. Which one should I choose between Tsinghua University and Peking University? I'm really troubled. But I won't choose a private college or vocational school. Brush. Grandma Suche and Uncle Suche's faces changed drastically at the same time. Especially Grandma Suche. Her words were still fresh in her mind, but she didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. The slap was so painful and so loud. So much so that Grandma Suche was speechless for most of the day. But his body kept shaking, as if he would pass out in the next second. Grandma, what's wrong with you? It's just a 690-point score, there's no need to be so happy, right? Please take it easy. Don't do that. Otherwise, how can you expect me to get a higher score in the college entrance examination? Suche said with a concerned look. After hearing Suche's words, Suche's grandmother became even happier, and her body trembled even more violently. He just held his chest and sat down on the chair. No, unworthy descendants. Suche's grandmother pointed at Suche and cursed. Suche curled his lips and said, "Of course I am not filial. After all, neither you nor Grandpa are promising people. Why should I be filial to you?" Grandma Suche felt her chest hurt even more. After a long while, Grandma Suche seemed to remember something and suddenly said anxiously, "Didn't Xiaowu say he would come over today? Why hasn't he come yet? He is well educated and has a high status. Let him come and educate this rebellious son for me." Xiaowu is the godson adopted by Grandma Suche. Speaking of which, Suche's grandmother treats her godson and his family better than she treats Suche. The reason is simple, because Xiaowu works in the anti-municipal government. It is said that he will be promoted to become the secretary of a new big boss soon. Now that Grandma Suche is frequently slapped in the face, her only hope to get back at her is her godson Xiaowu. Hearing what Suche's grandmother said, Suche's uncle quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hey, Wu. Where have you been? Do you want me to pick you up? You want to have dinner with the boss? Not coming? Okay." Uncle Suche's face visibly darkened. And Suche's grandmother also looked disappointed. But the next second, Uncle Suche suddenly raised his voice a few degrees. Yes, it's the Sheraton Hotel. That's great. I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, Uncle Suche hung up the phone. First, she looked at Suche's family with contempt, and then she said to Suche's grandmother, "Xiaowu said that the hotel he will be dining with his boss at is also Sheraton. He will take some time to come over and take a look." Okay. Let's see who dares to chase us away now." Grandma Suche couldn't stop smiling. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately guessed who the so-called brother Wu was and whispered to He Guanlan, "Miss He, that person might be a secretary of the municipal government. It's best not to offend him." He Guanlan raised his eyebrows. "Then give him some face for now. But if he doesn't appreciate it, don't blame me. A secretary is just a secretary after all. Not a wife." As the daughter of the He family, He Guanlan has some confidence. After all, the He family has made great contributions to Antai's tax revenue. Not to mention that He Guanlan will continue to invest in Antai. I believe that the leaders of Antai can still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. "Godmother, I'm coming." After just a moment, a capable man in an executive jacket came over. It was Xiaowu, Grandma Suche's godson. After Xiaowu entered the door, he looked around. As a secretary, I could tell at a glance that something was wrong with the atmosphere. As a godmother, I am definitely angry. But who could make her angry? Just as Xiaowu was thinking, he saw Grandma Suche waving at him. "Xiaowu, you are here. You are an official, you have to make the decision for your godmother. Do you think it is unfilial for a grandson to confront his grandmother with outsiders?" "Okay." Xiaowu answered without hesitation. It turns out that it was the grandson of the Su family who did it, so what is there to hesitate about? "You know a lot, so you can educate him for me." Suche's grandmother pointed at Suche with an air of taking advantage of the power of her master. Suche was so angry that he laughed. It seems that besides being disrespectful to the elderly, this grandma of mine has another character trait: she takes advantage of the power of others. When Xiaowu saw Suche laughing, he couldn't help but frowned. "What are you laughing at? Stand still. You're talking back to your elders, and you still have the nerve to smile. Which school are you from? Believe it or not, I'm going to call your principal right now and have him inform the whole school to criticize you." Suche glanced at Xiaowu calmly. "I really don't believe this. Stop it. Would the principal criticize a top student who could score 690 points in the exam just for a little secretary? Not to mention that Suche had performed outstandingly in the 419 major case, even the province knew about it." Har, that's interesting." A fierce look flashed across Xiaowu's eyes, as if his competitive spirit was aroused. "Tell me your school and name." Suche said slowly. "Antai No. 1 Middle School, Suche." Xiao Wu, who had already taken out his phone, was shocked when he heard the name. He cried out, "What? You are Suche?" Chapter 45, Too many slaps in the face, I'm numb. It's over. Seeing Xiao Wu's reaction, Grandma Suche and others were immediately startled. Realized something was wrong. Could it be that even Xiao Wu knew that Suche scored 690 points? But even so, Xiao Wu wouldn't lose his composure like this. After all, it's just the third mock exam, not the college entrance examination. It is understandable that Xiao Wu lost his composure after getting this score in the college entrance examination. Xiao Wu, you may not know, Suche's score of 690 is from the third mock test, which is actually meaningless. Uncle Suche reminded. But Xiao Wu looked at him with a puzzled look. What do you mean 690 points? It's not about the score. Uncle Suche's face changed and he felt even more uneasy. But apart from this, there was no reason for Xiao Wu to know about Suche. In fact, Suche himself was also curious. Do you know me? Xiao Wu looked at Suche seriously. Suddenly he put away the phone, a big smile spread across his face. I can't say I know you, I can only say I've heard of you for a long time. Hello, I'm Wu Juwen. I was just transferred to work as a secretary for Deputy Mayor Chu. Deputy Mayor. A look of shock flashed across Suche's eyes. There is no doubt that their Deputy Mayor Chu Xiao Wu mentioned is Chu Shizhen. Even though Suche knew that Chu Shizhen would be promoted, he was still shocked by the speed of his promotion. From being a police station chief to becoming a deputy mayor, if this happened in the internet age in the future, I'm afraid he would be criticized as soon as it was announced. But if you think about it carefully, Chu Shizhen's speed is actually still within the rules. After all, Hualongwen Police Station is different from ordinary small police stations and it is about to become a bureau. Chu Shizhen was not an ordinary department-level cadre, but a big department. Although it is rare for a senior official to be promoted to deputy mayor, there are precedents. It can only be said that the appearance of Suche changed Chu Shizhen's original trajectory. It turns out that Chu Shizhen will have to stay in the merged Hualongwen branch for another year before he can be promoted. As a result, this timeline has now been brought forward by 1 year. It seems that the higher-ups highly recognized Chu Shizhen's performance in the 419 case, so Chu Shizhen's father-in-law went with the flow and pushed Chu Shizhen up. It's Secretary Wu. How is Uncle Chu these days? After Suche understood why Xiao Wu suddenly became rude and respectful, he couldn't help but reach out his hand to shake Xiao Wu's hand and asked. When Xiao Wu heard Suche call him Uncle Chu, the smile on his face became even brighter. No wonder Deputy Mayor Chu often mentioned Suche, it turns out that their relationship has become so good. They all just call me Uncle. Deputy Mayor Chu is having dinner with his family upstairs. So, let me report. Deputy Mayor Chu said he wanted to talk to you the day before yesterday. Xiao Wu Dao. Then he turned around and went upstairs to ask for instructions. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly turned around and looked at Suche's grandmother. Godmother, your family is blessed to have someone like Suche. I suggest you learn to cherish him. Grandma Suche was stunned. Why did the reinforcements who were supposed to help her vent her anger turn around and teach her a lesson? If it were someone else, Grandma Suche would have probably thrown a tantrum and started cursing. But Xiao Wu, she didn't dare. Xiao Wu is already the highest-ranking official she can come into contact with. She nodded timidly, I understand. Then she showed a flattering smile and looked at Suche. Xiao Che, don't blame Grandma. Grandma was confused just now. Grandma apologizes to you. Suche chuckled and silently added another character description for his grandmother, shameless. By the way, Secretary Wu. When you report, please tell Uncle Chu that Miss He Guanlan from the Hong Kong He family is also here. Suche ignored his grandmother and rushed to Xiao Wu Dao. Ms. He. Xiao Wu was surprised. I see. I couldn't help but quicken my pace up the stairs. After Xiao Wu left, the atmosphere in the entire box suddenly became weird. It was so awkward for Suche's grandmother and the others waiting there. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Suche's family. There's nothing I can do. I've been slapped in the face too many times today. The factory that mocked Suche's parents was about to close down, but they turned around and brought in Miss He from Hong Kong. He mocked Suche for not studying well, but was told that Suche ranked first in the city. He mocked Suche for his poor connections, but ended up having the connections he had finally hired turn against him. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but I get slapped in the face every time. So much so that everyone was scared. God knows who will show up next if we continue playing. Well, I remembered that I forgot to turn off the fire in the kitchen. I'll leave first. My mother-in-law is about to give birth. I have to go to the hospital to see her. My sister-in-law is getting married. I almost forgot about it. I'll go first too. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the box left. Only Grandma Suche and Uncle Suche were left. Uncle Suche was so angry. Why are you guys so obvious? Su Lao-san, your mother-in-law is already 78 years old, let her give birth and see. Sun Lao Yao, your sister-in-law is only in kindergarten. How can she get married? But no one paid any attention to Uncle Suche, and they all disappeared out the door in a hurry. Mom Tilder. Uncle Suche felt like crying but had no tears. But Grandma Suche just slowly closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Suche, Miss He. Deputy Mayor Chu invites you to come up. At this time, Xiao Wu came back and extended an invitation. Suche made a gesture of invitation, without even looking at his grandmother and uncle, and walked upstairs one after the other with He Guanlan. For some reason, Suche's grandmother and uncle looked at Suche's back and felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts at the same time. It was as if there was a thick barrier between them and Suche, separating them forever. They will never be able to enter Suche's world again in their lifetime. Second floor of Sheraton. This is a relatively closed high-end dining area. Those who can come and go here are either high-ranking officials or nobles. For example, Uncle Suche can only dine on the first floor, and he had to use his connections to book that private room. They may never have the chance to come to the second floor once in their lifetime. Boss, Suche and Miss He are here. Opening the door of a private room, Xiao Wu spoke to the inside. These days, it is still popular in the government to call their leaders boss. It was not until 10 years later that relevant regulations were introduced, vulgar names were prohibited. Chu Shijing stood up with a smile, and first extended his hand to He Guanlan. Miss He, we meet again. Then he pointed at Suche and said, you kid. Seeing Chu Shijing's different attitudes towards He Guanlan and Suche, Xiao Wu looked at Suche with even more surprise. Chu Shijing seemed polite to He Guanlan, but in fact he kept his distance. Although he seemed to be rude to Suche, there was actually no distance between them. It seems that this is the first young man who has attracted so much attention from Deputy Mayor Chu. Come in and sit down. No outsiders allowed. This is my wife, and this is my daughter. Chu Shijing introduced. But when he introduced his daughter, for some reason he looked at Suche several times, as if he was guarding against a thief. Suche's face darkened. Uncle Chu, did you misunderstand something? Your daughter is only in elementary school. Uncle Chu, I came here specifically to report something to you. The Zui Huayin website under your guidance has successfully introduced Xiongjian Capital and is about to complete the 020 model transformation. In the future, we will definitely give full play to the advantages of internet traffic and thinking, break down the two-way barriers, and become an internet business card for Anti-City. Suche did not sit down, but stood up and reported. Their high-sounding lines in the conversation made Chu Shijing stunned for a moment. 4 words popped up involuntarily in my mind, unclear but powerful.